Chapter 6. /N. I don't own the two franchises in this story. I do own copies of the Saints Row games, however. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities. Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off, all the way the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super Strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super Speed. Currently can run at max speed of 110 km per hour. 23.5 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green Blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged Green Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Purple Blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged Purple Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity arrow start shooting around in his scara. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is currently 6 meters. Do you always eat here? Kyoka asked as they were at the same burger place for the 7th time. Yeah, why? Izuku asked as he dug into a second burger. It is so unhealthy. Kyoka watched as Izuku practically inhaled the burger. It is delicious. Izuku explained. It was the exact day before they could move into their dorms. All of the new group of friends have discovered they had passed. While Katsuki was peeved, he was in second place to Izuku. Have they told us what classes we are in, though? Hanta spun his cap around to face backwards as he sat at what was now their normal booth in the corner. Achiko shook her head. We were told to pack, and that we will be lead to our dorms then. I believe it is by classroom, though, so we just need to get the same class. She said optimistically. So let's hack the school and check. Izuku clapped his hands together. Nito immediately started to wave his hands.
No hacking.
No fun. Izuku made a fake pout. I wouldn't have caused too much damage. Don't care. No hacking for you. Nito was still pissed that Izuku had hacked his phone, so the every tap to his screen played an old song by someone named Rick Astley and made it so Nito couldn't change it. Nito was glad that he had gotten his old phone from Kyoka to use instead. Fine then. Izuku hacked it the day before anyways. Not that he would tell Nito that now, but he did see that they were all in the same class thankfully. So what is the game plan for stuff today? Denki asked. Are we going to the arcade again? I wanted to spend it trying to work on my mold, but I have no problem with that. Izuku agreed to the idea. Where is Bakugo? Denki asked. He said he wanted to train more today. Nito said as he checked his Rick Astley free phone to see the cryptic message Katsuki sent him. Can you meet me by the beach at noon? I have an issue I don't want the others to know.
Gabi.
Not sure why Katsuki wanted Nito out of the whole group. He practically had Hanta and Denki follow him like lapdogs, the two of them enjoying teasing the explosive teen. So we have arcade, what else? Izuku had to get more to do if he wasn't training. Might as well cram as many activities as possible into their last day before moving into the dorms. Want to see how many of us you can fly while carrying? Denki grinned. That sounds fun and dangerous. I am so in. Izuku loved the idea. We don't have to agree to that, right? Kyoko was not about to become a splatter on the ground. Of course you don't have to do it. Izuku shook his head. I can't be a responsible hero if I expect everyone else to agree to my stupidity. Should an irresponsible idiot even be a hero? Denki asked jokingly. If they can't, this group is in trouble. Kyoko grinned while Denki deflated. That was right and uncalled for. Hanta looked offended. The truth does hurt. Izuku nodded. He pointed at his liver. It hurts here the most. You realize that you agreed to yourself being stupid, right? Achiko asked Izuku, almost blushing when he looked at her. I pride myself on my intelligence and my stupidity equally. Izuku grinned. Let's head to the arcade and plan from there. Everyone paid for their food and began to leave the shop, but Izuku pulled Nito to the back of the group. Just asking him a question, guys, don't worry. Izuku brushed off the others as they wondered why Izuku and Nito were laughing behind. What's wrong? Nito didn't like the judging look Izuku was giving him. Why aren't you doing anything, man? Izuku asked. What do you mean? Nito wasn't sure what Izuku was referring to, but he did have an idea and he didn't like it. You know what I am talking about, dude. Izuku got Nito to stop walking. Why haven't you tried to ask her out or anything? Nito was upset his guess was right.
What?
He tried to play dumb. Oh, don't play dumb with me, man. I am actually smart, remember? We have known each other for 5 years, and I can tell easily when you are flustered. What does me being flustered have to do with anything? Nito tried to defend himself. You don't do that often, but every single time Kyoko is near you, or speaking to you, I can tell you are acting like someone with a crush. Says the one who took a week to realize the Panther girl from their own test was hitting on them. Nito hated how Izuku was acute at noticing Nito liking a girl, but a complete idiot when it came to any female liking him. Don't flip this around on me, man. I'm stupid but not an idiot. You obviously like her, so why not ask her on a date? What if she doesn't like me back? Nito asked. Izuku didn't even blink. That's the point of asking. Try to ask to hang out or something, and if she shows interest, ask her out. She had your phone for a year, and it took her a week of hanging out to remember to give it to you. Both of you forgetting about it, even though you saw each other every other day.
Buhemepe.
Nito tried to find anything to say to argue back, but he drew a blank. I will, okay. Today? Izuku raised an eyebrow.
No.
I will do it when I feel the time is right. This might be too soon. It might be, but if you continue to wait for a perfect moment, you will miss many great moments. Izuku said as they began to walk to the arcade. How the hell do you sound wise? I have one brain cell popping around my head like a DVD logo, and once it hits the corners I get proverbs. That sounds stupid. Nito looked at the time on his phone and saw it was close to noon. Hey, I gotta go do something. He started to head for the beach. All right, I'll let the crew know what happened. Izuku realized he was now free to fly to the arcade as long as he didn't get caught by an adult who was anal about the quirk usage rules. He instant jumped into the air and let his wings take him the distance to the arcade. Nito found Katsuki sitting on a large rock looking exhausted. Training hard? Nito asked as he stood next to the rock. Can't let myself get dull. Katsuki wiped his head with his towel. I need help. I will try to offer it however I can. Nito was wondering what Katsuki would actually admit to needing help about. What's the problem? I need actual help training, Katsuki admitted. Nito blinked. You want my help? Yes. Why? Because I don't want to be in second place. As much as I know not to be that arrogant as I don't want to fall behind at all. But why not ask Izuku? He is the guy I want to catch up to. I don't want his help catching up to him like this because it won't feel right to me. You, however, aren't him, so I can ask you for help. So this was about training. Yes. I guess we can start soon. Thanks, Preppy. The whole group was on the beach. It was now 6 o'clock. Nito and Katsuki had joined up with the group after their talk, and they spent most of the last few hours playing games at Katsuki's house. So how many of you want to fly? Izuku asked as he opened his wings all of the way. I'm out, Kyoka said as she sat in the sand. My explosions are enough for me. Katsuki let a small explosion pop in his hand. I just got full control of my quirk back and don't want a head injury to ruin that. Nito had issues with his copy quirk and demonic powers working, and All Might explained that it was one for all melding itself with the copy quirk and the demonic powers probably being close off to accommodate the changes. Once everything came back to him, he noticed that his copy quirk had improved to let him hold 5 quirks and half an hour each for all of them. The cloak from his pin had become sturdier and harder for someone like Izuku to crack, but Izuku still could put a sizable amount of cracks in the cloak with a supercharged green blast. Okay, everyone that is not a square climb on. Izuku almost fell forward as Hanta and Denki both jumped on his back. Give me a warning. You just told us to. Denki pointed out. Izuku looked at Achiko. You want on? They took the back, so you get my arms, I guess. Can I make a sex joke? Hanta whispered to Denki. Fuck off. Izuku poked Hanta. Achiko didn't even think before nodding and letting Izuku grab her. Enjoying how strong he felt. Don't kill half of our friends, please? Nito asked as Izuku chuckled and let his wings start flapping. Izuku flew up into the air until he was 60 meters off of the ground. From here you can see Yue almost. Achiko stopped staring at Izuku to point off in the distance towards where Yue was supposed to be. Izuku twisted so he could face that direction as well. Huh, cool. Hey Izuku, is this too much? Denki asked, now realizing how high they were. My wings feel fine, so we aren't too much weight. The height might be a bit much though for first-time flyers. Izuku grinned, and they all didn't like that look. Hold on tight. He began to nosedive really fast towards the ocean. I hate this. Denki screamed. Hanta was trying to do math on whether or not he could jump it, use his tape to swing from a close-by building. Achiko decided it would be easier to bury her face in Izuku's chest than to see how fast they were going. Izuku slowed the nosedive and lowered to by the water before he sped back up towards the friends who didn't want to fly. Landing back in the sand, Izuku let his wings rest, and Denki immediately jumped off of Izuku and began to kiss the sand. Beautiful land. Beautiful land. Denki said as he continued to kiss the ground. Hanta laughed. It wasn't that bad. So you want to go again? Izuku asked.
No.
Hanta exclaimed quickly. Weak. Izuku grinned. He looked at Achiko, who hadn't removed herself from him, having not noticed they were on the ground again. Achiko? Achiko looked up at Izuku before she realized that they were on the ground and that it was now considered weird to be holding him that tightly. Jumping away, she blushed hard. Sorry, I apparently don't like flying. I'm glad I didn't do it. Kyoka said from her spot on the ground. I would have killed you once you started to nosedive. I believe that. Izuku had already guessed she would have reacted like that. I should start flying with some weights on. That way these bad boys can be sturdier. His wings flapped once for emphasis. As long as I am not one of the weights, I think that is a wonderful idea. Hanta wanted to make that clear. Denki shot up. Me neither. I am not a weight. He motioned his arms in AX. You guys are no fun. Izuku didn't blame them for not liking flying their first time. He was scared his first time also. Katsuki yelled. Hey, I'm back. Where did you go? Denki asked. Once you fuckwits decided to fly, I want to go get these. Katsuki held a bag with popsicles. Take one, I don't care. Why is he trying to act cool about that? Kyoka whispered to Nito, who shrugged. So tomorrow we will all be lead to our dorms and meet our classmates. Hanta plopped into the sand next to Nito. Yep, hope we get the same class. Denki sat next to Kyoka, everyone soon forming a circle. Izuku farther from everyone on his stomach, so he can let his wings sway in the wind. Oh, we are in the same class. Izuku traced his finger through the sand. How do you know? Katsuki was sure that Izuku was just being optimistic. Did you hack into the school? Nito narrowed his eyes. Not really as much hacking as finding a roster online by using a password that wasn't mine to get into a server at the school remotely. Izuku replied. How did you get that password? Nito figured he already knew what Izuku would say. Oh, that part was hacking. Izuku confirmed Nito's suspicion. I thought I said no hacking. Nito let out a sigh. You said that today. I did this 3 days ago. Wait, you knew for 3 days and just stayed quiet on that? Denki cut in. We have been here worried we wouldn't get in the same class for the past week. Izuku shrugged. No one asked if I checked. Are we just going to brush past the part where Izuku can hack into a prestigious school's private servers and act like it is nothing? Kyoka exclaimed. Yeah. Katsuki nodded. He does weirder things anyways. Achiko smiled. I'm just awesome and you can't handle it. Izuku chuckled as Kyoka threw her popsicle stick at him, hitting his shoulder. So do you guys think we saw anyone at our tests that we will see in class? Achiko asked. I mean, there were a lot of people there, so we might not have seen them at all. We definitely didn't see the 2 recommended students that will be joining us. Their test was a week before ours. Izuku plucked a feather off of his wing to hold as the sun started to set, enjoying the warmth the harmless fire provided. I bet you hope the Panther girl shows up. Denki smirked at Izuku. What? No, whatever. Izuku didn't enjoy the fact that his friends would tease him about his emotional cluelessness, which he felt was worse because they had only known each other for 2 weeks. He will probably take a week to notice if she was there. Kyoka laughed. Then another to realize she said hi to him. Hanta laughed as well. Ha, I get it. Izuku is stupid. Izuku did get a chuckle out of it. Not noticing Achiko looking flustered the whole time they made jokes about the Panther girl and Izuku. So are you bringing your game systems to the dorms? Denki changed the subject and asked Katsuki. Of course I am. Katsuki broke into a grin. You think I want people to feel happy with their game skills when I can show them how pathetic they are? Didn't I beat you earlier? Kyoka asked with a smug smile. That was a fluke. I am still going to beat the others. Once I learn how to play, you are fucked. Izuku had gotten rid of his wings and was in his back at this point. Gimme a day to learn how to play a fighting game and I can crush you. Not at my character's current level. Katsuki retorted. You would have a better chance of having a fire in the water. The flames on my wings can be in water. Izuku pointed out. Those weak-ass flames that don't actually burn anything don't count. Those are just glorified lights. Katsuki shouted. You right. Izuku tossed Katsuki the feather. As your reward for winning this argument, you gain a feather. Soon you can fly like me. Achiko started giggling at what Izuku said while Hanta and Denki chuckled. Why the fuck would I want to carry around your chicken-looking wings? To fly like a fucking chicken. Izuku didn't hesitate to answer. Can chickens fly? Denki asked. Not well. We found out firsthand. Nito answered him. Rest in peace, William. Izuku pounded his heart. Gone, but never forgotten. Did you guys kill a chicken trying to make it fly? Achiko asked. We didn't kill William, gravity did. Izuku answered. You say that to not feel guilty that you were the one who let him go over the edge of the building. Nito wondered how the Sony got here so fast. You know I am bound to be an idiot, so it is always your fault if you don't stop me from doing idiotic things. Izuku crossed his arms, while still on his back, not even face Nito. It's not my job to keep you from being stupid. Not with that attitude. I quit. You can't quit. Just did. You are under moral obligation and contract to help me, and making sure I know when I try to do dumb things is helping me. I hate that you are right. Nito sighed and Kyoka pat his back, which made him blush, but thankfully the sun setting hid that fact. Well, my parents are going to want me home soon, so see you tomorrow, guys. Hanta shot up and began to leave. Yeah, it is getting darker. Denki got up. See everybody at our dorms. Nito got up and wiped sand off of his shorts, offering a hand to pull Kyoka up, which she took. Seems like everyone is leaving. Kyoka nodded. See you tomorrow, Nito. Kyoka left without realizing she only said bye to Nito. See you non-rejects at the corner. Katsuki said to Nito and Izuku, who still hadn't moved from the ground. See you two tomorrow. Nito decided to keep pace with Katsuki as he left. So that training? What about it? Want to start now? I figured you would be spending the rest of today trying to act like you don't like Jiro. And why is that Nito couldn't finish his words. Relax, I don't really care. Yeah, we can start some training. You suck at not being obvious, though. Shut up, was Nito's response. Back on the beach, Izuku had his eyes closed. So do you think our classmates will be just as powerful as you? Achiko asked Izuku, now lying on her back next to him. I have no doubts that we will have classmates with cool quirks. They better be top tier for their own sake, or they would have to hear Katsuki calling them extras or rejects a lot. Achiko was silent for a second. We should hang out more. The group sees each other like every day almost. We're about to all live in the same building. Izuku replied, not realizing what she meant. Achiko wanted to sigh at how dense Izuku was. She was in the middle of thinking of how to reword it when Izuku got up and popped his wings back out. I probably should get home. You too. Izuku offered her a hand to get up. Want me to fly you home or something? No flying. Achiko stammered. The wings are hurt. I will be fine by Izuku. Achiko almost yelled as she tried to hide her continually growing blush. Izuku watched her speed walk away from him. Weird. Izuku jumped into the air to fly home. The next day it was raining hard, so Izuku actually had a proper coat on, so his mom wouldn't flip out even more than she was letting her son move into the school. His coat was a dark violet and had so many pockets he could practically out all of his belongings in them to take to school. He saw Nito up ahead at the corner that the two of them and Katsuki normally meet at, because it was near the center of where they all lived. Hey and boy, what's up? Izuku greeted his friend with a fist bump. I don't like the rain, Nito complained. Hard to keep a suit looking completely good in it. First world problems at their finest. Izuku chuckled. I probably won't fly as well in this either. That's a tragedy. You having to go a day without flying? The horror. Nito said with almost no emotion. I might not make it to tomorrow. Izuku said dramatically. If I don't, I need you to destroy the gun. No one gets my secrets. Got it. Nito nodded and smiled. They both turned as they heard cursing. It was Katsuki carrying his 2 bags in one arm and looking pissed. I hate the fucking rain. Fucking piss water from God that makes me not able to use my fucking quirk. Katsuki gritted his teeth as he walked next to the two of them. Let's fucking go so we can get the fucking hell out of this fucking shit. When it is legal, we should make a drinking game out of every time he says fuck. Izuku grinned at Nito. I am not going to die of alcohol poisoning. Nito replied. Fuck both of you fucks. Why did you stop? Nito turned to look at Izuku, as did Katsuki. Izuku was standing at the gate with his new ID in hand, staring at it. What's wrong with you? Katsuki asked. Izuku looked at them, and they both saw tears welling up in his eyes. What happened? Nito was worried. I'm just thinking about everything I did and had to go through to get here. Izuku started smiling. And how proud Gramps and Mima are of me right now. And how lucky I am to be related to them. Katsuki smacked Izuku's shoulder. Well, standing here crying isn't something to want to see, so come on. Katsuki was confused, thinking that the wording suggested Izuku's Mima died, but Katsuki never heard about that. Izuku looked at the ID again. Right. Sorry, I don't think I have gotten like that in a while. Don't do it again, Katsuki said, or I will start thinking that you are only acting tough. Izuku grinned. Can't act that well. Whatever, let's just get to our new dorms. Katsuki began to walk again, the other two following him. What class are you 3 little dudes with? A loud voice called out to them. They turned to see Present Mike. Present Mike? Wow. Izuku had stars in his eyes. Hey, listener. Present Mike was glad to see a student not annoyed by how loud he can be. We are in Class 1A. Nito answered him. The first-year dorm buildings are down that path to the right, or the left, because the paths circle around the main building, and the dorms are on the other side of the main building here. The dorms are by classes, and your class should be brightly printed on the front of the building. There should be a list stating where everybody's rooms are, and they have been prepped to what was requested by each student personally. See you little dudes in classes and orientation tomorrow, Present Mike explained. The 3 thanked him, Katsuki with a grunt. and they made their way to the dorms. So think we might see anyone else from our tests? Nito asked. I saw someone who had his fucking shadow destroying shit for him, Katsuki said. If anyone, I want to see that bird-headed person. Izuku thought about it. Maybe I might see the guy who called me his twinkling buddy. Twinkling buddy? Nito stared in confusion. He has like star stuff of twinkles around him, and he said it lets him shine in glory and that my halo veins do the same for me, so he said we were twinkling buddies. Why do you call them your halo veins? Katsuki asked. I dunno. Sounds cool.
Izuku lit.
Katsuki felt like Izuku was lying, but didn't go into that. Izuku always acted weird about his grandparents and his powers. I saw someone with vines for hair, Nito said. She looked like she was in prayer while letting the vines toss the robots all over the place. Cool. Izuku mused how the girl might be really religious and would flip her shit if she found out he had an actual halo that was once Satan's. I see our fucking building. Let's hurry up, I hate the fucking rain. Katsuki started to hurry up without checking if the other two would follow his pace, which they didn't. So how much you want to bet when we get there he will be swearing at someone? Nito asked. I bet for once he won't. Izuku checked his wallet. How about 500 yen? Asterisk. Sounds reasonable. Can't wait to be 500 yen richer. Someone is confident. Izuku remarked. It is Katsuki. If I have learned anything in the few months I have been friends with him, it is that he will be rude to everyone but his mom. Or Mima. Izuku remembered Katsuki's one-time meeting her. I think even Yagi-sensei is afraid of her though. She doesn't count. Nito wasn't there for the event, but Izuku's description of what happened was good enough. Arriving at the door to their building they heard yelling inside. Walking in they could hear much better. It is very rude to enter in such a manner and track mud through the commons. Izuku recognized the kid Tenya Ida as the one yelling at Katsuki. Fuck off you stuck-up four-eyed shithead. Katsuki yelled back. When Izuku and Nito entered the commons the 5 people in there all turned to look at them. Well shit, you were right. Izuku handed the agreed amount of yen to Nito. I play smart bets. Nito smirked. Katsuki, can we not start meeting our classmates with swearing? Izuku asked. Tell that to the fuckhead. Katsuki shouted. Hey Dynamite, shush. Kyoka made her way into the building behind Izuku and Nito. Katsuki wanted to continue yelling, but instead kicked his muddy shies off and stormed to the kitchen. That's a good entrance if I do say so. Izuku took off his boots and placed them close to the door. I apologize for my part in causing a scene. Tenya bowed to the people in the room almost robotically. It's fine. Izuku saw a red sweater sleeve move on its own. Is your quirk invisibility? Izuku asked, looking at what he assumed would be the spot ahead would be. Oh me. The invisible girl said again, sounded flustered at having the whole room's attention on her. Yes, it's invisibility and I can't turn it off.
I'm Toru Hagakure.
Neat. Izuku found it interesting. I can grow wings. Izuku Midoriya. That is not all this dude can do. Hanta shouted from a couch. I saw this dude hurling green stuff at robots, and he punched the 0-pointer and blew it up with lightning. Wow, that's manly. A redhead said excited. Wait, where are the wings? A pink girl with horns asked. I didn't want to have them out in the rain. It's like an off and on switch whether they are out or not. Oh, can you bring them out now? The invisible girl Toru asked. Can I unpack and then sure? Izuku looked around. How do I find out where my room is? Tenya handed him the paper. I have been meaning to say thank you again for helping me in the test. Izuku took the paper and smiled. Bah, it was nothing. I will do it again if I gotta. Dude, you are really manly. Ijiro Kirishima. The red-headed guy greeted Izuku. I have no doubt everyone here is manly seeing as how we all passed the same test. Izuku continued to scan the paper for his name, finding it on the boys' half of the building on the 5th/top floor. Ijiro blinked, really enjoying the energy Izuku gave off. Dude, you are awesome. Thanks, you definitely got more than energy to be the same, if not more. Izuku was making his way to the staircase that lead upstairs before he heard Tenya speak. The whole class is wanted to be back from setting up so we can meet each other. All right. Izuku went upstairs to his room, unaware of the slight glow the Morningstar pendant was giving off in his pocket that was growing. Coming back down the stairs in his gray pants and a green tee, he adjusted his sunglasses on his face. Izuku, Denki yelled, letting everyone else know Izuku was there. Most of the class was sitting at one of two tables, each one big enough for 10 of the students. Hello. Izuku saw Achiko motioning for him to sit next to her, and he took the seat. Tenya stood up. I believe we are only missing one single student right now. Hanta waved his hand. Ah, that's just Katsuki. He probably would have screamed at everyone anyways. It would still be best for everyone to be here. Tenya said. I can ring him up. Izuku pulled out his phone and dialed Katsuki's number. A second later, he picked up. The fuck do you want? Katsuki's voice came through the phone on speaker. Katsuki, get down here, man. The whole class is supposed to be here for meeting and stuff. I don't give a shit about meeting extras. Some of the students who didn't already know of his attitude looked offended, especially a kid with white and red hair. Dude, if they got in the same class as you, why don't you just them a chance? Izuku reasoned. Katsuki stayed quiet for a second. I will be down in 1 fucking second. So vulgar. A girl Izuku instantly thought was the most attractive girl has ever seen said. Is he always like that? The pink girl asked. Pretty much. He gets better with time. Denki said. Katsuki came around the corner of the stairs. All right, I'm here. He sounded annoyed as he sat on the other side of Izuku. All right, now I believe we should introduce ourselves and say some facts about ourselves so we can get to know each other better. Tenya almost shouted. I want to make a joke about this being first day of school stuff. Izuku muttered to Nito sitting across from him. Why don't we use the test scores they gave us? The pink girl said. Go from lowest to highest, that way we have an order? Does anyone disagree? Tenya asked. Yeah. Katsuki put his feet on the table. Who the fuck made you the fucking leader here? Hey, please don't sweat today, man. Denki pleaded. Let the man talk, and you can form a mutiny later. You're joining the mutiny no matter what now. Katsuki ordered as he stopped talking. Okay, the test scores were left here for our teacher, who left a note saying to just get to know each other. Tenya fixed his glasses as he looked at the paper. If we go by lowest, then dash. Don't say the scores, though. Nito interrupted. Sorry for the rudeness, but maybe not everyone wants that to be shared. Tenya nodded. Okay, then without further ado, the first person to speak would be Toru Hagakure. Judging by the way the sweater's sleeves moved, Izuku could guess Toru was trying to hide her face, which seemed odd seeing as how she was completely invisible. Can't believe I am the lowest. She sounded embarrassed. Hi, I'm Toru Hagakure. My quirk makes me completely invisible and I can't control it. I love caramel and karaoke. She sat back down insanely fast. Do you want to add reasons for being a hero or goals or dreams? Tenya asked. I want to be a hero to protect the innocent. Toru handed her hands covering her face, which muffled her voice. Let's just go to the next person. Izuku said. People might not be comfortable with each other here yet. All right, then next is Minoru Mineta. A really short guy with purple balls for hair stood on his chair. I am Minoru Mineta. My quirk makes the balls in my hair pop off and become very sticky to everything but me. I like the ladies and want to be a hero to save the innocent. The hero reasoning should be skipped really, because everyone can answer with the fucking generic protect others reasoning, especially when that is one of like 5 good reasons to be a hero. Just say a personal fucking life goal if anything. Katsuki ranted. So much for no swearing. Kyoka rolled her eyes. I think Katsuki had a point even if he didn't say it the nice way. Izuku said. Heroes are supposed to want to help protect people, so we all should be becoming heroes for relatively similar reasons. However, life goals are personal and you don't have to share them, but it's better than saying the same plan if being a hero to protect people when that should be a given. Minoru then spoke. My goal is to be a hero that is popular with the ladies. Sometimes it is best not to speak. Izuku repeated. Tenya attempted to regain control of the conversation. The next person is Mashireo Ojiro. A blonde guy with a tail similar to a lion stood up. I'm Ojiro and my quirk is my tail that I can control like any normal limb. I take martial arts classes and my goal is to be a top martial artist. Mashireo sat back down with a small bow. You think you could teach me some? Toru asked. My fighting isn't really that good. Masahiro nodded. Next is Yuga Aoyama, Tinya announced. Yuga Aoyama, who Izuku recognized as the French boy from his test who called him his twinkling buddy, stood up and put his arm up in a pose, bits of light twinkling as he did. I am the ever-dazzling Monsieur Aoyama. I love to dazzle and want to be the brightest shining hero. I can shoot a laser from my navel, but it can hurt my tummy if used too much. Bro, just keep shining twinkling, buddy, Izuku said while doing finger guns. Aoyama smiled and nodded. I expect the same from you as well, my twinkling buddy. Twinkling buddy? The pink girl looked confused. But he doesn't have that weird twinkle. That twinkle of his is beautiful, and my thing only happens with my quirk. Izuku answered. What's your quirk? A kid who had a bird's head asked. The bird head was black and looked similar to a crow or a raven. I don't want to disrupt the order. Izuku ribbed the back of his head. Plus it takes a while to explain everything. At that statement, half of the class looked confused at Izuku, wondering what his quirk could be if it takes a minute to explain. That is fair, the bird-headed kid said. Tinya, who looked annoyed that every time he said a student, someone interrupted the process. The next person is Kyoka Jiro. Jiro stood up and had a small blush, spinning one of her earphone jacks around. I'm Jiro and my quirk is my earphone jacks. I can plug them into anything and increase my hearing, or send a pulse from my heartbeat through them as an attack. I like rock music and I want to be able to play any instrument. She sat back down and faced away from most of the table, facing Nito instead. That's cool, the pink girl said. Hanta Siro, Tinya announced. That's me. Hanta grinned. My quirk is that I can dispense incredibly sticky and tough tape from my elbows. I love oranges and American comics. Denki Kaminari. Denki jumped up when his name was said.
I'm Denki.
I have an electric quirk that I can discharge large amounts of electricity from myself, but I can short-circuit myself if I do too much. A large guy with 6 arms, each side having their arms connected almost like wings, and a blue mask covering the lower half of his face, raised his hand. Were you the one to use that lightning to destroy the zero-pointer in test site 4? Do you mean Paul? Izuku asked. Paul? Several of the students asked. I named our zero-pointer Paul, Izuku said. Yeah, and he punched Paul so hard that Paul got launched into the air, and then shot so much lightning at Paul that he blew up completely. Hanta yelled with excitement. All of the students were silent for a second. How strong exactly was the green-haired boy? Well, Nito straight up punched our zero-pointer's arm straight off. He broke his own arm, it was so powerful. Denki added. Izuku expected Katsuki to shout about destroying his own zero-pointer as well, but Katsuki was instead staring at the table silently, looking like he was thinking hard about something. Let's continue the introductions, Nito said, getting embarrassed by the looks, but only really the prideful one from Kyoka. Yes. Next is Mezu Shuji, Tinya announced. Mezu, the big-size armed guy, stood up, easily taller than everyone else, and spoke. But he was speaking through a mouth that was on the end of an arm stump. I am Mezu Shuji. My quirk is called Dupli Arms. It allows me to grow body parts such as a mouth, ears, or even more arms. They have a higher degree of sense, so I can hear better, or have even more strength through these arms. I only wish to use my abilities to my best to help others. He sat down with a bow. Next is Mina Ashido, Tinya announced. The pink girl launched out of her seat, knocking it over.
I'm Mina.
I love dancing and arcades. I am a huge romance expert, so I am going to be all about that here. You better believe if I see any young live here, I will show my full support. She didn't breath between any words. My goal is to be the best alien queen I can be. Her grin never left her face as she sat back down. Next is Tiu Ajui. Tinya announced the next name. A girl with bug-round eyes and long green hair that was tied in a bow at the end waved everyone's attention to her. You can call me Tsu, Ribbit. Izuku was slightly confused about hearing a girl just ribbit like a frog. My quirk is called Frog. I can do pretty much everything a frog can do. Hopping long distances, I can extend my tongue out far, and I can stick to walls among other things. I also can't be exposed to cold weather nor temperature for too long, or else I go into a hibernation until I warm back up. My goal is to be the best water-type hero. Alright, next on the list is me. I am Tenya Ida. My quirk is my engines and my calves. They give me extreme speed and can increase my kicking power. I do enjoy reading and training. I am to make my family proud and carry the Ida name with pride. Ida sounded oddly familiar to Izuku before it clicked in his head. Wait, you are related to Ingenium? Izuku asked. Dude, Ingenium is cool as shit. Yeah, he is so manly. The Ijiru nodded along. Yes, he is my older brother and my role model. Tenya nodded. He is what I see as a great hero who sets the bar for what a hero should be. Izuku clapped his hands together. Mad respect, man. You got a good goal going for you. Tenya smiled, liking Izuku more than when he first met him. All right, I believe next is Yui Kodai. A girl with black hair in a bob and an almost expressionless face nodded.
I'm Yui.
I have a quirk that lets me change the size of inanimate objects at will, she said plainly. Anything else? Tenya asked, not sure if she was thinking before she spoke. She shook her head. All right, next is Fumikage Tokoyami. The bird-headed boy nodded. I am him. My quirk is called Dark Shadow. I have a shadow that has a mind of its own that can fight alongside me. With that, a shadow appeared from his chest, resembling Fumikage with bright yellow eyes. I am Dark Shadow. The shadow introduced itself. It looked around at everyone but stopped on Izuku, staring intensely into his chest before its eyes went wide and it disappeared into Fumikage. What was that about? Denki asked as he looked between Izuku and Fumikage. Does it owe you lunch money? Izuku shrugged. Maybe it thinks I'm ugly. Achiko giggled next to him and Nito swore he saw Katsuki's eye twitched. That was odd. Fumikage stated. Anyways, I enjoy HP, Lovecraft, and a good moonlit night. My goal is to be the best team with Dark Shadow I can be. H.P. Lovecraft? There's some old classics right there. Izuku remarked. So you are familiar with his works? Fumikage sounded almost excited. I only have limited knowledge. If we find a good day, you can show me some more, my guy. Izuku said. It shall be a fine day. Fumikage nodded. Next is Achiko Uraraka. Tenya announced. Achiko stood up almost as fast as Mina, but she didn't knock over her chair. I am Achiko. My quirk makes anything I touch with all of my fingers on one hand lose its gravity. I love starry nights, and I want to be a great rescue hero like number 13. Next is Nito Monoma. Tenya announced. Nito stood and bowed. I am Nito Monoma. My quirk is called Copy. Anyone I touch with a quirk that doesn't require a physical mutation I can use for a set amount of time. Wait, that punch of yours was someone else's quirk? Denki asked. No, that is a new evolution of my quirk I didn't know about until the day of the test. I believe that it is the potential energy of my quirk built up over time. I enjoy quiet time and my goal is to make my mentor proud in making me his student and to stop this idiot. At that part, he gestured across the table to Izuku, who grinned like an idiot and waved at everyone. From doing some big amount of damage to himself. Should have been at our test site then when you used so much electricity. He shocked himself into a coma. Hanta chuckled. To be fair, I just learned about that ability of mine with my Mima the day before the test. Izuku tried to defend his action. *him*, our next person is Ijiru Kirishima. Ijiru grinned and stood up. I'm Ijiro and my quirk is harden. Ijiro demonstrated by having his arm harden and looking now as hard as a diamond. Not as flashy as some of your guys, but I think it is manly enough to get the job done. I enjoy old Western films and a good old-fashioned fight. My goal is to be as manly a hero as my idol Crimson Riot. Izuku loved the amount of commitment and drive behind that statement. Good idol. He is top tier in my book. Ijiro grinned at Izuku, finding a new friend. Next is Katsuki Bakugo. Everyone looked at Katsuki, who looked pissed at having to actually interact with the class. My quirk is to use the sweat in my hands that have different chemicals in them like nitroglycerin in them to create explosions. Katsuki let loose a few small explosions. My goal in reality is to be the best fucking hero out there. Don't you like anything? Izuku asked with a joking tone. Nobody but Nito noticed the small look towards Achiko before he glared at Izuku. Fuck off, glowstick. Katsuki almost growled, managing to hide his growing dislike of the situation he had dug himself into. Glowstick? Is that because of the slight glow all over you? Mina asked. He gives out nicknames instead of memorizing our real names. Izuku explained. Glowstick, because of what my quirk does. What does your quirk do? Fumikage asked, thinking it could explain why Dark Shadow reacted to Izuku the way he did. We gotta wait my turn. Tenya looked at the paper. Next is... Tenya looked up at Izuku in shock. You got 178 points? What? Most of the class exclaimed in shock. Yeah, why? Izuku didn't know if that high of a score was a really big deal because his knowledge was not the best with the entrance exam. Izuku, you do know that the previous record was 112, and it was All Might, right? Nito wondered how his friend could be a major fanboy and so knowledgeable on heroes, but then have the weirdest gaps in knowledge. Oh, cool. Izuku smiled. Cool? Minoru shouted. It's just cool that you broke the previous record by such a large margin. Izuku shrugged. It is what it is. Bro, that's so manly. Ijiro commented. So I should do my proper introduction. Izuku stood up. I am Izuku Midoriya. My super awesome quirk is called Saint's Flow. It as a base gives me what I call my halo veins, which are these faint lines all over me. When I activate the quirk, the colors you can faintly see juice up and become a nice shade of violet and lime green respectively. I get super strength, super speed. I can hurl 2 types of energy blasts. I have that electricity that was mentioned earlier. A molding ability I can use to mold blue energy into stuff, but that requires a lot of focus. I also can materialize actual whims that attach and give all LF the feelings of real limps. They are my personal favorite. Dude, why do you have half of a class's worth of quirks? Ijiro asked. Just awesome like that. Izuku flicked his saint's pendant. My goal is to become the legacy my grandpa left to me and make him damn proud of me as a saint. The Holy Figure's saint? Mina asked. No, why does everyone ask that? Juku almost deflated. Long story short, it was a group my gramps and Meemaw were in AMD. I am to be the next leader and start the group back up. Manly as hell. Ijiro nodded. I believe you can make your grandpa proud with your list of abilities. What are your likes? Jinna asked. Nito was hoping Izuku didn't say something stupid or reveal secrets like he was getting dangerously close to, while Achiko hoped Izuku said her as a like. Let's see. First and foremost, I love flying around in my wings. The rush from that is amazing. I like burgers and I enjoy tinkering with some journals. My Meemaw left me in training. Izuku took off his sunglasses for the first time since he got there, and everyone unaware of the electricity that dances around his scara was surprised. Whoa, that is pretty, Toru remarked. Yeah, all my abilities seem to leave physical changes on me. Izuku shrugged as he continued to clean his shades on his shirt. Let's continue. Tenya nodded. The 2 recommended students in our class are left. First is Momo Yaoyorozu. The really attractive girl nodded and stood up. Izuku forgotten about cleaning his shades to look at her, which Achiko noticed.
I'm Momo Yaoyorozu.
My quirk is called Creation. I can create anything that isn't a living creature with the fat cells from my body, as long as I know the molecular layout of the object. I enjoy reading and strategy games such as shogi or chess. I plan to use my quirk to its best heroic outcome, Momo said, noticing how Izuku's gaze never left her own eyes. Tenya read the last name on the paper. Shoto Todoroki. The final kid, who had white and red hair split down the middle with a burn mark covering his left eye that was bright blue unlike his right eye which was gray. My name is Shoto Todoroki. Shoto answered with what was perhaps the coldest tone most of them have heard. Shoto stood up and began to leave, not saying anything else. Well, that is a buzzkill if I ever seen one. Denki commented. Definitely. Izuku nodded. So what now? Izuku turned to Tenya. We can do bonding activities, chat amongst ourselves, or go about our business before classes tomorrow. Curfew is at 10 p.m., but gates of UA lock at 9 p.m. Tenya stated. Sweet. Denki jumped over to Katsuki. Hey dude, let's hook up your games here in the commons. Katsuki's scowl disappeared and was replaced with a smirk. So you really want to be beat that bad on day 1? The 2 of them, along with Hanta, went upstairs to gather Katsuki's games. Mina bounced in front of Izuku. Can I see your wings, Midori? Izuku kinda liked Midori. Yes, as long as I have room to bring them out. I don't think anyone wants a face full of my feathers. Izuku went to an empty, but big enough spot to bring them out. Izuku channeled his energy and noticed how everyone watching seemed mesmerized by the flowing of his energy filling the halo veins. Fumikage silently widened his eyes as Dark Shadow whispered into his ear, telling him of the arcane nature of Izuku's powers. Fumikage knew it was best to stay quiet on the matter, but knowing it was good enough for him. Alrighty, now that part is done. Izuku mumbled and did the almost instinctual act of calling his wings to come out. The wings fluttered to life and Izuku flapped them to get the blood flowing, or energy stuff. His wings did bleed, but Izuku was still trying to learn about that. Wow. Toru ran forward to look at them closer. Do the flames hurt? Those have always been there. They're for show really, although the flames are warm. Izuku nodded. I can see why you have a thing for the colors green and purple. He really is a twinkling star. Aoyama nodded in approval. Can you take me flying? Mina asked, and no one noticed Achiko's scowl for a second. Don't let him take you flying. Kyoko warned. He won't drop you, but he will fly like you aren't there. If you didn't take the ride, you don't get to leave a review. Izuku stuck his tongue out at Kyoka, who stuck out her tongue as well. Katsuki, Denki, and Hanta all came back down the stairs. All right, who wants to lose to me? Katsuki shouted as he took his stuff to the biggest screen in the commons. It was now almost 10 that night. Everyone sans Shoto spent most of the day in the commons, either chatting or joining in on Katsuki's games, most of which he won. Needy had become quick friends with Tsu, Mashireo, and Toru. Izuku and Mina ended up joining what they named the Baku Squad, which was the name Denki gave to the group that followed Katsuki around to bug him. Jiro and Momo clicked, and by late afternoon were best friends. Yui kept quiet for most of everything, but did try to at least stay near everyone and participate, actually beating Katsuki in Tekken the one match she played to everyone's surprise, seeing as how she said she never played it before. Meza did the same as Yui and really just stayed silent within the group, not taking to games much except for chess to Momo and Izuku's delight. Momo was surprised to see that Izuku, who she figured was trying to act cool but was hiding that he was just like Katsuki, actually turned out to be quite intelligent. She even thought he might equal her intelligence or be higher than her. She enjoyed how, unlike every other guy their age, he didn't stare at her mature body, instead always keeping an almost intense level of eye contact. Achiko became friends with Tenya, Tsu, and Aoyama. Tenya tried to keep everything in an orderly fashion, but it really is hard to control 18 other teenagers when you are the same age as them, and it seemed like everyone held the guy who wore sunglasses indoors in higher regard than you. Tenya did admit that Izuku did carry an unspoken leadership aura to him, even though all he did that day was show off some wings and play chess. It was late now, however, and the only people that could be found in the commons were Izuku, Achiko, Momo, Fumikage, and Mezu, who had turned on the news. Fumikage was sitting in a chair reading a book by H.P. Lovecraft. Mezu was sitting in the floor with his legs crossed, interested in the news. Momo was reading up on her encyclopedia. Achiko was on her phone while Izuku was lying upside on the couch beside her, using his mold to flow different shapes between his hands as a small exercise. Tenya walked over to the small group and spoke. Curfew is soon, fellow classmates. I am not sure if sleeping in the commons is allowed or even wise, so I suggest heading off to your rooms soon. I will be heading to my room once this report on this sludge villain attack earlier today ends. Meza said. It shouldn't be 5 more minutes. Fumikage closed his book, wanting to speak to Izuku about the arcane nature of his powers, clearly having to wait for another time. I can read this in the morning. Fumikage made his exit, with the eyes of Dark Shadow peering out, watching the form of Izuku's legs draped over the side of the couch. Achiko turned to Izuku, who was busy focusing on the complex shape between his hands. Izuku, don't overdo that. I won't. Izuku yawned, the physical and mental toll of his practice wearing on him. Okay, see you tomorrow. Achiko got up to leave. See you tomorrow. Izuku yawned, almost losing his grip on the bright blue energy. After another minute, it was just Izuku and Momo in the commons, so engrossed in their own thing they forgot the other was there. Soon it was almost 11 before Momo looked up at the clock and noticed how late it. She closed her encyclopedia and stretched as she got up. Out of the side of her eye she saw a glow and got curious. The glow came from Izuku's pocket, who she was just now noticing was in the commons with her, albeit he was asleep on the couch. Wanting to see what was glowing so intensely, she went over to check to see what looked at first glance like an outline of a triangle poking out of his pocket that was a crimson red. Something about the star was causing a feeling to stir in her, and it confused Momo, so she decided to ask Izuku about, deciding to wake him up since he should be sleeping in his room anyways. Midoriya, Momo said as she lightly shook him. Izuku opened his eyes, almost jumping up. What's going on? Izuku asked. You should really be sleeping in your room and not on the couch. Sorry, my mold practice apparently took more out of me than I thought. Izuku scratched the back of his head. May I ask what is glowing in your pocket exactly? I saw what looked like a star. Momo gestured to the bright glow from his pocket. Izuku was finally noticing. Oh shit, the thing is glowing. Izuku exclaimed as he pulled it out of his pocket, the glow increasing as it moved closer to Momo, which they both noticed. Izuku moving it back and forth away from and towards Momo to test that theory. Why does it glow brighter the closer it is to me? Momo didn't know what his star did. I was supposed to give this to you, Izuku said, sounding like he was trying to remember something. What? Momo has never heard of Izuku before today, and now he was apparently supposed to give her something? Izuku finally snapped to full focus. This is going to take a minute to explain, but I first need to know if you could keep a big secret. Momo saw the amount of seriousness in Izuku's eyes and wondered what sort of rabbit hole she was about to jump in. Tell me everything. 108 Chapter 7. /N. I don't own the two franchises in this story. I do, however, now own a copy of Saints Row 4 for my Switch. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities, Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off all the way, the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super Strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power, but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super Speed. Currently can run at max speed of 110 km per hour, 23.5 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green Blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged Green Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Purple Blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged Purple Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his scara. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flow of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is currently 6 meters. Momo had a dilemma. All of the stuff Izuku had told her had surprised her to no end. He made her swear not to tell anyone what he told her and gave her a history of a different timeline where aliens invaded Earth and destroyed it. A battle in hell between one of Izuku's ancestors and the devil. How Izuku had taken up a task of recreating a literal street gang, and how an ancestor of hers had requested Izuku involve her in this mess. She wanted to scoff in Izuku's face and believe that it was an insane way of hitting on her. There have been multiple weird attempts, but this was completely out there. But the amount of seriousness in his eyes made her believe he was telling the truth. Momo didn't know what to say, and Izuku told her that she could think it over. Leaving her alone in the commons that night beforehand, she finally went to her room. It was almost time to prepare for the first day of classes, and she had not gotten much sleep, too busy stressing out thinking of every possibility of if she took the star from Izuku. For one, he wants to reform a street gang from a different timeline. That sentence alone could give most people a headache of confusion. Izuku didn't say he would be a violent thug like them, but will continue a legacy in their honor. Momo didn't know how to feel about the fact of having an ancestor that was Belgian, and once an enemy of Izuku's own ancestor. Everything about this challenged her mentally, and that fact didn't sit well with her. Entering the commons to get breakfast fro. The kitchen, she saw the sight of Izuku doing push-ups with Denki and Hanta on his back while Ijiro had Nito and Mina on his. "May I ask why that is happening?" Mashireo asked as he came down the stairs. Nito looked to Mashireo and shrugged. "I was just told to sit here." Hanta spoke up. They both want to see who can do more push-ups with added weight. Keeping pace with each other, they are at 83 each currently. "This is nothing," Ijiro bragged. "I can do this with half the class on my back until class. I can do it with 2/3 of the class in my back until class starts," Izuku exclaimed. Kyoka came down the stairs and didn't even blink as she walked past the spectacle. Mashireo raised an eyebrow to Kyoka. "This isn't a bit odd to you?" Kyoka poured herself a glass of orange juice. "Being friends with Glow Stick makes you soon not question things he does properly. This isn't even close to the middle of his weird stuff." "Bit rude." Izuku hugged as he stretched out one arm and started to do one-handed push-ups, alternating every push-up what hand was in use. "Step up to my level, dude." Ijiro grinned. He started to copy Izuku's new form. "I love a challenge. Want this to be a challenge?" Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Hey Ojiro, can you join the people on my back?" Mashireo blinked, not expecting to get pulled into the situation. "Sure." "Great. Guys, make room," Izuku said to Hanta and Denki, who moved to the side to make room for Mashireo, who looked confused about everything still. "Oh, so we are upping the ante, huh?" Ijiro sounded excited. "Kodai, want to help me beat Midoriya?" Yui looked up from her toast and shook her head. "Class begins soon. We could start immediately on hero course training, and you shouldn't wear yourself out." That is the most I heard her talk at once. She does have a point, though. Izuku agreed. "All right, fellas, I think I showed my superior physical prowess today." Tenya came downstairs and saw Izuku wearing his gold necklace over his school uniform that was missing the red tie. "I don't think the dress code allows jewelry." Izuku clapped his hands together. "Shame that it is a family heirloom that I will not remove for a dress code. I think they won't mind." "What about the sunglasses?" Mina asked. "These turn into goggles to help me see while flying." "I'm good with the code." Izuku didn't want anyone to bring up his lack of a tie because he did not know how to tie one. Tenya started waving his arms around robotically to get everyone's attention moments later. "We have 15 minutes till class begins, so let's all go in an orderly fashion to the classroom as soon as possible." Tenya tried to make everyone go in 2 lines, but that fell apart fast when everyone started walking by their new friends. Izuku kept to the back of the class where he dragged Nito away from Kyoka and Denki. "And I found the morning star," Izuku whispered. Nito snapped his head to Izuku. "They were here?" Nito tried looking forwards at the rest of the class. "Who?" "Yaoyorozu. I found out late last night." "So she accepted the star?" "Not yet. She started asking me about the everything involving the star, so I ended up telling her pretty much everything else." Izuku heard Nito sigh. "Did you tell her that this is all a massive secret?" Nito didn't want everything to unravel. Izuku looked offended. Of course I told her it was a secret. I didn't tell her your identity or your own secret. She knows my stuff and that I have another ally. Just be careful with that stuff, Izuku. If stuff gets leaked, then everyone would go nuts about your power source. The information of a teenager having a powerful weapon that once belonged to the devil would cause such an uproar. Oh, that would be a big headache. Izuku didn't want to garner that level of negative attention. So have you said anything to Kyoka? Nito turned red. Shut up. Dude, you both were in the courtyard by yourselves for like 20 minutes yesterday after the rain stopped. Izuku leaned closer to Nito. You can't be telling me you didn't try to tell her how you feel. Nito pushed Izuku away lightly and huffed. I didn't. Izuku groaned. So you are telling me you can challenge a skyscraper-sized robot with your powers on the fritz, but can't tell a girl how you feel? I'll tell her when you tell Yaoyorozu whatever the hell that was yesterday. Nito pointed at Izuku accusingly.
What?
Izuku was confused. Izuku, when she started to introduce herself, you didn't even blink and kept staring into her eyes. Nito saw that yesterday but didn't know when to bring that up. Izuku looked like he just got attacked. She has pretty eyes, that's all I'm going to say on the matter. Izuku's voice squeaked a bit louder than Izuku meant for it to be, getting attention from Mina. Mina turned around. Who has pretty eyes? Mina asked at a level that got even more attention from half of the class. Izuku pushed Nito slightly. I blame you for this. Is there already young love in the air? Mina sounded excited as she started shaking Izuku. Who is it? I demand to know as the love expert. Aha. Izuku didn't like that now most of the class was watching Mina shake him, trying to find out about his young love. I was talking about Paul.
Izuku lit.
Mina bore an intense stare into Izuku's own eyes through his sunglasses. You are a terrible liar, Midori. That's a wild accusation. Izuku finally stopped being shook. Midori, your eye electricity sparks up through your sunglasses. Mina pointed at his face. Well, shit. Izuku couldn't believe his power turned into a tell for when he lies. So who is she? Mina started shaking Izuku again. Ashido, please release Midoriya before we get to the classroom. Tenya asked loudly. Not unless he tells me. I must make the romance flourish.
Mina proclaimed.
There is no romance. Izuku almost shouted while being shook by the pink girl. I just said I thought a girl had pretty eyes. That is the beginning of young love. Mina started shaking Izuku more, who started to shake Mina back. Who is it? Aha! Izuku screamed in reply. No one noticed behind the class a tired-looking man with an odd scarf watching them. Sighing, the man remembered what he was told by Principal Nizu. No immediately expelling students this year. They must have good reasoning for expulsion and not for the first few weeks. This bunch was louder than his previous 3 classes, and that thought alone gave him a headache. He wasn't surprised to see Nizu placing the one kid. He actually made Nizu change the score if for the better in his class. He, however, now realized that the kid can be loud. Kyoka pulled Nito away from the 2 classmates shaking each other and towards her and Momo. Figured you would get a headache that close to them. Kyoka grinned as they left the 2 oddballs behind to get to class. I was actually this close to getting one. Nito held up 2 fingers that were pressed together. Kyoka laughed. Who was Izuku referring to anyways? Kyoka looked at Nito to look for his tell of lying. I don't think he would want me to say. Nito responded. After dealing with Ashido, he will probably be annoyed about it being out. Come on, I thought we were best friends. Kyoka groaned. Yes, but it is Izuku's thing to say. Although it, in my opinion, should be pretty obvious. Nito didn't know if Kyoka noticed the dumb look Izuku had yesterday or not when he saw Momo, but that was the only hint he would give. If I say the person, you gotta say yes, Kyoka said with her hands on her hips with a stern voice to Nito. I don't agree to these terms. Nito knew that Kyoka would notice his lying if he did. Don't care. Kyoka said. Was it Kodai?
No.
Hagakure. She's invisible. Oh yeah. Was it Ashido? That would be funny.
No.
Why would that be funny? Somehow Mina was right behind them. Oh fuck, how did you get there? Kyoka jumped. Midori wouldn't budge, so I decided not head to class and interrogate him later. Mina then narrowed her eyes at Kyoka. Why would it be funny if it was me? Because you were the one questioning him about it. Kyoka said. That is sort of funny. Mina let out a chuckle. That would be funny. Izuku walked into the classroom a second later and decided to sit as far away from Mina as possible. There was no seating chart, so he went for a back row seat, taking seat number 15. After sitting down, he noticed to his left was Momo, reading her encyclopedia.
Yao Yorotsu.
Izuku said to get her attention. She looked up after finding a stopping point, looking nervous when she saw it was Izuku.
I Midoriya.
Momo knew he was going to ask about the offer. What do you need? Do you know who our teacher is? Izuku wanted to ask about the offer, but he wanted to give her time on it, because he was aware of how crazy it sounded. Momo was surprised at the question, and it showed. I don't actually know. Oh, rats, guess we gotta wait to find out. Izuku then went to practice his molding silently in his seat, and Momo watched for a second, confused about why Izuku wasn't trying to ask her about the star. She shook it off and went back to reading up on her encyclopedia. Mina grabbed Nito suddenly and spun him around to face her. Monoma, I know you know. Mina, thankfully for Nito, wasn't shaking him like she shook Izuku. So tell me this, and I will drop it instantly. Kyoko was interested in how Mina seemed calm all of a sudden, as if she knew. Kyoko faced Nito by Mina so she could join in. What? Mina leaned in and whispered. Is he sitting next to her?
What?
Nito turned to look at the seats to see that Izuku was indeed sitting next to Momo, both silently doing their own thing. He faced her again and noticed the intense look both Kyoko and Mina were giving him, as well as just now noticing the floating uniform that was Toru. Is he? Toru repeated. Nito tried to hold an expressionless look. Why does it matter so much? Young love. Both Mina and Toru said in sync. I just want to know. Kyoko shrugged. I'm not answering. Nito walked away to take the seat in front of Izuku.
Mina faced Toru.
You know what that means, right? It looked like Toru was nodding. Hard to tell with a girl that was invisible. We have our first case of confirmed young love. Kyoko looked at the two girls, who were now holding each other and squealing in excitement, like they were stupid. Or he just thinks she has pretty eyes. Both girls snapped to Kyoko. How would you react if a guy said you have pretty eyes? Mina asked. Kyoko shrugged. Probably not care. Hanta came out of nowhere looking smug. Even if it was our resident preppy blonde? Kyoko hated that her cheeks betrayed her with a slight flush the second she heard Mina gasp. More young love? Mina was bouncing on the balls of her feet. Shut the fuck up already. Katsuki shouted as he walked past them to take the seat in front of Nito. Bakugo, that is quite rude. Tinya exclaimed. Fuck off, Four Eyes. Katsuki scowled in response. Kyoko used this as her chance to escape Mina and Toru, taking the seat in front of Momo next to Nito. Quiet down, everyone, and sit down. A tired voice ordered as a tall, unkempt man walked into the room. Everyone left standing rushed into a seat, while Momo closed her encyclopedia and Izuku shut off his moldability. It took 6 seconds for you all to be in your seats and get quiet. Time is important and should not be wasted. The tired man pulled out a bag of gym clothes. I am your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Everyone put these on and meet me outside. Do not waste a single second. This is so much better than yesterday, Izuku stated, finding it odd that the ground they were on didn't look muddy at all. No more fucking rain makes everything better. Katsuki grumbled. Today we will be having a quirk apprehension test so I can evaluate your quirks and see if you are even fit for the hero course. Aizawa said. Aizawa pulled out a baseball and a scanner. What about orientation? Achiko asked. I said time is important and I find orientation to be unimportant. Izuku Midoriya, come here. Aizawa was standing in a white drawn circle in the dirt. Izuku came forward. What do I do? Aizawa loved how this was the first kid to not get nervous at being called out in years and was just ready to go. As the top scorer of the exam, you go first. Throw the ball as hard as you can with your quirk activated. Can I do it twice? Izuku didn't hesitate to ask. Why twice? Aizawa was about to lose hope in the kid, thinking he wanted to warm up. So I can test my super strength and my green blast ability. That way I can test a theory about whether my green blast could be helpful in such a situation and plan accordingly in the future. Izuku explained. Aizawa found the first student he genuinely would teach with full effort, wanting to know his own skills to plan ahead, and seemingly understanding that a quirk is a tool. That works fine. Nice. So I can go whenever? Izuku saw Aizawa nod. Do whatever you need to, but don't leave the circle. Aizawa said. Got it. Izuku let his halo veins flood with energy coming alive. Jumping on the balls of his feet, feeling alive, Izuku smiled. Izuku wound his arm up and threw the ball with his super strength. The ball rocketed out of his hand and quickly disappeared from sight. Izuku and the class looked at Aizawa, who was watching his scanner. Aizawa tossed another ball to Izuku. Your base super strength went 1,028.7 meters. Neat. Izuku said as he started to pull energy for a green blast. He decided to test if he can send a second pulse to create supercharged blast without needing a blast from his other hand. He spun his arm and launched the ball, and it made boom as it launched away backwards from him. No one paid attention to it because Izuku screamed. Ow, damn it! Izuku fell to his knees holding his left arm. Aizawa rushed over to Izuku to see what happened. What caused it? Aizawa could see that Izuku's arm had popped out of the shoulder socket. What bothered Aizawa was that Izuku was holding his elbow instead. The rest of the class ran over to show their want to help. I tried to, oh, that hurts. See if I could recreate my supercharged blast with just one hand. Izuku huffed. Normally I need to use two separate blasts that I could send out consecutively, but I wanted to try to make it one by making both energies bounce with each other down my arm. What happened was, Izuku took a sharp breath. Jesus, his arm hurt. So when you tried to release it, all of the energy, no matter where it was in the arm, shot out. Momo finished for him. Which means that you? She really didn't want to finish that sentence because not how painful it sounded. What happened? Denki looked lost. He ripped every bone in his arm apart. Aizawa could see how Izuku's fingers were limp and going in weird directions slightly. Someone help him to the nurse.
No.
Izuku yelled. Midoriya, you are in too much pain and hurt your arm. Aizawa said with a stern voice, leaving no room for argument. Izuku, however, made room. If I stop at every injury, then I can't call myself a hero or a saint. Izuku used his good right arm to help him off of the ground. Aizawa made a mental note to find out what Izuku meant by saint. I gotta push past it and go plus ultra. Give me another ball. Izuku held out his good arm. Izuku, your arm though. Katsuki actually looked worried seeing the arm that was turning purple. I can use my healing ability on it. Give me another ball. Izuku knew the ball landed by the other students, and one of them had it. Midori. Mina had the ball in her hand. Are you sure? Yes. As sure as I am a saint. Izuku bit his tongue to not curse at how bad the arm hurt. He could only filter a little healing into it currently if he wanted to launch the ball. As your teacher, I am saying you go to the nurse. Aizawa liked the kid, but he wouldn't put up with his defiance. Izuku looked at Aizawa and had a look in his eyes that struck a chord in Aizawa. The look of someone who is trying to prove themselves, not to anyone else, but to himself, which was something Aizawa related to. Please let me do this. Izuku pleaded. Aizawa kept his level look for a few seconds before he sighed. You get this one throw? Izuku nodded, and Aizawa took the ball from Mina to give to him. Thanks, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku almost whispered. Izuku held the ball tightly and took a deep breath before he charged two different streams of his energy, intent on making a supercharged green blast with one hand. Instead of letting both energies bounce all around and releasing them at random, he let them both go separately down fluid stream that got to his palm at the same time. As he released the ball, throw it. A sonic boom released, and the ball was gone instantly, leaving a trail of smoke behind it. Izuku felt that the bones in his right hand had dislocated band. He had a burn on his palm. Aizawa watched as the scanner gave him its results. 7.8 kilometers. Aizawa and Izuku had hurt his right hand, but he let Izuku have the one moment to be happy, almost smiling himself as Izuku's smile threatened to break his face in half. That was so manly, Midoriya. Ijiro exclaimed. Izuku groaned as his healing power could only weakly heal both arms. He really needed to improve his healing. Midoriya, go to the nurse. Kodai, make sure he actually gets there before he dislocates another bone. Izawa ordered. Everyone else, you still have a test, and I expect as much effort from all of you now. If I see anything less, you will do it again and again until I believe you understand hard work and effort. Izuku tried to hold his limp left arm with his right, but the burn screamed at him to stop. Midoriya, Momo said, getting his attention. She had rolled her sleeve up and created a sling. This will help. She helped Izuku slide his useless arm into it, ignoring what felt like a glare and what sounded like Mina whispering to Toru about young love. Thanks, Yaoyorozu. Izuku didn't like that he had tears in his eyes right now because of his arm. He was supposed to be tough, damn it. Yui spoke. We should hurry so there aren't any negative affects. Right. Izuku started to follow Yui. The trip to the nurse office was relatively quiet until halfway there Yui spoke again. You lied, Yui said with no emotion. Izuku was wondering if she could speak with some at all. What? You lied about your healing. You were in pain the whole time. You didn't use any, or you barely used it at all. Yui accused Izuku. That's Izuku got cut off. You don't have to lie to me. Or should you, when there is no point in hiding something that is plainly seen? Yui stopped and looked into his eyes with a calculating look. It makes the others worry, which will throw them off. Sometimes to stop and fix yourself up is better than to keep running and trip. Izuku liked it better when she was just the silent girl who beat Katsuki at Tekken once. Okay, I see your point. Izuku started walking again. I don't think it would have thrown people's game off that bad. You made the loud one Bakugo actually have an emotional state past swearing at everything. The rest of the class was in distress. Yaoyorozu looked like she was going to faint while describing what happened to your arm, same as Kaminari. All right, stop making me feel bad. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. Yui knocked on the nurse's office door, hearing Recovery Girl say to come in. I'm trying to make you think things through in the future. Hello, dearies, what is the need for a visit today? Recovery Girl spun her seat around to see Izuku's arms. Oh dear, you did a number on yourself? Sorry, I was testing a theory. Izuku waved to Yui, who went to leave to go back to class. Recovery Girl studied his arm. Was the theory on ways to destroy your arm? No, I don't want to study that. Izuku chuckled at his own joke. Let me do a scan, and I will see what to do. Recovery Girl said. Follow me. Dude, Midoriya's straight-up manliness has me pumped up. Ijiro said as he finished his 50-yard dash. It was so metal. Kyoka remarked. He's an idiot. Katsuki scowled, pissed off that his friend was reckless. How is he an idiot? Mashireo asked, wanting to know where Katsuki was going. He didn't use his damn healing shit like he said he would. He barely used so he could force more of his dumb energy shit into the second throw. How could you tell? Achiko asked. Because he gets that stupid pinkish red glow on him when he uses it. He didn't have much, so he was only letting droplets do anything. Katsuki's scowl got worse. So Midoriya went all out through the pain? Tenya asked, gaining more respect for the guy. Like an idiot. Nito agreed with Katsuki. His friend did push himself too far. Or a badass. Mina said. That was kinda hot. Mina ignored all the looks of different reactions given to her. Are you talking about me? Izuku announced his return. His right hand had bandages while his entire left arm was wrapped in bandages and in a sling still. Shouldn't you be tired from Recovery Girl's quirk? Kyoka asked. I actually cheated that. Apparently my electric ability can be used on me to get myself going. I just can't use my electric ability for a bit. Izuku rolled his right shoulder. Let's do this. Izawa narrowed his eyes at Izuku, considering ordering him to go back to the nurse or the classroom. Do not do anything like that for the remainder of this test. Got it, Izawa-sensei. Izuku didn't want to test his luck anyways. You are the last one to do most things besides the endurance test and the ball throw for everyone else. Ida. Yes, Izawa-sensei? Tenya stood almost robotically at attention. You mark people's throws with the scanner while I have Midoriya go through his tests. Izawa handed him the scanner. Yes, Izawa-sensei. Tenya nodded and had Ijiro go up to the mound. Turning to Midoriya, Izawa spoke. I want you to carry that same moment of energy on the other tests in my class. Yes, sensei. Izuku nodded. Good, now let your standing long jump. All Might was watching the class, making sure Aizawa would stick to Nizu's wish of no expulsions this year, worried about Nito and how he would undoubtedly snap his arm again with the power of One for All. All Might knew that Aizawa would be watching Nito for that power and his control over it. All Might wasn't expecting to see Izuku almost blow his arm off, however, but All Might hoped that would distract from Nito's inevitable arm breaking again. It didn't sit well with All Might that he couldn't do more to help Nito gain control of his quirk faster. Pretty decent distance. 78 meters. Aizawa wrote down the distance that Izuku could jump straight up into the air. The jump was overshadowed once you remember Izuku can magically summon wings to fly with. Pretty decent? Izuku felt that was an insult. Yes, not that was everything before the endurance test, and I will have everyone take that altogether. Wait until all of the ball throws are over. Aizawa went over to check who was left, which was Katsuki, Achiko, and Nito. Izuku stood next to his friends and prepared to be yelled at. Izuku, that was completely reckless. Nito scolded. Are you okay? Achiko asked, and Izuku nodded. Dude, that was awesome. Both Denki and Hanta said. From the mound, Katsuki stared at Izuku. You're a fucking idiot. The explosive teen then threw the ball with an explosion, yelling his fighting call. D. Did he just tell a ball to die? Mashireo blinked. 778.4 meters. Aizawa announced as he wrote it down. Achiko stepped up to the mound and gripped the ball tightly. Momo tapped on Izuku's shoulder.
Iyaw Yurozu.
Izuku said, enjoying the test? Momo hesitated for a second, looking unsure of herself. Can we talk when class is over? Izuku nodded. Definitely. Achiko had thrown the ball and gotten an infinity as her score because her quirk sent the ball into space, giving her the best score. Remind me to not let you touch me, girl. Denki made a joke to Achiko, who smiled. I mean, out-of-this-world stuff is cool, but I do not want to be the literal thing. Nito, you are the last one before we do the endurance or stamina test. Aizawa handed Nito the ball, intent on seeing if he could pull off using the secret quirk without shattering his arm. Nito held the ball as he made a quick plan. One for All will obviously destroy his arm with the loose control Nito currently over it. Perhaps he could turn on his altar cloak and use it as a brace for his arm? Going with that, Nito channeled his altar, the familiar glassy orange energy appearing over his body, but focused all of it to cover and strengthen his right arm. Taking a breath as he channeled One for All, he tried to only let in as much of it to equal his cloak, which he went over with his loose control. A golden-orange glow appearing over his arm showing it was there. Throwing the ball, it got thrown with force as it disappeared over the trees. Nito was proud that his whole arm wasn't shattered, but it did feel insanely bruised. Aizawa was impressed by seeing how he improvised another ability to prevent One for All from hurting him as much as it could have. You have thrown it 4.58 kilometers. Aizawa stated as he wrote it down. If you need to go to the nurse, do it now, or just wait till after the test.
Infine.
Nito was smiling intensely, proud of himself for learning a bit more control over the inherited quirk. Izuku smirked. Good jobbin', boy. What's with you two and hurting your arms? Kyoko wasn't happy to see the bruises on Nito's right arm. I still don't have proper control over the strength aspect of my quirk. Nito didn't like how Kyoko looked like she was about to lecture him. Don't overdo it before you have control of it. She ordered him. All right, students. Aizawa called for their attention by a fence leading to a track area. Now we test how long you can keep going. Aizawa wanted to know what those two were on. The endurance test would normally last half an hour, maybe closer to 50 minutes, but Midoriya and Monomo were still going at a good pace, while talking to each other no less. The last two students to finally give out were Yaoyorozu, who had created a bike to use, and Bakugo, who just looked angry the whole time. Those two had given out almost 10 minutes ago. So how long do you think you could last? Izuku asked his blonde friend. Maybe 5 more minutes. My arm is distracting me from wanting to do this. Nito answered. I could probably go 10. Izuku's arm wasn't bothering him anymore. It was healed up for the most part, but Recovery Girl wanted it to stay in the sling till he got to the dorms. Both of you can stop now, I get the point. Aizawa said. He wrote down the rest of the scores. All of you passed, showing that you have at least some potential. However, I expect that when we do this again, come midterms, every single stat and number increases. Read the scores, memorize them, and raise them. Aizawa placed the paper with the results to Mezu before walking for the building. So how did everyone do? Fumikage asked. From the best down it is. Midoriya, Monoma, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida, Tokoyami, myself, Ojiro, Kirishima, Kodai, Ishido, Uraraka, Azui, Aoyama, Shiro, Kaminari, Jiro, Hagakure, and Mineta. Mezu read out. How the fuck did you get first place after you hurt yourself? Katsuki yelled at Izuku. Don't tell so close. Yui snapped, rubbing her ear. Don't stand so close then. Katsuki growled, even though he was last to get near Mezu to hear the scores. Saints always are on top. Izuku bragged. We're just better that way. Fuck your secret Saints bullshit. Katsuki didn't like Izuku never told anyone what a saint was in his context. How is your arm doing? Kyoka asked Nito. It's doing okay. Probably after we are done with whatever else Aizawa-sensei has for us, I will get it patched up. Nito doing a motion with his arm to show that it was all right. You better. We don't need two Izukus. Yeah, one of me is bad enough for you guys apparently. Izuku said. Everyone, we must return to class. Tenya tried guiding everyone to head back to the classroom. Shoto glared at the back of Izuku's head, hating the obstacle in his path. The rest of the school day was spent seeing their other teachers for different subjects. 1A had present mic for English, Midnight for Modern Hero Art History, Ectoplasm for Mathematics, and so far Izuku's favorite teacher he has seen so far, Snipe, teaching a class on accuracy. Whether it is a weapon or a type of quirk, Snipe taught the students better accuracy. It was now the end of the school day, and Aizawa surprisingly pulled a sleeping bag out of his desk and got in it. So we can leave, right? Minoru was confused about if that meant they could leave early. Just read a textbook or a small quirk exercise until we do leave. Izuku shrugged as he went to sending a stream of small shapes back and forth between his hands with his mold ability. So what you two nerds always do. Katsuki pointed to Izuku and Momo. I am reading to better familiarize myself with more objects to create. Momo explained without looking up. I actually want to use mold better, so I gotta practice. Moving Ida away from a robot hand was my limit 2 weeks ago, and I have to have it get better. What does your mold ability do exactly? Fumikage asked him from his seat that was one seat up and to the right of Izuku. Create a form of energy that I have to stay in constant direct contact with. Causes mental strain if I use it too much. I can use it as a shield, but that can feel like someone smacked me over the head with a shovel. Izuku explained. He closed the connection to his left arm for the hold, and had it stream from his right hand to Tokoyami. It's solid, dense, and lightweight pretty much. Fumikage hesitantly felt the light blue stream of energy that was in front of him. It cold and warm to the touch, and definitely solid but soft. Can you control whether it is soft or hard? I can make it almost like water. I wanted to see if I can use it to safely catch people, but Nito is whack. Izuku said. I'm not testing something like that with how you wanted to test it. Nito defended himself. Whack. Izuku want back to flowing the energy from hand to hand. How does your quirk give you so many different abilities? Mina asked. Everyone actually wanted to hear what Izuku would answer with, except Nito because he had known for years training with Izuku, and Momo since she found out the truth the night before. Both of them wondered how Izuku would answer, however. Izuku shrugged. Lucky genetics? Your abilities actually seem familiar. Tsu pawned a finger to her lip. Oh. Izuku wondered how they were familiar. Like something I have seen on the news before. Tsu mumbled. It suddenly clicked in Kyoka's head. Wait, you were that kid in the incident last year. What incident? Achiko asked. Oh shit was the current thing running through Izuku's head. If they saw that clip, they would wonder about Johnny, the Saints, and all of whatever the situation was. Was I? Izuku asked. Ijiro smacked his desk. That's right. That event was really weird. Dude, I remember you getting a gun during that. What was with the portal thing? Hanta asked. Fumikage felt a stirring feeling telling him what that portal was exactly, and where it went. He has to make sure he speaks to Izuku about this soon. How are you sure it is me? Izuku tried to deny it. Kyoka held up her phone, which was loaded to the clip of the day Izuku fought Dex. Because they mentioned saints, that green hair and purple clothing, and the blasts all match up. Would you look at that? Izuku squinted at her phone. That is a huge coincidence. Kyoka looked at Izuku like he was dumb. Okay, so what, I don't want to talk about that. Izuku stopped denying it. He still needed a way to get people to drop it. Wait, is that your grandpa you keep talking about? Achiko asked, watching the video herself at that moment. Wait, is this when? Yes, that's why I don't have Gramps around anymore. Izuku didn't like using a fake death, even though technically Johnny was dead but not from Dex. However, any reason for them to drop it helped. Plus, it wasn't really a lie. Johnny did have to left earlier than intended because of it, and that still sucked to Izuku, who was glad Mima was also really cool. Everyone stopped bothering Izuku because they didn't want to test how sore the subject was for Izuku. The class went through silence for the rest of the few minutes of school. Once the bell rang, Hanta and Denki were gone quicker than it took for Denki to use his electricity. Soon everyone in the class save two had gotten up to head for the dorms. Izuku looked at Momo, the only other person still sitting. So what's up, Yaoyorozu? Can we talk in private? Momo indicated to the desk where Aizawa was currently in the sleeping bag behind it. Pretty sure he is asleep, Izuku said as he looked towards their teacher. Somewhere else? All right, let's find a place then. Just take a training room somewhere if it is tips for training. Aizawa sighed from his sleeping bag. Say I approved it or whatever. Soon they found themselves at Gym Gamma, a large empty building of cement that Cementos could use to morph many different obstacles and platforms. They were the only two in the expansive empty building. What's on your mind? Izuku asked, while pretty certain he knew what they were about to be talking about. Momo didn't know how to start with what she had to say. I want to say. She didn't know why it was so hard to say two small words. Take your time. Izuku flashed a smile to show support. I accept, Momo said firmly. Wonderful. Izuku clapped. That means this goes to you. Izuku pulled the star out of his pocket and gave it to Momo, the brightness of the star becoming blinding when she held it. What happens now? Momo felt something from the star, almost as if it was trying to touch her. I believe you just grab hold of it physically and mentally. Izuku remembered how he had grasped the halo for the first time. Okay. Momo decided to grab into the feeling that was there. What happened next surprised them both.
I'm buouret.
Denki groaned while lying on a couch in the commons if one, A's dorms. Shut up and find something to do then. Katsuki snapped while playing a game with Ijiro. Why don't we all do something to learn more about each other? Tsuyu offered. I have the perfect idea, Mina announced. Bedroom contest.
Yes.
Toru shouted in agreement. Stop the Mita. Kyoka pleaded. It would be rude to make our way into other classmates' rooms. Tinya said. So only people that are fine with it.
Mina chrugid.
This could help us see into the lives of our classmates and bond. I see your point, Ishido. Ida nodded. Kyoka looked betrayed. So we are having a bedroom contest. Mina shouted again. I'm in. Denki nodded. Soon most people had agreed and started to follow Mina, who had named herself the bedroom queen judge. The only 4 people who stayed out of it were Katsuki, who said they would die if they touched his room, Kyoka, who was still embarrassed of her instruments, Nito, who was at the nurse, and Shoto, who was in his room and not even there to know about it. First off, we will start on the girls' side because ladies first. Mina led the group. Nothing happened at all. Momo was wondering if Izuku was actually pulling a very elaborate prank on her, just to make her look stupid. Nothing feels different. Momo said out loud. Izuku touched the star. That's odd. Izuku tried to pry the energy of the star with his own and noticed the large gap of sheer potency and size of the energies. Maybe it was supposed to be given to you earlier than this and the battery is low. I have an idea. Izuku leaked out some of his own energy and gently forced it into the energy in the star. Nothing happened for a second before the energy inside the star exploded into activity. Oh! Momo squeaked as she felt the star flood her with the energy, making her feel more powerful than she had ever felt. Yeah, it's nice like that. Izuku grinned, remembering how good it felt when he got the halo. The star disappeared with a flash, but Momo could feel it inside her, as if it was a part of her. What now? Well, since we have a big empty place to ourselves, you want to test your new powers? I figure Mr. Loren might have left you more than a simple cloak. Momo nodded, eager to test the new skills in her arsenal. Last girl's room. Mina stopped the group in front of Momo's door. Any objections? Mina was waiting for a response from Momo, thinking she had come with the group. Yaoyorozu isn't here. Tsuyu pointed out. Where is Yamamoto? Mina wondered where the smartest girl in class went. I don't think she even came back to the dorms. Hanta said. Probably somewhere reading her encyclopedia. Achiko offered. Makes sense. Denki nodded. Or she went right past us. Wait, where is Midoriya now that we are noticing missing people? Minoru wondered where the other purple-loving kid is. Mina immediately gasped. Young love. Huh? Tsuyu asked. How is two people coincidentally not being here, young love? Call it a second quirk, but I can feel this sort of thing, Mina said with assurance. I will bet money they are in one of their 2 rooms together. I'll take that bet, Hanta said. Me too, Denki added. Doubt it, but I will join in on betting. Kyoka said. Great, now let's invade Yamamo's personal space.
Mina smiled. Así no.
Tinya tried to stop her. So that is everything I can think of in advance for your healing and cloak? Izuku finished explaining. Try to make a layer of energy like a piece of armor over your whole body. Okay. Momo pictured surrounding herself with the energy and tried to will the energy to do that. Almost glass-like layer of red energy similar to Izuku's was no covering her entire body. I think I got it. That's good you got that part fast. Let's see if you can use a blast with it. Try to throw some of the stuff like a baseball at this. Izuku used his mold to create a circular flat piece that was as big as his midsection. Momo tried to throw the energy, but the aim was off, and she threw it at the wall behind Izuku, having a small piece of the wall smack Izuku's back.
Sorry.
No reason to be sorry. We are trying to get you accustomed to your abilities. Izuku waved off the accident. Hold on, see if you can shoot it. Like point your palm at me. Well, the shield. Momo straightened out her arm and aimed to the shield, pushing the energy out. A blast shit out that made Izuku almost drop the shield upon impact. Blood started to pour out of Izuku's nose. Oh my god, are you okay? Momo didn't know how to react to hurting Izuku. Izuku waved her off. I'm good, I think. I just can't break more of those. Okay, so instead of a proper blast attack, you have a beam, I guess. That hits like a cannon, so we should find a way to weaken it so you don't destroy everything. Try just using a finger. Izuku made the cracked shield fix itself and shrink to the size of Izuku's hand. Momo looked at the point of blood that left Izuku's nose and was on his lower face. But what about Dash? I can actually use my healing later. This is actually perfect for me to get better with it. In fact, every time we train from here on, we should try to lightly injure each other so that our healing abilities get better. Izuku said. Okay. Momo didn't like how he was willingly hurting himself all day in the name of progress. Just use any finger. For all we know, each finger has a different level of strength. Momo nodded and pointed her index finger at Izuku's mold, flowing her red energy into the appendage. A smaller beam shot out at the shield. Okay, so my guess was right. It is weaker. I guess that the more fingers you use, the more powerful the blast, and your palm has the strongest blast altogether. Izuku released his mold because it was giving him a headache. Do you know what else I might have? Momo liked her beam attack. It could come in handy if someone was too far away, and she was low on fat cells for her quirk. Honestly, I figured exactly what Philip said was what you would have, but you can't really do a blast and instead have a beam. Maybe me jump-starting it with the halo changed it up. Let's see if you got super strength. Izuku held a defensive form. Come at me and try to let the energy just vibe while you do it. For my super strength, I can just turn in the halo veins to have all of that active. Wait, so are your muscles for show then? Momo asked. Izuku looked offended. No, I work out in my natural state too. I recommend it because it helps your powers if you have a higher level of normal. So I just let the energy vibe? Momo was confused. Don't think too hard on it. Just punch me and let your base energy stuff be out. Izuku fixed his stance. Okay. Momo went to punch Izuku, the red glow of her right arm flashing as her fist made contact with Izuku, launching him backwards onto the floor. Fuck, that was unexpected, Izuku said as he got off of the floor grinning. Sorry, I didn't mean to let more slip. Momo was embarrassed. What do you mean? That flash indicated energy was acting in the punch. That is your base strength. Nowhere near mine right now, but it is way higher than I thought it would be. This means I can skip some plans of training you up? Izuku didn't stop grinning as he explained. Try to run as fast as possible towards the back wall. Momo turned around to see the way other side of Gym Gamma, a good distance that would make a few minutes to get to the other side. Really? Yep. Trust me, jogging 50 laps around a big beach every day is worse than this. For now, just run to the far wall and sit down if you need. Izuku started doing leg stretches. Momo did similar stretches and then began to run, letting the energy do its thing in her. It felt nice. Before she knew it, she had to stop before she ran into the far wall that she was surprised she was already close to. Not bad. Seems like either my halo made your stuff more potent or left an imprint of some of my stuff. Izuku was beside her, not nearly as winded as her. So my super strength and super speed are higher than you thought. I can't use a blast and instead have a beam. And how does my cloak work exactly? Momo was ready to go again. Like a shield. You know how my mold can take hits in my place? Your cloak does that for a few hits before it needs a recharge. You can make only part of the cloak be on and fortify it to be stronger if you can react to a hit quick enough. I don't have a cloak like you or Nito. Monoma is the other person? Momo asked, not really as surprised because it was either Monoma or Bakugo really. Oh shit, I forgot I didn't tell you yet. Izuku laughed at his slip. Anyways, yeah, he is. But you seem to have better control over everything quicker than him, and it seems like more abilities. So maybe I should be your number 2. Momo joked. We can see about that later. Izuku wasn't against the idea, but Nito fits the spot well. So will I get glowing stuff like your halo veins on me permanently also? Momo really didn't want to have glowing vein-like marks and such all over her body. Not saying she thought they were bad, because in her opinion they looked good on Izuku. Izuku shrugged. Pretty much every case, which is just the 3 of us, is unique, so hard to tell. I have a halo that has, as I have been told, basically too large of a power source and energy to be properly valued. The only limit for me is how much I can handle at that moment. Nito's is limited in how far it can go, and his actually has to do a full recharge if he uses it too much. Philip made it seem like he took notes on the altar pin and made the Morningstar star better. Only way for you to find your limit now really is to do a spar, but it might be getting late soon. Let's do the spar now, Momo said. I want to catch up. She felt like all day she was watching the gap between Izuku's skill and hers plus everyone else's was being shown to get bigger. She didn't want to fall behind. Izuku grinned. All right, I will teach as we go. Izuku channeled his halo veins to have green blast at the ready. Spiky hair wasn't in her room, so what? Katsuki didn't care about the whole class bothering him. He really wanted to just play Tekken. Neither is Midori, Mina said. And you are the closest one to him that is here right now. Where the fuck is the fucking arm breaker? Katsuki was actually surprised Nito wasn't at the dorms yet. He still hasn't shown up front from the nurse's office. Kyoka said, wondering where her favorite blonde was. You did good today, Nito. Toshinori praised in his weakened form. I saw you use that cloak of yours as a brace for your attack to take away some of the damage. Quite clever. Nito was beaming at the praise. It still hurt, but at least I didn't shatter my arm again. Any progress is good progress. As your control over One for All increases, you should have to worry about bussing your other powers as a brace less and less. Should One for All affect my quirk and powers more as I get better with it? Nito wanted to know if he should expect another quirk shutdown like at the entrance exam. Toshinori rubbed his chin. Truth be told, I have no idea. Your pin powers are a while new subject in the terms of quirks, and how it should interact with One for All is a mystery. Your regular copy quirk is also a mystery to me because I was in fact quirkless when I got One for All. You were quirkless? Nito actually found that surprising. Yes. My teacher and the one who passed me the torch of One for All loved my passion and drive dispute, not having a quirk, and took me under her wing. Toshinori seemed more distant when he recalled his teacher. Nito stopped for a second, thinking again about all of the parallels between his teacher and best friend. Izuku and Toshinori were both quirkless and given a power to help them achieve their dreams. It crossed Nito's mind for an uncounted time on how he still had doubts about himself getting one for all instead of Izuku, who seemed to fit more into a hero despite his weird behavior he picked up as a saint. Toshinori was unaware of the resentment Nito was having grow in him, thinking he had helped to get rid of it a year ago. Nito, would you like to have tea with me before you head back to the dorms? Toshinori offered. That would be nice. Nito hoped that he could get rid of his feelings of doubt soon. So your beam can stop a blast midair? Izuku remarked as his aforementioned blast exploded in between the two. So it seems. Momo was enjoying their spar, testing out how their powers interacted with each other and how she could improve hers. Can it stop two at once, though? Izuku charged up a green blast in each hand and threw them simultaneously at Momo. Momo used her beam to knock one out of the air but missed the other, not good yet at firing at two different objects at the same time. As it came close, Momo noticed how suddenly everything felt really slow around her. The blast seemed to slow to crawl through the air at her, and Izuku dropping down to the ground from being in the air was taking way longer than it should have, especially since he didn't have his wings out at all. Momo used her cloaking ability on her stomach where the blast was going and fortified it to negate any force from the blast, and suddenly the speed of everything turned to normal. The blast hit her fortified stomach and Izuku finally touched the ground. Nice reflexes, Izuku remarked. Time stopped. Momo said while trying to explain to herself mentally what just happened. Huh. Izuku got rid of the blast he was going to use. What do you mean? Time didn't stop, I mean. Momo shook her head. Either I was thinking and acting really fast, or everything else slowed down. Oh. Izuku thought that must have been a pretty weird experience. Could be an ability. I don't think I could have moved as fast during it, but I could definitely think normal. The experience was odd. Maybe it's a reflexive ability that kicks in to help you react to things around you. Gives you time to think up a plan in a moment where you could use one. It activated to help you not get hit badly by my blast. Izuku liked the idea of essentially a bullet time ability. That could help me decide what to create with my quirk during the here of the moment. Momo was thinking through all of the applications of this new ability. Let's try to activate it again. All right. Izuku charged up 2 more blasts. These won't hurt bad at all. They'll just feel like I'm tapping you. Still try to dodge them, of course. For hours later, they both were lying on the ground in Gym Gamma, breathing heavily. You do stuff like this every day? Momo was flat out exhausted and didn't know if she could even get back to the dorms before she went out like a light. Every day. Izuku huffed, not wanting to tell her he kinda overdid himself just to impress her. You can join me anytime. You're insane for doing this to yourself, and I am going to definitely join. Momo didn't want to look weak by denying his training offer. That makes you insane too. Izuku chuckled. I didn't take a halo that belongs to the devil, so I'm the sane one here. You accepted a magic star from a kid who claimed to have been to hell and has something that once belonged to Satan. Izuku argued lightly. You broke your arm twice in the last month. Technically today, all I did was pop every bone apart from each other. Still stupid. Thought we were talking about how insane I was, not how stupid I am. That's a whole other debate. Izuku sat up. It's almost 10, which means if we don't get back, Ida is going to flip because he became a den mother. Momo tried to sit up and yawned. Too tired. I could sleep here. Izuku stood up. I don't think the pretty girl should sleep alone on a gym floor, so come on. Izuku offered a hand to pick her up without realizing he called her pretty to her face. Luckily, Momo didn't notice either and took his hand. I can just carry you on my back and fly to the dorms, Izuku said as he helped her get situated between his 2 just-summoned wings. Okay. Momo mumbled. While you are really tired, maybe we shouldn't overdo it tomorrow, Izuku remarked. No, we should keep it the same. Momo yawned again as she rested her head in his shoulder. I'm ignoring the person who is mostly asleep right now, Izuku said as he stepped outside to see how dark it was. Do you think I would get shot out of the sky if I fly too high? Momo didn't respond. Don't fall asleep. Izuku groaned quiet enough to not actually wake her back up. Izuku was tired himself and talking to someone would definitely help him stay awake since he didn't want to risk flying anymore. Testing whether the defenses of UA would shoot him or not was something he didn't want to do yet. Izuku got rid of his wings and started walking back to the dorms with Momo snoring lightly on his back. Soon he saw the building and worried about seeing the lights on in the commons, wondering how badly people would yell at the two of them for disappearing all afternoon without a word to the others. Thankfully, the front door was still unlocked, and he carefully opened it without letting Momo slip at all. "Where the fuck have you two been?" Katsuki yelled, startling Izuku, waking up Momo and announcing to pretty much everyone in Japan that they just entered the building. "Too loud." Izuku responded. "Where have you two been?" Tenya asked. "It is 2 minutes till curfew." "So we had 2 more minutes then," Momo mumbled, not liking that she was woken up. "We were training." Momo wanted tips and I obliged. Izuku wasn't technically lying. Mina narrowed her eyes. "Then why are you carrying her like that?" She wanted to know when Izuku and Momo got on a first-name basis, but now was not the time. "Tired." Momo yawned. "We overdid it training. So shush so she can sleep," Izuku said as he started walking past people for the stairs. "I'm taking her to her room, and then I'm kicking someone's ass for making burgers and not telling me." "Training up till curfew?" Ijiro whistled. "Man has drive." "When did the teachers say we can use the training grounds?" Denki asked. "They probably asked Aizawa-sensei after class." Tsuyu began to leave for her room. "I suggest we all leave before Izuku starts yelling when he gets back down here," Hanta said as he made his exit. Izuku opened Momo's room door. "All right, time for you to get off of my back." "Too comfy," Momo mumbled in her sleep state. "While I am sure I am comfy, you are so tired you can't even make whole sentences. So I am going to take that with a grain of salt and drop you on this overly massive bed that takes up like 80% of your room." Izuku started to slide Momo onto the bed. "You can sleep in your gym clothes for all I care. I carried you here, but I am not going near that stuff." Izuku began to leave. "Bye, Tsu." Momo finally fell completely asleep. Izuku basically slammed his way down the stairs into the commons. "All right, whom the fuck made burgers without telling me?" Izuku shouted to find out no one was even in the commons. Damn it. Redemption and forgiveness were things not foreign to him. But on this level, he doubted he himself could do anything to get either from the person with whom he wanted it. Hearing of the fiasco last year about Johnny Gat and his descendant being sent down to hell, where he has just left, was pretty much the only talking point anyone made for a month after the event. Gaining more info on the situation from an understanding Dane Vogel made him realize he could have the slim chance to make his bloodline be on the correct side of history this time around. Luckily, Dane thought to help him, and he was given specific instructions: bro, meet with Izuku Midoriya, the descendant of his once enemy in life Johnny Gat, and give him a box. What it had meant nothing to him. He found out that his descendant was actually in the same area as Izuku, thanks to a compass given to him by Vogel. He had planned on simply giving advice to his bloodline to guide it to the right path, but with the badge he was now holding, he could make his bloodline even more of a powerful ally to the Saint's descendant. 108 Chapter 8 /N. I can proudly say that I own a copy of every Saints Row game on my Xbox and Switch, but I don't own either of these franchises. Edit December 5th, 2020. Change some scenes to fit the story better. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities, Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off all the way, the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green, and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super strength. Unknown limit, but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power, but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super speed. Currently can run at max speed of 110 km per hour. 23.5 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green Blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged green blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Supreme green blast. Izuku uses different flowing strands of green energy that he shoots out simultaneously that create a green blast that has the power of 40 green blasts combined. Extremely dangerous to use as even the slightest bit of a misstep could result in the energy releasing early in Izuku's arm and injuring it gravely. Purple blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly, but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged purple blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. The next morning, the kitchen of the dorms of Class 1A could be described as hectic. "Fuck you 4 eyes, get out of my kitchen," Katsuki yelled at Tenya. "This is not your kitchen, and I need in here to make breakfast." Tenya didn't know why Katsuki was always swearing and being rude. "That's why I am in here, dumbass," Katsuki snapped. "Go to the fucking table and wait, shithead." Tenya was actually surprised when he noticed that Katsuki was easily making enough breakfast for all 20 of them, the amount of pancakes and bacon he had cooking. "You don't need to be so rude about it, though. Fuck out of my kitchen before you get none," Katsuki ordered. "Why are you screaming?" Kyoka didn't like how loud he was being. "This is not screaming. This is screaming," Katsuki shouted. "All of you get out of my kitchen." "Stop," Yui said as she walked past the kitchen area. Surprisingly to everyone, Katsuki looked at her for a second and then went back to cooking. He didn't swear or even scowl at her. "Are you a Katsuki whisperer?" Mina asked. Yui looked at Mina. "I told him to stop, that was it. Why is everyone being loud down here?" Izuku asked as he came down the stairs. "Midoriya, it is good to see you are up on time despite your late time returning last night," Tenya said.
Thanks.
Izuku was confused. Curfew for the dorms was 10 p.m. He got back with Momo at 9:58 p.m. "So how was training?" Mashireo asked from the table. "I haven't seen a training regiment that could leave people so tired like you and Yaoyorozu." Minoru squinted his eyes at Izuku. Was this even training? Or some other type of activity? The implication went over Izuku's head. What other activities would we be doing?
Mina gasped.
Young love? Toru also gasped.
No.
Izuku cut them off. "We were training because she saw my drive and skill and figured I had some training I could pass on." Mina had a look of disbelief. "Okay. Then why did you carry her back here on your back?" "She was really tired because it is some intense training," Izuku said. Minoru pointed a finger at Izuku. "That sounds like you did stuff." Izuku wanted to smack his head against the table. "Yet training? What are you assuming?" "That you rocked her world," Minoru said. The table with 17 of the 20 students went dead silent after the accusation Minoru implied. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Minoru. "If I did, which I did not, It wouldn't be any of your business. Are you saying you're trying? Minoru asked.
No.
Izuku was close to chucking a green blast at the purple balls-haired midget and calling it a day. Why not? Minoru seemed offended. She is the hottest one here. Every female shot a glare at Minoru for what was a sexist comment. Dude, I want to chuck a green blast at you, but I might hit one of the girls when they beat your ass. Izuku remarked. Minoru, for some reason, ignored the females and continued pestering Izuku. So you don't think she's attractive? Are you gay? That struck a nerve with Izuku. I'm not gay and that shouldn't matter. Of course I think she is attractive. Momo has the prettiest eyes I have ever seen. I have what? Izuku didn't want to turn around and see Momo, not knowing how long she has been there. However, seeing Mina look at him with a big happy smile and stars for eyes was the worst of the two. Izuku turned slowly and waved.
Imumu.
Momo's face was beet red. Mina was squealing. All right, fuckheads, here is breakfast. Katsuki announced, breaking everyone's attention from the situation. Izuku thanked God for Katsuki in that moment. You fuckers better not waste anything. Katsuki set down more plates. Izuku didn't like how the only seat left for Momo was right next to him. He only disliked it because it felt awkward and Mina kept giving a thumbs up and a smile. Holy shit, this is good food, Denki exclaimed. Without the rude language, this is quite good indeed, Bakugo. Tenya nodded. Shit, I know. Katsuki looked smug as hell. It is delicious, Yui said, actually having a ghost of a smile, a rarity on the normally expressionless girl's face. You will be a lovely house husband for a hardworking hero, Izuku joked. Why the fuck would I be a house husband? Katsuki snapped. Because your wife works hard and needs a hearty meal when she gets home. Fuck you, glow stick. Right back at you, sparkler. Hey, I just remembered something, Toru said. Midoriya, why do you have a Ouija board in your room? Izuku's blood ran cold and Nito and Momo both were surprised. Why were you in my room? Izuku asked with a bit of worry and also some anger that they were in his room. We were trying to see if you were here last night.
Mina ansvared.
And you went through my box? Izuku was getting a bit madder. That big leather chest had all of his stuff from his grandfather and the Saints. Mina shrank in her seat. Sorry, it was a weird chest and curiosity got the better of us. That chest is everything I have ever gotten from my grandpa, and it is my legacy, so I would appreciate it if you never touch it again. No one had actually seen Izuku get close to anger before. Everyone actually noticing how the purple part of his halo veins around his eyes actually sparked. Izuku calmed down, they didn't know. Nito tried to defuse Izuku, knowing his temper could get violent. Izuku just sighed. Don't touch my stuff again. We're sorry. Toru and Mina apologized. I am going to make sure none of it is out of place. Izuku stood up and went back upstairs. I've known him for weeks and have never actually seen him mad. Kyoka said. Did you see how the purple veins around his eyes started sparking? Mashireo asked. I thought they were about to catch on fire. Denki exclaimed. I didn't know he could get mad. Because you fucks messed with his shit, Katsuki said as he ate a piece of bacon. He won't care about most shit, but you messed with the shit he got from his grandfather. I don't know much about his grandfather or his saint's business, but it is sensitive, and he clearly doesn't like the fact that you all messed with it. Nito raised an eyebrow. How many of you were involved? The only ones who entered the room were me, Toru, Kaminari, and Siro.
Mina ansvared.
Why rat us out? Denki asked. I was safe. May I ask what happened exactly to his grandfather? Tsuyu asked. Everyone ended up looking at Nito, because they knew he is the closest to Izuku. Nito sighed, not wanting to involve himself in this stuff that was becoming gossip almost. He didn't want to answer. However, he figured the others would pester him more later on if he didn't. Well, that news thing you guys found out about yesterday started it. After the portal thing happened, a bunch of other events happened where they went, and at the end Izuku had to say bye to his grandfather. Like it happened in front of him? Tenya asked. Nito was uncomfortable dancing around the fact that it wasn't Johnny dying in a traditional sense, but walking through a door to his afterlife. Izuku did take it hard, however, because Johnny made up for the absence of Izuku's real dad, which was a subject even Nito didn't know about. Yes, I'm pretty sure Izuku blames himself for how some of it happened. Nito nodded. Which is why you don't mess with his grandfather's shit. Katsuki said. That guy means more to him than everyone but his mom. Even his dad? Denki asked. Katsuki stopped eating and looked at Denki. I will only say this once for all of you to hear. You will never make any sort of reference to Izuku's real father at all if you don't want me to use my quirk on your face. Everyone stopped at the threat that Katsuki gave, clearly serious with what he just said. What happened? Nito knew it was a bad subject, but he still wanted to know. Katsuki looked at Nito. While I am surprised he didn't tell you I still carry that threat, that is something that should not be brought up at all. Shoto sat in wonder, trying to find out what could cause Izuku to have such a bad history with his father. Nito was wondering why Izuku never mentioned it to him at all, and why Katsuki knew. Why do you know, though? Nito asked. Katsuki almost looked sad. Because I was there to see the fallout. I am not proud of how I treated Izuku over the years because I definitely didn't help, but I am nowhere near as hoary. Katsuki stopped talking for a second, regaining his posture that he was losing as he spoke. You know what? Not my place to speak. A minute later, Izuku came back with a nosebleed. Izuku, you're bleeding. Momo created a piece of cloth to give him.
Infine.
Izuku shrugged off. He looked at Mina and Toru. Please don't go through my stuff anymore. Katsuki did a wave with his hands as if to say, I told you so. What did you do? Momo made him take the cloth regardless of if he would actually use it. Izuku didn't want to get her mad at him. Broke my mold? Nito narrowed his eyes. That will leave mental damage. Why did you do that? Bite me. Izuku replied. I'm going to class early. Izuku left the dorms. Momo looked at the door concerned and decided to leave him be for the moment. Is that forgiving us? Mina asked. He doesn't seem completely fine. I said give it a minute. He probably left right now because everyone was watching him for a fucking reaction. Katsuki said. I would have left too. Or start screaming at us. Denki muttered. What the fuck was that Pikachu? As the class filtered into the room, they saw Aizawa sleeping at his desk and Izuku using his mold at his desk. Momo was glad to see that he was using the cloth now to clean his blood. I'm Midoriya, when are we going to have our push-ups rematch? Ijiro said as he walked through the door. Izuku smiled. When you get more muscle. Low blow from the guy who broke his arm yesterday. Ijiro grinned. All right, once we get back to the dorms. Izuku stated. 5 people minimum on each of our backs? Only 5? Ijiro asked. Trying to go easy for you. Oh, I thought it was you taking it easy for your arm. PSSH, if that makes you feel better, I'll break my other arm, so we will be even. Izuku said. How is your arm? Momo asked. Izuku rotated his arm. It's fine. Nito looked at Izuku after a minute and got his attention. What made the mold break? Izuku made sure no one was listening, then spoke. The board was being a dick and also said something about demonic change. It was just annoying. Don't risk mental damage because of a board. Nito scolded. I guess. Izuku. I know. Izuku drew out. All right, class, sit down. Aizawa said. It scared everyone how they never noticed him get up. Before proper lessons begin, I am letting you know that today is going to be your first day of your Foundational Heroic Studies class.
Bet.
Denki and Hanta high-fived. After all of your other lessons, of course.
Aman.
That's it for your regular classes. I am going to leave before it gets loud in here. Aizawa yawned. It amazed the class how he was always tired. Once Aizawa left, the class interrupted into 7 different groups of conversations. How are you? Momo asked Izuku. Bored and excited for our first hero training class. Izuku said. Momo stared at Izuku. You know what I mean. You broke your mold purposely this morning. Izuku should have figured it would be Momo who scolded him on it. Probably would have been easier to say he headbutt a wall.
Infine.
Are you? That was more blood than before. Momo didn't like how he ignored every single instance of pain to himself. Yes, I'm sure. Izuku reassured her. I will try not to ruin how comfy I am.
What?
Momo looked at him in confusion. Oh, you don't remember that, do you? Izuku asked her. What happened? Momo felt like she was about to be embarrassed. I am. A voice came from the doorway. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might. The class said in shock. There stood All Might, the #1 hero in Japan, in his Silver Age costume. Yes, it is me. All Might smiled. I am your heroics teacher, here to teach you the ins and outs of being a proper hero. Awesome, Hanta said. Dude, this is going to be so cool. Denki grinned. Indeed it is. All Might pressed a button. We shall be doing battle trials today, but I believe you will need these for this class. 2 panels opened on the inside wall of their class to reveal 10 cases in each panel, labeled from 1 to 20. Based on notes and forms you all gave us, we have made your very first hero suits. They are the same number as your seat. Suit up and meet me at the gate of ground beta. Izuku loved his look. They managed to take his notes and implement them to perfection from what they were when he gave them to the school. Purple boots that went up half of his shin with dark green soles that he could store energy in for an extra jump. Purple metallic material pants that had pads on his litter upper thighs that he could store energy in for later use. A thick belt with a holster for his personal pistol. Purple vest with a high collar with green lining that could absorb a good amount of shock for him. A nice purple jacket that was made of the same shock-absorbing material with green lining, and a gold chain holding in together in the front with the saint's symbol on each side. And thick purple gloves that had more green lining and absorbing material to help brace his hands for his heavier hits. Top that outfit off with his necklace holding the saint's symbol and his sunglasses, and Izuku had to admit he looked like a total badass. /N. Sorry to put this in the middle of the chapter, but if you want a visual for Izuku's hero suit, it is the Sim suit from Saints Row 4 with the primary color violet 7, the secondary color gray 9, and tertiary color green 7. Meeting with his classmates, Izuku had to admit some of their design looked cool. Tenya looked like a robot knight. Kyoka looked like she was ready to jam out with a rock band. Izuku wanted to know why Minoru's outfit had a metal diaper-looking thing. Nito went with a fancy suit with an orange tie, and he also had his altar pin attached to the coat. Momo's outfit made Izuku forget how to think. Izuku knew that her quirk required the objects she creates to pop out of her skin, and that means she would probably not be as clothing heavy as someone like Izuku or armor heavy like Tenya, but she was wearing a sleeveless crimson leotard that was open down the middle to her navel, not leaving much to the imagination, which didn't matter to Izuku because his brain forgot how to function at the sight of her. She also had 2 yellow belts with multiple pockets around her waist and another around her shoulders. For footwear, she had calf-length crimson heel boots. Momo noticed all the looks she got from the guys and ignored them, except when she saw the stupid look on Izuku's face, which made her smile and blush. Izuku, close your mouth, you're drooling. Kyoka joked. Huh? Izuku mumbled. Hey, stupid. Kyoka smacked his face lightly. Izuku straightened himself out. I'm good now. Sorry about that. Izuku wanted to see if he could make a green blast strong enough to knock himself out until everyone forgot that just happened. Now that Izuku didn't have a dumb expression, Momo got a better look at his outfit, liking how it fit him enough to show his muscles underneath. Mina saw the looks the two were giving to the other and nodded in approval of the young love. Midoriya, it is rude to state at a lady in such a matter. Tenya said. Sorry, Izuku started. I love her boots and was wondering if I could work them just as good. Are your legs nice? Denki showed his support. I hope they are. Izuku said. If not, I got nothing going for me. Hey Izuku, why does your outfit have 2 mesh slits in the back? Ijiro said from behind him. My wings. Did some note-taking and I can use my power to basically make my wings push that stuff out of the way to come out. Hell, my whole outfit in some way is made to be used by my power. Izuku turned on his halo veins, and the groves in the outfit also filled with his energy as well, almost mirroring his normal halo veins with extra bits. You make me proud as a twinkling, buddy. Aoyama said. So do you, my guy. Beautiful cape. Izuku liked the purple cape Aoyama had. It truly is marvelous. Aoyama agreed as he waved the cape. All Might opened the gate to ground beta. Alright class, today, we will be doing battle trials. Battle trials? Half of the class asked. Yes. We will be doing a mock simulation of an event that happened back in my days in America. You will be split into teams of 2 at random, and will either be the hero team or the villain team in the situation. All Might explained. Why at random? Tinya asked. That's probably because a situation could happen at any point, and you might have to team up with a random hero to handle it. This is a test of how we can operate in a team on the spot with only a little bit of thinking ahead of time. Izuku said as he started to check his gun. Is that a gun? Toru asked in shock. Yeah. Don't worry, I can't kill anyone with less than a good couple of shots. This is set to stun anyways. Izuku said as he showed the dial on the side locked to stun. Young Midoriya, you are correct in your explanation of the reasoning of the random teams. You will all draw lots for what team you will end up on, and I will draw another slip to decide if you are the heroes or the villains. This exercise is indoors, as most of the time the crafty villains will find a way to battle you inside of a building, so the villain team will get 5 minutes to prep the building with traps and the like to prevent heroes from doing their heroics. What is our heroics? Nito asked. Why the heroes must either capture both villains with the supplied capture tape or have them incapacitated, or the main objective of getting their hands on a bomb the villains have stashed in the building that the villains must defend. Prep phase will be 5 minutes and action phase will be 10 minutes. The test of the class will be with me watching as you go the exercise, watching and learning what went right and what went wrong. Both teams will have mics to talk to each other, but the viewers can hear everything once the action phase begins. Any questions? No one actually raised a hand, which made All Might happy. He was afraid he would butcher his first day as a teacher. Excellent, now let's draw lots. All Might had them draw lots for teams, and he didn't reveal who had who until he had the heroes versus villains part of the test. All right, students, here are the teams. All Might showed them the list. Match 1. Heroes, Kirishima and Aoyama versus villains, Azui and Jiro. Match 2. Heroes, Todoroki and Hagakure versus villains, Mineta and Ishido. Match 3. Heroes, Monoma and Kodai versus villains, Shiro and Bakugo. Match 4. Heroes, Ida and Denki versus villains, Ojiro and Achiko. Match 5. Heroes, Midoriya and Tokoyami versus villains, Yaoyorozu and Shuji. Alright, everyone who isn't part of match 1 follow me. All Might started to lead them to the viewing room. Midoriya, Fumikage said. It is nice to have you as a partner. It really was, because this gave Fumikage the perfect chance to ask Izuku about his powers. Same. Izuku grinned. We're last also, so we can definitely devise a good plan. It does give us a good opportunity. Fumikage nodded. He'll ask Izuku in private on the way to their match when the time comes. Dude, I am so psyched right now. Ijiro pumped his fist as they waited outside if the building they were to enter when told. I can't wait to dazzle everyone. Aoyama was also excited. Alright, let's get a plan going. We gotta start these off on a high note? Ijiro asked, not wanting to mess up their first hero training course. Well, I believe that we should have you be in the front, due to your quirk making you a hard tank, while I use my laser to hit them when they get too close to me or taking you. Aoyama said. Ijiro nodded. So we go together, nice. We should keep that going until we find a good chance to get the bomb. I doubt anyone would put the bomb on the first floor, so should we really search there? That line of thinking is what they might share, which means they will put it there maybe as a trick. Right. So we check everywhere no matter what. As heroes, we should not make assumptions because that could be dangerous. So what's the plan, Sue? Kyoka asked. Sue put her finger to her mouth, which Kyoka saw her do multiple times, so probably just a thing Sue does while thinking. Karo, I think that we should go to one of the higher-up floors to buy a little time and use your quirk to listen for when they get closer. Tsuyu said as she looked at the bomb, which was a large papier-mâché-looking nuke almost. I like it. So when they get there, how we will engage them? Kyoka picked up the bomb. Thankfully, it was lightweight, so they could carry it upstairs with them easily. I will try to stick to the ceiling by a staircase unseen. You let me know when one gets close and I will wait and attempt to quickly snare one with my tongue and then capture tape. Tsuyu said as they made their way to the 4th of 5 floors of the building. I can maybe help with that by sending out a pulse of sound to throw off their sense of direction. However, sending one in such a small area that is a bit away from me could throw my own senses off for a second as well. Only do that when you are absolutely sure that you will be okay. Tsuyu made a ribbit, which to Kyoka was just a normal thing at this point. Wanna place bets? Izuku said in the viewing room as they watched the two teams in multiple camera make their plans with no audio yet. Gambling is wrong, Midoriya. Yui said. Gambling is not bad prospectively. Izuku said, out of all the things he could have picked up from the Saints, gambling really was low on the list of what the fuck. Just don't place money on it, and we're fine really. Nito said. That takes some of the fun away. Izuku groaned. No gambling in my class. All Might said.
Fine.
Well, I believe out of the two teams it's gonna be the villain team to win. Izuku said. Reasoning? Momo asked. She had similar thoughts, but she wanted to see what Izuku was thinking also. It takes away the charm if I say everything right before it happens. Izuku pulled out his gun again to start messing with it. Begin the action phase. All Might's voice cut through the speakers in and around the building. Let's do this. Ijiro practically charged into the building. Searching the first floor, they had Ijiro check every room with Aoyama, having his laser at the ready. Nothing of any sort was there not the second floor. Getting to the third floor, Ijiro was itching for any sort of action. Aoyama, I don't think they are on this floor. Ijiro didn't get a response from Aoyama and turned around to see that the twinkling kid was not there. Aoyama? Suddenly it felt like Ijiro was being vibrated and spun around at the same time. Ijiro activated his quirk out of instinct and felt something wrap around his midsection, keeping his arms at his side. Villain time wins. All Might spoke over the speakers.
What?
Ijiro was completely confused. That was fast. Mina said. Soon all four of the people from Match 1 were in the viewing room. All right, students, who was the MVP of this match as well as what went right and wrong? All Might said. Momo raised her hand. The MVP would have to be Tsu. Her plan worked, and they even modified during the action phase to take advantage of what the other time did wrong. And what did the heroes do wrong? Izuku spoke first. Kirishima got tunnel vision of heading straight into everything while Aoyama stayed a bit back, which Kyoka picked up on with her quirk and let Tsu know, and they took action to use the opportunity against the heroes. I also agree that Tsu was MVP because she made a good plan that used both her and Kyoka's quirk smartly. They played perfect defense, but it might have been different if they were on offense. This is all true. Young Kirishima and Aoyama, your plan was okay in a situation where the enemy wouldn't come after you, but you should always have a plan that can be used in any situation. Having one person charge in first with a second person using a long-range quirk is not good planning in most situations. All Might lectured. He turned to the villain team. Young Jiro and Azui, you both made a great plan and showed how well you both can work together in a defensive position with good communication and excellent response to changes in the plan, even if it was to just attack them earlier. I award young Azui as MVP. Tsu let out a happy croak and beamed at being MVP. Wish I bet money on it. Izuku muttered. Next we have match 2. Get ready to go, children. So what is our plan, Todoroki? Toru asked. She got no response but a small look from Shoto. We need a plan, not a look. I'm invisible, not a mind reader. Shoto looked irritated. Just stand there when the test starts. This is a team effort. Toru said. She doesn't have much to offer to the team physically, but she was invisible. She was figuring that Shoto, with whatever his quirk was, could get the other team's attention. She assumed his quirk had to do with ice since his hero suit covered his entire left side with it. If you go in there, you will get affected also, so just stand there when it begins. Shoto said. Toru let out a oomph and sat on the ground in annoyance. First off, Mineta, what you said this morning was very rude. Mina whacked Minoru over the head. Ow, sorry. Minoru rubbed his head. Second thing, how many of those can you pop off? Mina pointed to the balls on his head. Right now I can do 100 on a healthy day. Minoru got whiplash from how quick she went from scary to this. Healthy day? Mina was confused. They grow according to how I am physically that day. Like if I have a cold, maybe 50 max. Can I have one to test something? Minoru picked one off of his head, it being replaced almost instantly. Sure. Mina used her acid to see that it does in fact melt his balls. Nice. Okay, I have a plan, and it relies solely on your balls. Minoru tried to hiss his laughter at the way that sounded to no success. Okay, that was kind of funny. Mina realized what she said could have also meant. Okay, start placing them over there. In the security room, Izuku was using his mold to make a seat. Won't that make you have less later? Fumikage asked about the seat. I can't always rely on one ability and I will be fine. All right, class, what do you think about this match? All Might was curious on why it looked like Toru was sitting down. Hard for him to tell when she was invisible, and her hero suit consisted of just shoes and gloves. A fact that meant she was naked that All Might did his best to ignore. Nito got to speak this time. I don't know what Todoroki's quirk is, so this is going to be off probably, but based on the setting up we can see on the villain side, I think they have this. I don't know, Hanta said. No one can stand there and look so sure of themselves without confidence. Or arrogance. Izuku countered. You're one to talk, Denki said. You always say how you're awesome. Last thing I said was last night talking about how insane I was to Momo. Izuku replied. You guys say I'm cool more than me sometimes. I think that Ishido and Mineta will win, Momo said. They are working together and Todoroki doesn't seem to be communicating with Hagakure. Wanna place money? Izuku tried to get everyone to gamble.
No gambling.
Everyone said. All right, the action phase begins. All Might announced. Shoto took one step forward with his right foot, and ice started to cover everything in front of him, including the whole building. Too easy, Shoto remarked as he walked inside. That's a lot of ice, Izuku remarked. Imagine how much he should make off of making snow cones. What just happened? Minoru shouted as ice covered his legs up to his knees too thickly for him to move his legs. Ice.
Mina givered.
This wasn't good. Neither of them could move at the moment. Luckily, they set up on the 5th floor, so they had a bit of time. Mina started to use her acid on her calves to free herself. Mineta, wait one moment, and I will get you. If they come get them instead. Minoru didn't want them to lose because he was stuck with no way out by himself. One leg free. Mina clapped and started working on the other. Do your balls work in the cold? Mineta ignored any jokes he could have made and nodded. They do, just they lose stickiness quicker. How many do you have left? I lost count, but probably 10. Perfect. If I can't get you, just use them to stick them to the floor. It's kind of poor choice making to walk around to the top floor like Todoroki is. They will get out before he gets there. Ijiro pointed out. He probably doubts anyone could break out of his ice quick enough. Izuku said. Ishido didn't mention her quirk being acid the other day. Todoroki had a smug look as he got to the 5th floor. He could see the balls from Mineta's quirk frozen underneath his ice, so he knew this was the correct floor. All he had to do was walk past them and touch the bomb, and he would pass this trial. Finding the correct room was also easy, as he could see that the balls seemed to be more focused around one doorway. Too easy, Shoto repeated. He entered the room to see that it was empty.
What?
You're too cocky, Mina said as she burned a rope with her acid. A trap opened above Shoto and released a bucket that was filled with Minoru's balls and Mina's acid. A harmless version of her acid used to keep Minoru's balls from sticking to the bucket. The balls fell on Shoto, sticking to him and rendering his right arm useless as it was now stick to his chest. Gritting his teeth, Shoto stomped and sent a wave of ice at Mina, who narrowly dodged it. Mina threw acid as a feint to make Shoto move to his right, which he did, and Mina went low and gave him a sweeping kick, knocking him off of his feet. Young Hagakure has been captured, All Might announced. This just got a bit harder for Shoto. Shoto created ice to prop himself back up and sent out another bigger wall of ice, this time getting Mina's left side. Mina couldn't move anymore, but still sent out a splash of acid to keep shot back. Shoto dodged and made more ice to keep Mina's other arm down. He used the capture tape around her chest. I will thaw you out when I win. If you win, Mina said. Young Ishido has been captured, All Might announced. Once Shoto entered the building, Toru exhaled in annoyance. This is a team test. Toru crumpled as she began to sneak in, using her invisibility to her advantage. When Shoto went towards where there were more balls on the 5th floor, she had second thoughts. It seemed quiet and too obvious to just set the balls up like that. Hearing a sound in a room on the opposite side of the floor, Toru made her way over to see that the bomb was actually in that room, with a waiting Minoru. Toru was about to turn around and get Shoto, but she heard Mina. You're too cocky, Mina said to Shoto. That meant that Shoto was busy with Mina. Toru decided to go for the bomb. Taking off her gloves and shoes, she was now completely unnoticeable unless you heard her. She snuck into the room and wanted to scream because she forgot about the ice, and now her feet were freezing and leaving noticeable prints from her body heat on the ice. Hagakure. Mineta saw the footprints. He jumped up, having been freed from the ice by Mina. I'm not letting you through, Hiro. Someone is getting in the spirit of villainy. Toru snorted. You came in all wrong. Minoru said. Could have snuck through a window and grabbed the bomb from behind me, but you came in front of me where I was watching. You think I can climb 5 stories? Hagakure said. Not really, but I know you can be stalled. Minoru said as he jumped to his side. At her where he figured out she was. He had a ball in both hands. He managed to get one on her stomach and wanted to pump his fist. He spun her around quickly and pushed her to the wall where the ball on her stomach stuck her to the wall as well. What? Toru was embarrassed at how easy it was for Minoru to pin her. Young Hagakure has been captured, All Might announced. That counts? Minoru was surprised. Yes, that counts. Minoru and Mina actually had a shot. Young Ishido has been captured, All Might announced, crushing Minoru's hope. How was he supposed to fight the guy who was a recommended student? Minoru slapped himself. Mina put in too much effort for it to fall apart because he flipped out. He had to keep calm. It was possible for him to capture Shoto with his balls, and he had 8 left. He has a chance. A wave of ice shot through the room and Minoru barely got behind a pillar to save himself, a cut now appearing on his costume above his right calf. Minoru took a deep breath. It was hard for him to stay calm when the other guy can just send wave after wave of ice. Minoru heard footsteps, and through a reflection in some ice, he could see that Shoto no longer could use his right arm for the moment. All Minoru had to do was stick Shoto's other arm to his side and get him against a wall, and he could win. I can see you through the ice, Shoto said as he sent another wave of ice at Minoru. Minoru noticed that Shoto only used his right side for ice. Perhaps the other side didn't use ice, or it was a preference. Minoru dodged the ice and threw 2 of his balls at Shoto, one hitting Shoto's knee on the inside. If Minoru could get him to accidentally make his other knee hit the ball, he would not be able to walk well at all. Minoru decided to do a bold move. He threw a ball in front of him and got a running start. The ball hit the ice and slid a bit before sticking, but it didn't need to stick for Minoru to use it. Minoru jumped on the ball, and it bounced him over a wave of ice that Shoto sent out, sending Minoru straight at Shoto. Minoru held 2 balls in his hands and slammed into Shoto. Shoto was surprised after he sent the wave of ice to see the small purple-haired boy leaping at him. Not reacting quick enough, Shoto fell over, feeling his right arm stick to his side and his legs get stuck together. Todoroki has been captured. All Might sounded a bit surprised as he announced it. Both heroes have been captured. Villain team wins. Minoru started crying in joy. Once the participants of Match 2 returned, All Might began the judging. First, what went good during this match? Ishido made a good plan that worked even after the ice was first put into play, setting up some of Mineta's balls to make another room look like the one they were using for the bomb instead of the trap was genius. Tenya loved watching that match. It was a roller coaster. Mineta's quick capture and his staying calm despite being unevenly matched in the end was great, and it helped him secure the win. Izuku added. Minoru was smiling and liking the praise, as was Mina. Indeed, the plan and execution despite the odds shifting with the action phase were excellent. Both of them staying calm in an overwhelming situation is something that all heroes should have. All Might praises the 2, who were smiling even more if that was possible. Now what went wrong? Katsuki actually spoke. Ice Boy was an arrogant dumbass. Language young Bakugo. All Might warned him. Oops, sorry. Katsuki actually apologized for his language to everyone's shock. He was told sure of himself to even make a plan with his partner. Invisible Girl could have helped him when he got stuck with Pinky, but she went alone to find the midget who was waiting. Midget's stalling slightly to find where she was sneaking was good, and the use of his quirk to capture both should have been expected. There's sticky balls to everyone but him, a perfect trap quirk. Ice should have just sent another freezing layer over the floor to capture the midget, because he would have needed Pinky to get out of the ice again. Katsuki ranted. Everyone was surprised to hear praise from him and actual criticism without his normal mouth. Shot was pissed he actually lost, and everyone said it was his fault. He was aware now of how he messed up, but hearing it as judgment was irritating. Well said, young Bakugo. Class, who do you think is MVP? Mineta/Ishido. The class was split down the middle. It should be Ishido, Minoru said. He liked the praise, but he still thought Mina deserved it. It was her plan, and without her I would have been stuck in ice. It should be you.
Mina är Gud.
You captured both of them. No, it's you. No, you. No, you. No, you. No, you. How long do you think this will go on? Izuku chuckled. You both have wonderful spirits. All Might laughed. Why don't we put it to a vote? They both nodded. All Might took the vote and counted. Well, it is young Ishido with 11 of you, and young Mineta with 9. All Might stated. Minoru nodded. You deserved it. Mina smiled and pouted at the same time somehow. I know, but you still did too. Now on to match 3. All Might announced. So what's the plan? Nito asked the stoic Yui. She looked at him oddly. I actually figured you would make the plan. Oh. You know both of them better, so your insight would be best. You're to the point. Let's see. Katsuki is very aggressive with his fighting, so he will probably be going after us. So Hanta is going to guard the bomb. So we should take out the loud one first. Yui referred to Katsuki. That or be fast enough to get past him. That's going to be difficult. We could split up. I deal with Katsuki, and you go to Hanta and the bomb. Yui shook her head. Splitting up should be a last resort if it isn't necessary. Can I borrow your quirk? Nito asked. You raised an eyebrow. I figured you would have room it regardless. I have respect of other people's quirks. How do you copy it? All I gotta do is have physical contact with you to do it. Nito held up a finger. Yui poked it with her own finger. Like that? Yeah, I got it. Nito felt the instinctual knowledge of the quirk register in his head. Do you know what those grenade gauntlets do for Bakugo? Nito thought about the huge grenade bracers Katsuki had. Probably a bigger explosion. That's why I needed the quirk. I can probably get in close and use it to get them away from him. I can help with that. Yui nodded. Can I have your capture tape? Nito thought it was odd for her to have all of the tape, but nodded, giving her the capturing tool. What's the plan, Baku bro? Hanta asked. You stay here and guard the bomb. I go after them. I don't doubt Preppy Boy and the princess are planning on that, so I will blindsided them with a new trick. Princess? Hanta didn't understand the nickname for Yui. Yes, she acts all stuck up and cold like a princess. Pretty sure she's just a Kadir. Hanta shrugged. The fuck is a Kadir? A person who seems cold and blunt, but in the inside is very emotional and caring. Why the fuck would you guess that? Well, she does fit that description. She actually does smile sometimes. You're just too busy screaming at everyone to notice. I don't scream at everyone. Katsuki shouted. Yeah, you don't. Hanta's sweat dropped at the fact that Katsuki did just scream. Back to the trial. So I guard this bad boy and you go ballistic on them? Yes. Thought before we start? All Might ask the class. This is actually tough to call. Nito can pack a punch for a minute with his strength, and he can take Katsuki's quirk if needed, but that might not match the amount of instinct band experience Katsuki has with it. Hanta can definitely prevent people from getting close to the bomb. Kodai hasn't shown much yet, but I can tell she thinks things through and is probably crafty. Izuku said. He grinned. I can't wait to see this go down. Action phase has begun. All Might announced over the speakers. Let's go. Nito said as he turned on his cloak, showering himself in an orange, glassy field of energy. Yui nodded and grabbed his back like they planned. Nito focused his entire cloak to his legs as well as one for all and jumped. He used enough force that the ground cracked and the two of them flew up over the building. Luckily, Nito didn't overshoot the necessary amount of energy too bad, and all they got was a slightly uncomfortable landing on the roof. Let's not do that again. Yui looked dizzy from how fast it happened. Nito checked his legs and was glad to see that he didn't destroy or even badly bruise them. I didn't harm them as bad as we thought. Yui nodded. All right, let's see if this plan works before Katsuki realizes we decided to go around him. Nito out his hands on the door into a stairwell and watched as he shrank the door enough for it to break off of its hinges. Catching the door before it fell, and made a sound, he gave Yui a thumbs up. That's one way to enter the building, Denki remarked. Kinda risky with how Monoma can't control that monster strength of his. Ijiro said. It was a good but dangerous gambit. Mezu agreed. Katsuki was standing on the stairs that lead up to the 3rd floor wondering where the hell Preppy Boy and the princess were. Katsuki would obviously put it higher, so they should have passed him by now. Where the fuck are you two? Katsuki glared down the staircase. It just clicked in his head that they might have guessed Katsuki would confront them and went around him. Fuck, those two better not get past elbows. Katsuki ran back upstairs. I believe it is that room over there, Yui whispered as she pointed at a room that was almost central of the top floor, with only one door to go in and 3 closed walls. That makes sense if Hanta is guarding it. Less room for people that come at him from. So how do we get in without being obvious? Nito didn't want to lose their cover by straight charging Zero. Yui looked at the side hallway to the room. I have an idea. May dash. All right, you fuckers, where are you? Katsuki yelled as he stepped onto the 5th floor. Nito's head drooped. Shit, he found out. He doesn't know we are right here. I suggest that dash. You go to your idea and I stall. Nito shot out of hiding, leaving a miffed Yui, annoyed that she was interrupted, but understood it was Katsuki they were dealing with. Hey Katsuki. Nito yelled from around a corner from the explosive teen. Your pancakes sucked. They didn't, but he needed Katsuki's undivided attention. And that was what he got. The fuck did you just say? Katsuki shouted as he ran towards where he heard Nito, hands going off with explosions. Nito ran the opposite way from Yui and spoke again. And your bacon was burnt. Fuck you. All Might felt his eye twitch. Was his prized pupil really using breakfast as bait, and was Katsuki really falling for it? Nito jumped over some boxes to avoid Katsuki, who was faster than Nito and catching up quick. Get back here, fuckface. Katsuki exclaimed. If you want to talk shit, say it to my face. If I want to talk shit, I would talk about your food. Nito figured he should stop taunting Katsuki at this point. Ayaha! Katsuki screamed. Ayaha! Hanta heard Katsuki yell from his defensive spot. What is going on out there? Hanta felt like it was definitely best for his safety to stay in the room. Yui wanted to roll her eyes at how easy Nito had goaded Katsuki. It made it easier for her to sneak around the side of the room to see if her guess was right. And it was. Some of the wall actually had cracks in it. Yui could use her quirk to shrink the broken parts of the wall and be able to sneak in behind the bomb. Yui hot started on making her new door. Get back here, assfuck. Katsuki yelled as he shot around the corner. Nito didn't have anywhere to go, so he had to turn and face Katsuki. Hey Katsuki, what's up, man? Katsuki growled and pointed at Nito accusingly. Take back what you said about my cooking, bastard. Oh, that? Nito didn't know why he was acting like Izuku all of a sudden. I mean, I could if you got better. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. Good thing I have this trick to teach you a lesson. Katsuki rushed forward and pointed his palms at Nito, letting off explosions. But instead of his normal explosions, they were almost like flashbangs. Ah, what the hell? Nito couldn't see. I took a note from Izuku on making my suit adjust my powers. Katsuki explained. These gloves of mine can help me make my explosions all blast, sound, or light. Nito felt Katsuki lay a punch into his stomach and panicked. He couldn't fight without his sight. Although anything was better than just letting Katsuki knead him up. Throwing a punch in what felt like Katsuki's direction, he felt a metal object. Nito must have hit his collar or grenade cannon. Grabbing whatever it was, he charged up energy and spun to throw it. He heard a thud indicating that he successfully threw Katsuki. Where's the princess? Katsuki asked as he got up. Who? Nito asked. Quiet girl. She is obviously not here, stupid, so what is she up to? Katsuki let off more of his regular explosions to push Nito back and bruise his arm. She went downstairs. Nito brought his cloak up to hinder some of Katsuki's explosions. Don't know why I bothered. Katsuki growled as he swung the capture tape and threw it over Nito. Nito attempted to get out of the tightening rope, but Katsuki headbutted him, disorienting him so the tape could get tied. That's for disrespecting my cooking, Katsuki said as he ran back to Hanta and the bomb. Nito definitely regretted baiting Katsuki like that. However, he was glad that Katsuki left quick and tied the tape close to his hands. He quickly made the tape grow before he could be disqualified using Yui's quirk, effectively freeing himself. "Oh, I am going to feel that later." Nito groaned as he stood, his head throbbing from Katsuki's headbutt. Yui heard the sounds of explosions getting closer and quickly flipped herself into a corner to not be seen. Katsuki barreled past where she was making a hole in the wall. Katsuki stopped and turned around to look at the half-done hole. "Either you're close or already in there." Katsuki mumbled. He did a quick scan to see if she was in the area, and to Yui's fortune he didn't notice her. "Fuck, where are you?" Katsuki went around a corner. Once he did, Yui slipped out of hiding and started to make more bricks shrink. "Fucking knew it." Katsuki's voice broke Yui from her work. Yui turned to see Katsuki grinning like a madman by the corner he had just left the area from. "Pretty sneaky, but I wouldn't leave a thing like this hole unguarded for more than 5 seconds. Yui decided not waste time trying to fight Katsuki and pulled a metal sheet from a pouch on her belt. She held it in front of her and made it grow fast, making it so big it dug into the floor, walls, and ceiling. Yui had made a wall between her and Katsuki and quickly went back to opening the hole more to get in the room, hoping Hanta didn't have the common sense to check where the sounds were coming from. "What the fuck?" Katsuki yelled at the wall of metal that cut him off from Yui. Now he would have to go the whole way around the fucking building to get to her. "Elbows, pay fucking attention. What do you think I am doing?" Hannah shouted back. Nito didn't feel like sneaking back into things and focused a bit of one for all into a punch. He threw the punch at a wall to the room and the wall broke inwards with force. Yui finally made the hole big enough to jump through when tape shot out of the hole and yanked her in.
Ikudai.
Hanta waved as he held her upside down with his tape, using a pipe in the ceiling as leverage. Suddenly a wall shattered in and Nito was holding a bruised fist. Katsuki heard a wall get broken down and decided not hurry up through the maze of halls to get back around to the bomb. "D!" Katsuki shouted by. He blew up a wall with a blast. It was not the wall to the room with Hanta and the wall, but he was getting closer. He only had to break 2 more walls before he was in the room he needed to be in. "I think this just got way more interesting." Izuku commented his plans by both sides were forgotten about, and all 4 were in the room with the bomb. "Hey Katsuki," Nito said. "Figured I might now apologize for disrespecting your cooking. It was amazing. Top-tier stuff, unbeatable. I already know that fucker." Katsuki ran at Nito, ready to use another flash on him. "I'm still going to beat your ass for the disrespect." Hero Team has secured the bomb. Hero Team wins. All Might announced, making Hanta and Nito confused and Katsuki skid to a stop. "What?" Katsuki glared at the spot where he just saw Yui hanging upside down by tape that wrapped around her midsection, instead only seeing her shirt. Yui was standing shirtless with a hand on the bomb. "You all were looking the other way, so I took an opportunity," Yui said with her neutral expression, slightly red because all she had on her upper body was a sports bra at the moment. "Can I have my suit back?" Hanta's brain started working again, and he brought it back down, noticing that she must have made it grow in size to let her slip out. "Here you go." Hanta looked away. Katsuki glared at Yui. "You only won because I was focused on dumbass over here." Katsuki didn't stop acting normal just because a girl had a shirt off for a moment, although he did look once or twice because after all he is a teenage guy. Once Yui had all of her stuff back on, she shook her head.
No.
"I got the bomb because your partner was distracted." Katsuki narrowed his eyes at Hanta. "Why weren't you even watching the princess?" Yui had the red return to her face when learning that the normally rude or descriptive nicknames Katsuki gives to people, and he gave her the one princess. Hanta looked sheepish at that moment.
"Sorry, man."
Nito broke a wall. "You broke more walls, and I figured having her tied with my tape up that high made her out of the running." Katsuki wanted to yell more, because he hated the fact that he lost, but it made sense and Yui wasn't gloating about it. "That's fine, but don't get distracted again, dumbass. Let's go get our judgment." All Might smiled at the returning group. They didn't seem to need his help finding their way back and made sure each other were fine. "All right, class, tell me what went right and what went wrong." Katsuki raised his hand, first person involved in the test that was being evaluated to actually want to say something about it. "From what I gather, they had a plan to sneak past me because I am known to be somewhat aggressive Everyone wanted to correct Katsuki's misworded somewhat. I figured that out fast after not seeing them, and went to go cut them off before they got the bomb. Preppy might have jumped the gun by trying to bait me, and wasn't prepared for my flashbang. Princess stayed calm even when I was right in front of her, and acted fast to make a wall in front of me that in hindsight, I should have blown to bits. What went right was her staying calm and taking an opportunity when the biggest thing to go wrong in our test happened, which was Preppy breaking down a wall that made me get even more impatient and break down more walls to get there in time, which we both shouldn't have done. Elbow should have paid attention to her, and making sure she wouldn't slip out by taking off the top of her hero suit. In my opinion, Princess should be MVP, and all other opinions are invalid. Katsuki finished his lecture. That was well said, young Bakugo. All Might praised his evaluation skills. No one else added anything, thinking either Katsuki said enough, or didn't want Katsuki to kick back into screaming mode. Then young Kodai is MVP of match 3. Yui let a small smile grace her face. Thanks, she said to Katsuki. Well, whatever. You did good, Katsuki brushed it off. On to match 4. Tenya paced back and forth in front of the building, his calf engines eager to go off and help him and Denki this match. All right, Ida, what's the plan, my guy? Denki was also itching to get going. I believe that we can do this really fast with heavy use of my quirk, but we will have to do our best to not get close to either Uraraka or Ojiro. Tenya got started. Uraraka's quirk to take away our gravity will definitely put us on the captured list, and Ojiro is a practitioner of martial arts that boost his effectiveness of his tail. Letting them get close to us is ill-advised, and the same could be said about them getting close to you. Because I can shock them. Denki nodded. Wait, I have a really dumb, but also really smart plan for this. It's all based on chance, so it is risky. Tenya was eager to hear it. Go on. So what floor should we set up on? Mashireo asked. Let's go set up past where Katsuki and Nito broke the walls. The walls weren't cleaned up, so it should make Ida slower. Achiko said, feeling nervous about her match. That's a great idea. Mashireo picked up the bomb, which was lighter than he originally thought. We have a problem with him, definitely bring faster than us. Kaminari's electricity makes him someone we shouldn't get close to unless we can be sure of our timing. I have another idea. Achiko spoke. Ida is fast, but I am sure I can take him out of the match once it starts. Mashireo set the bomb down and looked at her. Let's hear it. What is everyone's thoughts on match 4? All Might asked. Everything is going to rely on Ida. Izuku said. His speed is unmatched by the others, but if Achiko gets lucky and touches him, it's a 2-on-1 against Denki. He can only shock so much in a little amount of time, and Achiko and Ojiro could figure that out fast. Ojiro is the best fighter, I believe, but Ida has faster speed, and I have no doubt that could match him well against Ojiro. Pikachu could shock anyone who gets close, but then he will have to deal with the other person who could use his downtime as their time of attack. Katsuki said. Kirby isn't stupid and knows about his downtime, but they still need to worry about Four Eyes first. Since when can you speak without foul language? Kyoka asked, still bothered by him speaking like a normal person.
Fukoff au corps.
Katsuki shouted. Please don't yell. Yui said, who was next to him and not liking how loud he got. Before Katsuki could say anything to Yui, All Might spoke. Again, watch your language, young Bakugo. Katsuki held an irritated look on his face. This is a very big risk, Kaminari. Tenya had to admit that Denki had a big point with his plan. Are you sure? Oh yeah man, I will be fine. Denki tied half of his capture tape around his waist, leaving the rest hanging. Dude, this is like a big 50-50 chance, and I believe that it'll go our way. All right. Tenya still had doubts, but Denki's confidence helped diminish them. Match 4 begins. All Might announced. Let's do this. Denki ran as fast as he could. Ida ran behind him, using his engines to make it seem like he was running faster with how loud the engines were going. As they got closer to the building, Tenya skidded to a stop before entering, following Denki's plan. Denki ran into the main door of the building and felt a pair of hands touch him and his gravity leave. Denki twisted as Hao went up towards the ceiling and saw Achiko, who was surprised to see that she had grabbed Denki, clearly expecting Tenya to be the first in the building. Hey Achiko. Denki smiled as he made a finger gun at her. This must be shocked. Denki shot some electricity at her, hitting her in the shoulder and effectively stunning her. Now, Ida. Tenya jumped in through the door and quickly tied Achiko up before she could react. Young Uraraka has been captured, All Might announced. Denki smiled, seeing his plan work. He guessed they might expect Tenya with his speed to be able to charge right in at them, but instead got Denki and his electricity, which he could use under the effects of zero gravity. Awesome. Hey Tenya, I think she is too stunned to release me. Good thing you used your tape on yourself. Tenya was surprised that Denki's plan worked. He was not one to lie, and would admit that under first glances Denki appeared to be not as smart as the others. Tenya grabbed the leftover tape that Denki left hanging and pulled Denki down from the ceiling, almost like a balloon. Just tie me to your back, man, Denki said. I can aim shots of electricity at Ojiro when we find him. Won't you shock me as well? Tenya didn't feel like experiencing friendly fire. I can focus it through my finger, dude. Aim it past us by having my hand in front. All right. Tenya used the capture tape to tie Denki to his back. Sucks that I tossed Achiko a bit too much. Denki noticed she was still disoriented. She would be fine in a minute, but that was a minute he could spin piggyback riding Tenya to victory. She will be fine, let's go. Tenya charged up his engines and started searching room to room, faster than any of the other teams would. Dude, I think that they went to a higher up floor. Stairs would slow you down, Denki pointed out. Tenya nodded and decided to skip to the top floor. Better to deal with that first and work his way down. As they got to the 5th floor, they saw the rubble from when Katsuki blew through some walls. Man, that stuff is a tripping hazard for you, Denki remarked. It made sense to Tenya now to use rubble and objects as a way to slow his speed down. Deciding to search the rooms behind the rubble, first he got to a room that indeed had Mashireo and the bomb.
Iujiru.
Denki waved from Tenya's back. Uraraka got you instead? Mashireo questioned Denki. Yeah, we baited. Denki was proud that his plan worked. Enough talk, villain, Tenya said. We are stopping your dastardly plan right now. Mashireo looked confused before he realized Tenya was taking the roles of the battle trials seriously. Deciding to play along, he smirked. You think you heroes can stop me? I will tear down this whole city, and you will do nothing but watch. Denki grinned. Well, I bet you weren't prepared for this shock. Denki made a finger gun again and shot electricity out at Mashireo, who attempted to dodge but got hit in his tail. His tail went limp while Mashireo winced. Go, Ida, Denki said. Recipro burst, Tenya said as his engines exploded into high gear, and he and Denki flashed across the room at high speed, going past Mashireo before he could react and then holding the bomb in their hands. Hero Team has obtained the bomb. Hero Team wins. All Might signaled the end of the match. Soon all 4 students were back in the viewing room. Fumikage had left for his match early, taking Izuku with him. Achiko had returned Denki's gravity, and she was embarrassed about how easy she was taken out, vowing to make it far more difficult for people to do that anymore. All right, class, what went right? All Might asked. Tsuyu spoke. Kaminari's plan to go in before Ida was actually genius. Everyone would expect Ida to be the one to get in first, and he took Uraraka's quirk use that would disable Ida. The villain's plan was also good, but it didn't account for if Ida didn't go in first. I honestly would have if Kaminari didn't give his idea. Tenya was embarrassed to think about the fact that they would have lost if not for Denki's idea. Nothing really went wrong on both sides. Kyoka said. Everything just stems from if Ida went in first. Achiko was caught off guard and Ojiro didn't get a chance to make a move before Denki stunned him. Pikachu should be MVP since he actually had a good idea for once then. Katsuki added, with a few nods. All right then. Young Kaminari, you have placed MVP for match 4. All Might put his hand on Denki's shoulder. Awesome. Denki hooped. So why did we leave early, Tokoyami? Got a good plan? Izuku said as he followed the cloaked Fumikage. Fumikage shook his head. Not sure how to start, he jumped right into it. Midoriya, are you a practitioner of the dark arts? Izuku did a double take. Dark arts? Midoriya, I heard you have a Ouija board and Dark Shadow can see something off about you. At the mention of his name, the shadow popped out of Fumikage to look at Izuku. That's a wild thing to ask. Izuku said. Hey stupid, I am a demonic quirk here. Dark Shadow pointed at Izuku. I can sense other demonic things slightly, and something big is going on with your entire person. Izuku was confused before he mentally slapped himself. Dark Shadow was talking about the halo, obviously, the first and most powerful demonic object. Oh yeah, I forgot that. Forgot what? Fumikage asked. Did Izuku just admit to practicing some major dark arts? Well, I can't really hide it from a demon apparently, and you already know. I have a gift from an ancestor that is demonic in nature. Is it your grandfather? Fumikage asked. Yes. Izuku didn't feel like lying to Fumikage because he seemed to be someone he could trust. What is this demonic gift? Fumikage was interested. How do I put this? Izuku stroked his chin. Satan's cracked halo. Fumikage did a double take and Dark Shadow gasped. The Dark Lord himself. You are related to the devil? Fumikage didn't know how to react.
No.
My grandfather had the halo that he was given to by someone who bought it like a trophy, and my grandfather gave it to me. It actually is my quirk. Dark Shadow's eyes got wider. That means that you are? Dark Shadow stopped mid-sentence.
What?
Izuku didn't know where Dark Shadow was going. I saw him once. Dark Shadow said as he remembered something. He arrived one day, and he destroyed the armies of Satan to get his friend back. It was marvelous and something truly unforgettable. Dark Shadow looked at Izuku and saw the glasses that were similar to what the man once had. You're the descendant of the mortal Johnny Gat. Fumikage gasped at that moment. Dark Shadow has told him of how long ago a mortal entered hell to save a friend and fought Satan to save a friend. Dark Shadow had mentioned how this Johnny Gat had at one point actually saved Dark Shadow from being tortured into Satan's army, and how Dark Shadow felt indebted to the mortal. And now a descendant of him was right in front of them. That's my grandfather. Izuku was surprised Dark Shadow knew of Johnny. Wait, how are you a quirk but a demon from my great-great-great-great-grandfather's time? I wish to make myself helpful to the allies of the mortal that saved me from Satan's control, and years ago, I was allowed to actually purify myself to leave hell and enter purgatory at the least. On my path to purgatory, I was actually grabbed on accident by a family that wished to save their dying child, and I had made a decision to help them, becoming a quirk to Fumikage here. Wait, I was to die? Fumikage didn't know of the poor situation of his birth. You were not. You were a bit early and you parents panicked. I was already part of you at that point and I stayed. Dark Shadow didn't feel like having this become an emotional talk by revealing he felt kinship with Fumikage. Wait, so what is your actual quirk? Izuku asked. If Dark Shadow was a demon thing that attached itself to Fumikage, then he wasn't the real quirk. Strength that is affected by light or darkness. It affects me as well. What is it when you lose control of yourself? Fumikage always figured that Dark Shadow was similar to demonic things, but he was a literal demon from hell that was a passenger in his body. I'm a rare spirit, only 3 of us in total, and we lose sense of being in complete darkness or complete battle. Dark Shadow said, we also can't actually survive too long without a host or something to stay in, so don't worry about me ditching you now. This is a unique moment of learning. Izuku remarked. We'll be on you in a minute. Dark Shadow said, since you were young and in weakened health, and I was in a bad state, as well we are tied together, Fumikage. This was unexpected. Fumikage remarked, will you die when I do? Dark Shadow shook his head. I will end up moving on with you to the next realm, or I could move on to another host. We should talk on that later. Fumikage said, we should prep for our match. Izuku cut in. I agree with the descendant. Dark Shadow nodded. Do you have anything yet? Fumikage asked. Your training with Yaoyorozu surely must have enlightened you to her skills. Oh, you have no idea? Izuku said. No doubt she is planning on how to deal with my abilities. We should expect them to not be near any windows because I could just fly on in. Shuji also has heightened senses from his quirk, so they will be deeper inside, perhaps the more maze-like second floor. That floor actually has no windows at all. Fumikage stroked the bottom of his beak. We should definitely expect traps. Do they know how Dark Shadow is weaker in light? Izuku asked.
No.
I didn't bring it up yet. Perfect. So I just developed a perfect idea. Dark Shadow, how long can you go before you go completely berserk? Before I go completely out of my own control or Fumicage's and go into a blind rage. Maybe a minute or 2 if not provoked. Dark Shadow was wondering what the descendant was thinking. Can this stop you? Izuku summoned his wings and pointed to the feathers. Dark Shadow floated closer and held his shadowy hands to the flames. I feel a sense of great calmness near this, more so than I have felt in some time, Dark Shadow remarked. Izuku's smile got even wider. Excellent. Tokoyami-man, take 2 and use them when he goes berserk. Fumikage plucked 2 of the feathers, noticing how warm the flames were, despite their apparent harmlessness. So what is your plan? That smile suggests you have something good. Oh, this will be perfect. Izuku's grin got wider. This is an excellent spot to avoid Midoriya's entrance with his wings. Meza remarked at the room they found. Izuku will no doubt know we went somewhere he can't fly into. Momo said as they set the bomb down in a corner and put boxes in front of it to almost hide it completely from sight. This floor will definitely be what he suspects because of the lack of windows, and the maze this floor has offers more chances for me to set up traps I can create, and you can sense better than all of us. It is well seen that we would go here. Meza nodded. However, it is our best shot, and we will be prepared for them. Momo went to the door. I won't come back after I make traps. It will be best to try to catch Izuku or Tokoyami off guard. That is okay. I will let you know if I need assistance back here. Mezu sat cross-legged on the floor meditating. Momo left to get prepared. Students, what are your thoughts on our final match? All Might himself was incredibly eager to see the matchup of some of the more level-headed of the class. Glowstick and Spiky Hair both are geniuses and amazing at planning. Katsuki said. Arms and Bird Brain are level-headed and will definitely be aware of the strategy skills their partners have, and this all comes down to how well they both plan against each other. They spent all of yesterday training, so more than likely they know each other's style well, and this all comes down to a game of who covered the most variables between the two. Although I think Glowstick will end up with the first interesting idea he thinks of and act on impulse from there. I thought you said he plans well? Ijiro wondered why Katsuki just contradicted himself. Nito spoke to answer. Izuku gets impulsive but can think up a plan on the fly. He lives for excitement in battles and spars. Trust me, you don't want to spar with him going full out. He will make up a great strat for Tokoyami, but get impulsive on his end without disrupting Tokoyami's flow. This is really if Yaoyorozu can outplan how impulsive Izuku is in a spar. Are you sure you aren't just building up Midoriya's skills? Mashireo asked. Half of everyone looked at him. Dude, I am known for impulsiveness. Denki started. Izuku is on another level sometimes. Midoriya, most of your plans seem to be for me after the start. Fumikage stated. Do you not plan on doing much? Izuku smacked his glasses into goggles. No, I just figured I would do it on the fly. Much funner that way. Izuku stretched his wings to get them ready. You good to go? I am prepared. Fumikage liked Izuku's plan. It was bold and worked well in Dark Shadow's favor. Momo finished her last trap. Shuji, I am done. I will be in the other side of the floor if you need me. I will remember that. This shall be intriguing. Anyone else not liking the grin Izuku has? Toru asked the room as they saw the winged kid grin like a madman. Katsuki showed his own grin. The mad lad has something working out upstairs. Match 5 begin. All Might announced. Izuku immediately flew off the ground and away from the building down the street. What? Half of the class exclaimed, not expecting Izuku to leave. Izuku slammed into the ground down the street. He landed by a transformer yard, giving electricity to the whole block, the building his opponents were houses in as well. Time to boogie. Izuku grinned as he channeled electricity through his arms and pushed it into the transformer. Momo looked up at the lights that suddenly flickered and then went out, leaving her in complete darkness. He wouldn't. Did Izuku just take out a block's power? Denki asked. Izuku grinned again as the leftover electricity danced around him. Oh, that tickles. Izuku flapped his wings and flew back to the building, entering a big enough window to accommodate his wings in the 3rd floor. Once Izuku sat down and stood, he got rid of his wings and turned his goggles to the sunglasses.
Aya Tokoyami-man I am in.
Izuku said through his headset. Excellent. Let us have our revelry in the dark. Yaoyorozu, the power is out for the whole floor. Mezu said through his headset. It was Izuku. Momo said back. Do you think you will be fine? I can create night vision goggles. I can create more ears to increase my hearing. Mezu answered. I can make do. Don't risk your position on my account. Okay. Be prepared for Izuku. I find that to be a bigger task as time goes on. Izuku made his way into the second floor, which was almost pitch black with darkness around him save for the glow of his halo veins. Izuku turned off his veins and cursed as the faint glow of the veins when they were powered off still was noticeable. Guess I might as well keep them on. Izuku shrugged, letting his power flare back up, illuminating the hallway a bit, letting him see the almost unnoticeable shadow of a string spanning the hall in front of him at the height of his ankle. Pretty sneaky, Momo. Izuku muttered as he stepped over the string. If it weren't for his decision to cut the power, he would not have noticed that. I try. Momo whispered in his ear, sending a chill down his neck. Izuku jumped away and prepared a green blast in his left hand and a small shield of his mold in his right hand. What's up, Momo? He asked to the girl who had turned on her cloak, outlining her shadowy body in a red glow. Just here to restrain you. Momo grinned. Nito's eyes widened slightly at the sight of Momo's cloak, resembling his own orange one. Izuku never told him that Momo accepted the star. The camera luckily had a different source of power to stay on so the class could still view them. The cameras also had a setting to see in the dark. I didn't know Yaoyorozu could do that. Ijiro said. Mina had a grin. Did anyone notice how happy Yamamo got when she got close to Midori? Well, maybe she was glad to get the jump on him. Denki shrugged. Then why would she whisper to him instead of attack? Tsuyu asked. Because young love.
Mina skvea led.
You have to stop, Kyoka said. One case at a time. Mina said. And your case is next. Kyoka's face turned red and Nito felt a shiver. Izuku threw his blast and Momo dodged it, moving closer as she created a staff. Swinging the staff at Izuku, she grinned. Not smart of you to turn off the power. I can create night vision goggles, and you don't have an ability to see in the dark. Izuku molded 2 batons in his hands. Shame that I cut the power for Tokoyami then. Izuku started to use his batons to defend himself from Momo's onslaught, who stayed on the offensive. Either way, I have the advantage. I can see and know where the traps are. Momo got past Izuku's defense and smacked the staff into his side as hard as she could. Izuku knocked into the wall and bounced off before Momo could attack again. Izuku got rid of his mold and charged Green Blast to his hands. Funny, because I figured the biggest trap would be your eyes. Momo blushed. No, it's actually this. Momo shot a beam at Izuku, who sidestepped it and stepped into the string, activating a trap. A block swung down and almost clocked Izuku, but he quickly grabbed it and used the moment to jump over to Momo and flicked a green blast into her side to stun her. Bah, I say the eyes would have worked better, Izuku said as he threw a punch at her shoulder. Momo ducked under and attempted to sweep Izuku's legs, but he grabbed her leg and attempted to flip Momo, but she rotated to land a kick on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku winced and started to charge up electricity. Try getting close with this, Izuku said. Momo created another staff made of wood. Try dodging this. Fumikage let Dark Shadow lead him through the darkness. His eyes slowly adjusting to see, but Dark Shadow seeing perfectly helped them search. Fumikage holding the feathers turned out to be a way to help Dark Shadow stay calm somewhat. There is a person here, Dark Shadow announced in a slightly agitated tone. Fumikage entered the room and heard Mezu speak. Hello, Tokoyami. I take it the power is cut in your favor? Mezu said as he stood up. No, it's my favor, Dark Shadow answered. Indeed. I am equally as blind as you, Fumikage said to Mezu. While I may be blind right now, I can more than make up for it with my hearing. Mezu got into his fighting stance. Sucks for you that I have both working well, Dark Shadow growled, signaling to Fumikage he has to start watching his control. Their fighting is so fluid, Mashireo said, referring to Izuku and Momo. It almost seems like a dance at this point how they're moving around each other. They did spend all day yesterday training together. Tsuyu agreed that it was amazing to see how the two went at it. Izuku shot to the side to avoid the downward swing of the staff and jumped off of the ground hard enough to launch over Momo. As he flipped over her, he grabbed the night vision goggles and took them with him. Guess we both can't see anymore, Izuku said. ignoring how they both were glowing with their energies and were obviously visible to the other because of them. Oh well, shame. Momo swept Izuku's legs successfully and he fell into his back, his sunglasses flying off. Momo created a gun quickly and got on top of Izuku, pinning him down and holding the gun to him. Mezu had difficulty keeping Dark Shadow at bay, while Fumikage tried to move around him to the bomb. Give up, Shuji. I can only hold him back for so long, and we obviously will prevail with our numbers. Fumikage was worried that the feathers weren't working as well as they were earlier with Izuku. Mezu weighed his options and knew it was better for his health. Momo's headset stopped giving him signals, and he could hear a scuffle far off. He was by himself here, and the odds weren't in his favor at this moment. I give. Mezu couldn't act like he could pull some trick out to stop Dark Shadow and Fumikage simultaneously. Thanks. Excuse me while I get the bomb and subdue Dark Shadow. You know, as bad as a situation where you just created a gun out of your arm and have me pinned in what would really be a tense situation, I gotta admit that creating a gun like that and pinning someone so effectively is a major turn-on. Izuku said. Boo. Momo stammered as her face heated up. Izuku channeled energy to the pad in his vest underneath where Momo was and sent electricity up into her, stunning her. Izuku quickly flipped their positions as he disarmed her and held the gun to her. The hero team has secured the bomb. Hero team wins. All Might announced as the power came back to the building, letting everyone see the huge amount of blushing coming from Izuku and Momo. They both didn't move for a second, staring into each other's eyes. Izuku noticing how Momo had a red outline to her irises now from her star powers. Momo mesmerized by the electricity that danced around Izuku's eyes. Izuku realized the position they were in and jumped up. A good fight. Izuku stammered as he handed Momo her pistol back. Yes, you had some good moves. Momo avoided looking at Izuku. Izuku didn't like how all his confidence from during the fight actually disappeared, making him feel dumb for going from someone who said what he just said to can't even look at the girl beside him. Izuku hated the look he saw when the four of them returned to the viewing room. The look being from Mina, who looked like she was about to explode with what he assumed to be proclamations of young love. That was really just him using flirting as a distraction. All right, class, what is the evaluation? All Might asked. Midoriya's plan to cut the power was smart, but it put 2 of the 3 minds in his team at a disadvantage. Tenya said. He himself couldn't see and was a target for Yaoyorozu, who was roaming and had made goggles to see through the dark, which didn't matter because his quirk makes those lines on him glow brightly in the dark. He did, however, subdue Yaoyorozu with questionable methods. Methods of love.
Mina muttered.
Tenya ignored the pink girl beside him. Tokoyami's 2-person team with Dark Shadow is formidable, and there wasn't anything Shuji could have done in that moment to stop Tokoyami. Shuji had no choice, and it is admirable that he had the foresight to give. Indeed, sometimes the odds can be overwhelming. Hopefully this and every match today shows you all how your skills are currently and how you can improve. All Might said. Who's our MVP? Izuku asked. All Might looked embarrassed. Yes, I was getting ahead of myself. It could go either way between Midoriya and Tokoyami, really. Ijiro said. The glow stick hindered himself in his plan, and the only one of use after the power went out was Bird Brain. Katsuki said. Hellbird Brain made up 2/3 of the team. With that in mind, I guess young Tokoyami is MVP of match 5. All Might said. What do MVPs get exactly? Denki asked. Glad you asked, young Kaminari. All Might chuckled. The answer is that you get to pick your teams for Thursday's event. What's Thursday's course going to be? Mina was excited. You shall find out Thursday. All Might laughed. Everyone wanted to know, but waiting wasn't too bad. You are all dismissed. Put your hero suits away, and you can return to your classroom for anything Aizawa might say or want to do. As the girls were changing back into their school outfits, Mina asked a question. So Yamamo. Mina waited for Momo to look at her so she could see the reaction. Momo said as she buttoned her shirt. What was that between you and Midori earlier? Kinda playful for a match against each other, don't you think? Mina smirked when she saw how red Momo got. That was just tactics in our fight. Momo did not like that look Mina had. Those were odd tactics. Tura joined in. You had the drop on him, and could have whacked him over the head instead of just whispering. Plus, you had a playful smile the whole time. Tsuyu added, if I had to say you have a crush on Midoriya. What? Momo squeaked. That makes sense. Yui nodded. I don't. Momo cleared her voice. I don't have a crush on Izuku. Please girl, he is hot as hell. If I wasn't trying to get you and his young love together, I would have jumped on him by now. Mina said. While Mina is right in Midoriya being hot, I gotta say I noticed the only girl he has actually looked at like a guy would is you, Yaoyorozu. Toru said. And he did say you were attractive. Mina waved her hand. With very pretty eyes. Speaking of which, when your guys' fight happened and you pinned him, Momo was covering her face to hide the embarrassment. You almost had a predatorial look when you were on him, girl. Whether you are aware of it or not, you want to jump him, Mina said. And he clearly was into it and was able to flip it, and you both looked really into it. You should ask him on a date. Toru exclaimed. No one but Kyoka noticed that Achiko stormed out of the locker room. Kyoka followed her out. Yo Midoriya, what was that in your match? Denki asked. Whatcha mean? Izuku asked as he put on his purple shoes. Don't act like you don't know what we mean. Minoru pointed an accusing finger at Izuku. What was that flirting with Yaoyorozu? Most of the boys turned to Izuku to see what he would say. Oh, that was a way to throw her off, so I could get the advantage. Izuku said. What advantage did you need? Minoru asked. You are the physically strongest and fastest here using your quirk. You were playing with her. Oh, that? Oh, yes, definitely. Izuku nodded. So you admit to it? Minoru asked. Yes, she's a good friend, and I figured Tokoyami had his side taken care of. You decided to flirt? Hanta asked. No, I decided to mess around with a friend. Izuku didn't understand their confusion. That was definitely you flirting. Denki said. Whether you know it or not, you were flirting. And my man, I think she was digging it. Is that why she held a gun to my face? Izuku asked. See, I always wondered if that was a sign of attraction. Either way, you did say you were turned on by it. Ijiro added. To throw off her groove. No way in hell would Izuku say it was an actual turn on at that moment. What was that whole staring thing you both did then? Denki asked. Dude, I can still feel that sexual tension. Okay, weird thing to say. Izuku put back on his sunglasses. I am going to leave now because you all are crazy. Izuku left into the hallway, ignoring their calls for him to finish the conversation. As he walked down the hall, he saw Achiko sitting against a wall with her head in her knees. Hey Kirby, what's up? Izuku said.
Aki Izuku.
Achiko breathed out. Her voice sounded bad, like she was crying. Izuku slumped down next to her. What's wrong? Who do I gotta beat up? Achiko sniffled. It's nothing. I don't have tears over nothing, so I assume you don't either. Come on, I gotta look out for my friends. It's stupid, and it shouldn't be something to worry about. Achiko still hadn't looked up at him. Achiko, I am stupid, and you guys worry about me all the time. Izuku put an arm around her. Friends should be there for friends when everything is tough. I have a crush on you. Achiko quickly said without thinking. Upon saying it, she expected Izuku to laugh, or leave, or say that she was dumb for thinking she had a chance. That is a tough situation. Izuku said. I question why you put your bar so low. Girl, you could have someone with impulse control with your hair alone. Achiko felt like snorting a little. I wish I could have had the slightest bit of emotional understanding when it comes to this stuff earlier, so you wouldn't be wasting tears on me. You're amazing, and if things were different, I have no doubt that you would definitely be the one wearing the pants out of us, but I am starting to believe I have feelings for another person. Achiko felt crushed by that sentence. Why would Izuku say that? I don't know if I can find a way here to make you feel better other than finding a way to get Katsuki to call himself a pretty princess. I will, however, vow to help you feel better if you ever find a way for me to do so, and I take that stuff seriously. If you got someone you see, and you want their lunch money, I will hold them upside down and shake it out of them. I swear you get that one, make Izuku do whatever I say card. And I am sad to say it is non-refundable. Achiko looked up at him finally, her teary red eyes looking into his green sunglasses. I know what you can do. Well, that was fast. Izuku said. What is it? Don't mess up with her. Yaoyorozu. She likes you also. They were talking about it just now. She likes you and doesn't know how much and you like her too. I'm pretty sure everyone knows after your match. Geez, is that all anyone talks about? There were 4 other matches. Izuku groaned. Just don't let her feel as bad as I am. Are you sure you don't want to ask for anything selfish? Izuku asked. I can rob a bank, I think, if I believe in myself hard enough. Achiko shook her head. I want to be a rescue hero. I don't want her in this situation. I also doubt you would rob a bank. That is doubt I hear, and I don't appreciate that. You need one of us to do the thinking half of the time. Name one time I acted without thinking. Last week when we saw that shark you thought was a dolphin. The day before that when you wanted to see how high you could fly and almost crashed. Yesterday when you hurt your arm. Today when you broke your mold. I said name one time, Kirby. Achiko giggled. Sorry, I had too many to choose from, Glowstick. Hey, Midoriya. Ijiro's voice interrupted them from down the hall. Come on, I plan on beating you at your challenge. I'll be there soon. Izuku shouted back. He turned back to Achiko. Hey, will you be fine? Achiko nodded. I'm fine now. Thanks, Izuku. Izuku gave her a tight one-handed hug. I'm still going to get Katsuki to call himself a pretty princess now. Achiko smiled. I can't wait. Izuku got up and started to run towards where Ijiro was. Ready to lose Kirishima? Kyoko walked over to Achiko. Hey. Hey. Achiko said as she stood up. Are you really fine? Kyoko asked. You heard everything? Kyoko twirled her earphone jack. I can hear a lot because of these. Does everyone forget that? Kinda, especially when you don't say anything about what you hear. Normally it's none of my business. This was just me making sure you're fine. Achiko nodded. I'm definitely fine now. It's gonna suck for the next few days, but I will manage. If it helps, I can probably find a way to get Ishido to stop with her young love stuff. It is kinda annoying at this point. You're just saying that because she knows you have a crush on Nito. Kyoka's eye twitched. No, I don't. Achiko looked at her without blinking, giving her a really look. It's fine if you do or don't. Except that will leave Nito in my situation. What do you mean? Everyone can tell he has a crush on you, but is too nervous to say anything. Kyoka put her face in her hands and groaned. When did our lives become a teenage drama? When we became teenagers. Okay, so I will have Momo, Denki, and Hanta plus Nito just sitting on my back while you have Ishido, Ojiro, Aoyama, and Turo. Izuku said. Ijiro nodded. Are we going for time or total? We, however, can go the longest. Try to match each other's speed. Izuku dropped to the floor. All right, let's have it be shown that I am stronger. Ijiro dropped to the floor as well. Let it be known that those were your famous last words that I made you eat. Chapter 9. /N. I can proudly say that I own a copy of every Saints Row game on my Xbox and Switch, but I don't own either of these franchises. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities, Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off, all the way the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super speed. Currently can run at max speed of 110 km per hour. 23.5 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green Blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged Green Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Supreme Green Blast. Izuku uses different flowing strands of green energy that he shoots out simultaneously that create a green blast that has the power of 40 green blasts combined. Extremely dangerous to use as even the slightest bit of a misstep could result in the energy releasing early in Izuku's arm and injuring it gravely. Purple Blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged Purple Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Wednesday morning started off similar to Tuesday morning. Katsuki woke up before everyone and started cooking breakfast, saying everyone else would fuck it up. "So are you just the cook of our class now, Bakubro?" Hanta asked from a table. "You all most likely suck, and I am not taking my chances of eating dirt." Katsuki answered from the kitchen. "He is a den mother." Denki said. "I will cut you, Pikachu." Katsuki yelled. "Don't you mean you will cut me off?" Denki asked. "I know what I said. Should we call it for the morning?" Izuku heaved. "Yeah." Ijiro gasped from the ground. "I think that's good enough." After their push-up contest the night before, which Izuku won by a lead of 15 more than Ijiro's, Izuku and Ijiro realized they would be perfect partners for working out when they both are about as physical fit as each other without the addition of their quirks. They both agreed to wake up early before class and take to the dorm's courtyard to have a quirkless spar and work out, leaving them both breathless. "So how badly do you think Ida is going to yell at us about wearing ourselves out early in the morning?" Izuku pushed himself off of the ground. "We could just say that we are pushing ourselves to the max to be the best we can, and he will let everything slide." Ijiro started to chug his water. "Yeah." They both heard a glass sliding door open and turned to see the floating clothes of Toru.
Iagakura.
Izuku waved. "What have you two been doing?" Toru was confused to see them so tired this early in the morning. "Training." Ijiro stood up and used his towel to wipe his face. "Real ones gotta keep at the grind." Izuku stretched. "Oh." Toru felt inspired slightly by how much effort these two were putting in. It also made her feel weaker when Sue thought about how little she worked out. "Can I join next time?" She expected them to say she wouldn't be able to keep up with them. "Of course." Ijiro nodded happily. "The more the merrier." "Yeah, it'll be fun." Izuku added. "We can get you around 5 tomorrow morning." 5? Toru asked. "They've been out there since 5? "Yeah. Unless you want us to get you later." Izuku didn't want to be overbearing about it. "Maybe 6 or 7? "No, I can do 5. "How often do you guys plan on doing this?" Toru asked. Izuku looked at Ijiro. "I got afternoon trainings to do with Momo, so how about Monday and Wednesday mornings?" Ijiro crossed his arms. "That works. Let's add something on Saturday every other weekend." "That works." Izuku nodded. "I am fine with that." Toru said. "All right, we will let you know Saturday." Ijiro said. "Can't be early on Saturday because I was going to visit my mom." Izuku said. "She's been too busy lately at work for us to have a chance to chat, so I was going to surprise her." "Worry about your mom more than us, my dude." Ijiro waved him off. "Anyways, let's get out of here." Izuku went to go inside. "See you guys at breakfast. I'm taking a quick shower." "So what did you guys do exactly?" Toru asked as she and Ijiro made their way to the commons. We started with a jog around the courtyard, then did some push-ups. Izuku actually benched me at one point, and then we sparred. Ijiro said, "He benched you?" Toru tried picturing that. "Yeah, it was a little weird." Ijiro chuckled. "I don't remember how we actually got to that point. What are you guys talking about?" Mina asked as they got to the dining area. "Stuff me and Midoriya did during our morning workout." "You guys worked out this morning?" Nito asked, kinda irritated that Izuku didn't mention it to him. "Yeah, dude is an excellent sparring partner. Although I can't pinpoint what his main fighting style is. It's something he made with his grandpa," Nito said. At that part, Fumikage perked up to listen. His grandfather described it as street brawling. Tsuyu put her finger to her mouth. "His grandfather sounds more and more like a strong person the more we hear about him." "Wait, does Izuku have that sword his grandfather had? The really cool fire one?" Denki asked. Nito shook his head, not liking how these people asked him everything about someone he wasn't the one that was related to. "He probably would have at least showed it to us by now," Mina said. "Or Yaoyorozu," Minoru added. "Oh yeah, definitely." Denki nodded. "Where are they both, by the way?" "Midoriya is taking a shower before class," Ijiro answered. "I just saw Yamamo head into the kitchen," Mina said. "Without Bakugo screaming at her?" Mashireo found that hard to believe. "He only doesn't scream at like 3 people," Tsuyu said. "Kodai, Shuji, and Tokoyami. I do my best to not agitate him." Fumikage yawned, still not fully awake. "Maybe it's because they are the really quiet 3 that don't try to taunt him or question him, they just go with it," Hanta said. "No, Kodai has told him to stop telling sometimes, and he actually doesn't yell at her," Mina said. She turned to the unaware girl who had a book in hand. "Hey Kodai, what's your secret to dealing with Bakugo?" Yui looked up and had a look of slight confusion. "I don't have a secret." "Then why does he actually be nice to you?" Mina asked. "That's not technically nice and I don't know. I just tell him to not be loud." Yui looked back to her book. Momo walked out of the kitchen with a glass of orange juice.
Iyo Momo.
Mina waved her over. "So did you think about what us girls discussed yesterday?" Momo didn't get the chance to answer before Denki spoke. "What did you girls discuss?" Mina shot him a look to tell him to shut up. "Ladies' business only." Denki nodded. "All right, say no more." As Izuku got exited the shower area and finished buttoning his school shirt, he bumped into someone else.
Sorry, man.
Izuku made sure the person, who he saw to be Shoto, didn't fall over. Wasn't really paying attention. Shoto looked at him impassively. "It is okay. Just watch your step, please." Shot made to leave, but Izuku spoke. "Hey dude, your ice is wicked awesome," Izuku said. "I don't knock if you will get offended by this, but have you ever tried to make a snow cone with your ice?" Shot expected him to ask about his left side, his blasted father, or his use of only half of his quirk, or to belittle him for his lose the day before, not asked about snow cones. "I have never considered it." "Oh dude, you gotta try it once and let me know. I don't have an ice ability and I always wanted to make food with my abilities, and I can't think of one from my current ones." Shoto raised an eyebrow, not familiar with someone who has an insanely strong quirk wanting to use it for something so trivial. "Maybe you could use your purple flames for a barbecue." Izuku's face lit up in realization. "I forgot I could do that. Thanks Todoroki, I will let you go on your way." Izuku walked in the direction of his room and Shit watched him in confusion, not sure what to think of the boy anymore. Izuku looked at the board, the Ouija board that was used to retrieve him from hell. "Hey, are you on?" Izuku tapped it. The board's piece vibrated. "Okay, cool. Can you tell me about a demon named Dark Shadow?" The piece moved and spelled out, "Who?" "So that's just the name that he has with Tokoyami?" Izuku muttered. Izuku would have asked Fumikage and Tokoyami for more info after the match, but they went to Fumikage's room and he was busy with Ijiro and then training with Momo, which was an odd silent training that didn't last nearly as long as the other day. "So can you tell me about any demon types that have 3 of their kind left?" The board didn't react for a second. It responded after a minute to say, "None that I am aware of." "You're kinda useless right now, you know that?" Izuku asked the board. Izuku's eye twitched when the board spelled out its next sentence. And you are kind of a bitch? Smacked the board. You can't keep calling everyone a bitch. Bite me. The board replied. Izuku glared at it. Fuck off. Why am I yelling at a piece of wood? Because you are a bitch. The board spelled out. Fuck you. Izuku out the board back in the chest by his bed and stormed out of his room. Izuku entered the commons and saw he was the last one down. About time you got here, Glowstick, Katsuki said as he put down the final plate of food. So are you always going to be the one cooking? Izuku asked as he sat down. Unless one of you can actually prove to me you can cook more than making a sandwich, then yes, Katsuki said. I am not letting myself eat garbage. Fair enough, Izuku said. Just checking. We don't have foundational heroic studies today, right? Momo shook her head. Unless we get a second teacher, then no. All Might spends every other day with either us or Class 1B. Has anyone actually talked to Class 1B yet? Mina asked. I think the two hero classes should know each other. Tinya nodded. Yes, I shall set up a time between the classes for us all to meet. Once again, who made you fucking leader of the class? Katsuki asked. Wait, shouldn't we have a class president by now? Ijiro asked. I will bet money that Aizawa-sensei tells us about it today, Izuku said, eager to gamble. Momo flicked his arm.
No gambling.
Bit rude. Izuku referred to the flick. Could have just yelled like Katsuki. I don't always yell. Katsuki snapped. I was actually expecting you to yell just now. Izuku looked at Katsuki. You're annoying, Katsuki stated in a calm voice. I always figured I was charming. As charming as dirt. So farmers love me. Well, they need something to scare off the crows. At least that makes me useful. Izuku shrugged as he began to eat. Once again entering the class, they found Aizawa to be there already, but asleep at his desk. I only ever see him teach, yawn, or sleep, Izuku remarked as he walked past to his seat. For all you know, he is awake and listening. Momo warned Izuku. I think he will still be upset with my bone popping out trick more than me saying an observation. Izuku flicked his necklace as he sat down. Momo went reading her encyclopedia before class started, or at least made it look that way while she was thinking. Mina's pestering the day before did make her realize even more that she might probably definitely have feelings for the boy next to her, and that he had similar feelings. While the thought of the guy she liked having feelings for her made her feel giddy, it also made her hesitate. They were both in a school for training to become heroes. They should focus in their training more than their feelings. Plus, she had agreed to be one of the allies of his when he starts up his group to replicate his ancestor's old gang. Doesn't that count as a conflict of interest or a bad idea to date within a work group? When did she even consider dating him? Sure, he was hot and kind. Has an interesting sense of humor and is caring, and also hot. Momo shook her head. She was definitely getting off topic. Izuku was thinking of similar things. He was full on aware of his feelings, especially after having Achiko tell him hers for him. It pushed him to realize that he was quickly developing a strong crush, an even bigger attraction to the girl next to him. Izuku didn't know about whether he should do something about the feelings for Momo. Even if he remembers Achiko's request to not mess up with her, he still had to remember that he took up the task of reforming the Saints in this timeline, and that Momo is going to be one of the people in his circle. Wouldn't that be an issue? Aizawa speaking interrupted both of their trains of thought. Today, class, we will now have you choose your class representative as well as the class VP. Nice, I called it. Izuku grinned. I don't care how you pick them, but the class must agree with the method of choosing. Wake me up when you decide. With that, Aizawa out his head back down. I believe we should out it to a vote. Tinya stood up. Won't people just vote for themselves? Ijiro asked. That means that anyone who has more votes is viewed as actually deserving of the title. Tinya said. That makes sense, but I personally think that is stupid also. Izuku spoke. That could just mean one person doesn't vote for themselves, and instead for a friend, and that friend wins because they were the only one to get another vote, just because of them being friends. We should not allow anyone to vote for themselves because everyone has bias towards themselves. Like, I would of course think I would be a great leader. However, I do tend to not take some things seriously and can act an impulse, and someone else will disagree with that as what makes a good leader. Granted, your way actually does make sense. I think that removing people from having the option to vote for themselves will make them actually think about good leadership qualities and who here actually fits that bill the best out of all of us. Izuku flicked his necklace again. I don't know, I just think that only being able to vote for others and not yourself could allow people to think more objectively. I agree with Midoriya, Tsuyu said. Thanks, Azui. Izuku smiled. I said call me Tsu. Tsuyu reminded him. My bad, Tsu. Izuku said. Okay, but how do we vote? Denki asked. We could write it on a paper and tally it. Or just say we vote for with a show of hands. Momo said. We are training to be heroes, and if and when we do go pro, our opinions on everything will be there for everyone to see. This could help us open up on showing our opinions and choices. It'll take too long to go down all 20 of us, however, so why don't we just nominate like 5 or 6 of us that everyone can agree on? Mashireo said. The trials yesterday could be our way of choosing our leaders based decision-making and how they handle themselves, whether they won or not. Does everyone agree to this way? Tenya asked. Everyone nodded. All right, so I think we should nominate Yamamoto, Midori, Kodai, and Tsu. Mina said. I believe that Tokoyami and Ida should be nominated as well. Mezu added. Bird Brain, Glowstick, Four Eyes, Spiky Hair, Arms, and Princess and Frogger are the most responsible acting out of all of us, even if Glowstick is also an idiot and Four Eyes has a stick up his ass. Katsuki said. I feel honored that you think I am an idiot. Izuku wiped a fake tear from his eye. Shut up before I unnominate you. Katsuki responded. Nito, Momo, Ida, Azui, and Izuku do have good leadership qualities. Kyoka added. This went on for a few more minutes until they all decided on 4 people to have as the people to vote for. Izuku, Momo, Tsuyu, and Tenya. All right, so all in favor of Ida? Mina asked. Yui, Tsuyu, and Mezu all raised their hands for Ida. All right, Ida has 3.
Mina counted.
How many people want Tsu in office? Mina asked. Toru and Mashireo raised their hands. That's 2 for Tsu. That rhymes.
Mina låghead.
How about Yamamoto? Kyoka, Shoto, Minoru, Mina, Ida, and Izuku put their hands up. That is 6 for Yamamoto. How about Midori? The rest of the class, which had Nito, Achiko, Katsuki, Ijiro, Aoyama, Denki, Hanta, Momo, and Fumikage all having their hands up. That's 9 for Midori, so congratulations, you're our class republic. Izuku grinned. Excellent. I make my first choice an option that everyone calls me President, Pretzi Man, or the great and powerful Izuku. I made a mistake. Momo said next to him. And our vice president is Yamamoto because she was in 2nd place. Mina said. Izuku grinned at Momo. Well, at least one of us is completely responsible. Momo smiled back, not complaining about the chance to spend more time with Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, we chose our class rep, Tenya said. Aizawa picked up his head. Who is it? Izuku held his arms out. The one and only Pretzi Man. Aizawa seemed to gain gray hair almost when Izuku spoke. And you're vice president? Momo raised her hand. It's me, sensei. Well, at least one of you have common sense. Aizawa said, making half of the class laugh. I would be offended if it wasn't true. Izuku gave out a chuckle. As most of the class left for lunch, Izuku grabbed Fumikage. Hey Tokoyami man, can we talk? Izuku asked. Fumikage nodded. What about Midoriya? The stuff we learned yesterday. Izuku answered. Indeed, let's go somewhere private. Fumikage walked with Izuku as they went back into the classroom, where everyone including Aizawa had left. So what is the point of the discussion? Can I trust you to keep my powers secret? Izuku asked. He figured he could, but he just had to make sure. Midoriya, you will have no problem with me about keeping that a secret. I do have a request, however, and so does Dark Shadow. At that, Dark Shadow popped its head out of Fumicage's torso. What is it, my guy? Izuku was curious. I would be an enslaved husk for Satan right now if it wasn't for your grandfather. Dark Shadow started. And I would not have gotten as far as I have without Dark Shadow. Fumikage added. I remember you saying you wanted to continue your grandfather's legacy and remake the Saints. We would both like to swear our allegiance to you and join your side. Izuku blinked.
Definitely, man.
I could definitely use the help when I establish the Saints. Fumikage smiled. Is there anyone else you have recruited yet? Like Monoma or Yaoyorozu? Izuku chuckled. Both of them exactly. Nito is a descendant of Danevogel, the guy who gave my grandfather the halo in the first place. Dark Shadow grinned. I was right. I thought that cloak of theirs was odd. Wait, do those not give off demonic energy? Izuku wondered, because if he was the only one who could be detected as demonic power having, then that was great. His friends wouldn't be as big of targets. They don't necessarily. It's just close enough to real demonic energy that if you looked you would see similarities, although that girl's is stronger than the boys. Dark Shadow answered. Izuku was curious why they weren't sensed as actual demonic powers like him. Maybe it was because theirs was made by Dane and Philip, not actual demons, even if they used probably similar methods. That's interesting. All right, so welcome to the Saints. Izuku stuck out his hand. Fumikage took the hand in a shake. Glad to be on your team. Let's get to lunch. Where have you two been? Ijiro asked as Izuku and Fumikage sat at the lunch table that consisted of Ijiro, Momo, Kyoka, Mina, Toru, and Nito. We were just talking about yesterday. Izuku quickly said. The battle trials were nice. Kyoka said. Except I really didn't do well at all. Ijiro looked down. Hey man, it was just a really bad matchup. Izuku said. I'm pretty sure all of us would have had a bad time against Tsu AMD Kyoka's team up. They have good synergy. What about you and Tokoyami? Ijiro said. I'm pretty sure you guys were the best hero team hands down. Definitely.
Mina nodded.
You guys were really effective at taking down Yamamo and Shuji, and they were amazing too. Thank you. Momo smiled. We did work well together. Fumikage nodded. Granted, we separated early on to do two parts of the plan. Izuku said. Yeah, but the combination of you two might be one of the strongest in our class. Ijiro said. With your insane abilities and Tokoyami's quirk, that's a deadly duo. I think the only stronger combo is Midori and Yamamo. Mina said. You both have really overpowered quirks compared to the rest of us. Both Momo and Izuku got slightly red at the thought of being partnered together. Speaking of, your cloak yesterday was odd, Yaoyorozu. Toru said. The cloak seemed like the thing that Monoma can do, and the beam, or whatever it was, seemed like something Izuku might have. Ijiro nodded. Maybe their quirks are all close enough to each other's that they could do that. Think about it, Monoma can copy quirks, and as he said, the cloak and monster strength come from that energy used to recreate a quirk. Yaoyorozu can create things as long as she understands it well. Maybe she just did some testing with Midoriya the other day to recreate some new stuff. And Midoriya is, what does your quirk come from? Everyone turned to Izuku. I deadass think it's just a lot of energy that lets me use abilities close to my ancestors, like I inherited their powers. That's cool as hell. Makes you carry a huge legacy. Ijiro wondered how well he would manage carrying a legacy like that. Oh, you have no idea. Izuku laughed slightly. Hello. A feminine voice spoke from behind them. Everyone turned to see four people. The speaker was a tall, orange-haired girl that had been tied in a high ponytail on her left side with teal eyes. On her right was a broad-shouldered guy with silver hair and what looked like jagged metal surrounding his eyes and jagged teeth similar to Ijiro's. He stood almost defensively by the orange-haired girl. On the orange girl's other side was a girl with long, messy, moss-colored hair and long, sharp teeth, and a green pointed at Izuku that he felt a shiver from. Beside that girl was an even taller girl that held a calm expression and long vines for hair. Hello. Izuku spoke for his table. What can we do you for? Hi, I'm the class rep for Class 1B Itsuka Kendo. Itsuka put her hand out to greet Izuku, since he was the closest and the one who was speaking. I figured it would be perfect for the two hero course classes to know each other, and one of your classmates said the Pretzi man was here. Izuku took her hand. Yeah, that's me, Izuku Midoriya. It's actually funny because we mentioned today how we should do the same. Itsuka smiled. Great. The silver-haired guy next to her put out his hand to Izuku. I'm the vice rep of 1B. Name is Tetsu. That's a mouthful, my dude. Izuku remarked. My vice rep is right there. He pointed to Momo.
I Mumu Roju.
Momo waved. Hey, my dad works for your dad. Tetsu said. What do your parents do, Yaoyorozu? Ishido asked. Momo smiled, clearly liking the chance to talk about her family. My parents run an international company called the Syndicate. They provide funding for many scientific research firms in many countries as well as quirk research, city development, invest in small companies, and are a huge part of the world's economy. My family has had the company for generations, and when quirks first started to appear, they helped keep everything from completely falling apart. That's awesome, Ijiro said while Izuku went silent. Izuku was wondering that since she was a descendant of Philip, and this was obviously that syndicate, if they still did all of the illegal stuff they did back during the time of the Saints taking over Steelport. Momo saw the look he had and held up a finger to signify they would speak later. Yeah, my dad works in a quirk research firm to see how skin-affecting quirks work. Tetsu clearly had respect for his dad. What does he do there? Mina asked. He is a researcher in one of the subjects. He has a quirk that turns his skin to steel, which I inherited. Tetsu showed them his quirk by letting his right arm turn into steel. Izuku mused how it was a similar quirk to Ijiro's hardening. Hey, I have a similar quirk, Ijiro said right as Izuku thought about the similarities. My skin hardens. Ijiro let his arm harden, gaining its sharp edges. Nice man. We should spar sometime. Tetsu said. It could help our defense and offense to fight similar quirks. Lets us see more opportunities easier, you know? What's your quirk, hot stuff? The green-haired girl said to Izuku, who didn't notice the glare at Setsuna from both Mina and Momo. My name is Setsuna Tokage. I call my power Saint's Flow. At the word Saint, the vine-headed girl perked up. It actually gives me a variety of abilities. Does any of them have to do with those almost white glowing lines all over you? Itsuka asked. These are my halo veins. The vine girl seemed to perk up even more. They actually gain color when my quirk is turned on. They flood my body with the energy that powers my quirk. So that's why the one kid called you a glow stick? Setsuna asked. Yeah. Very quickly my quirk gives me an ability cold mold that lets me create objects in my hands out of energy that can't leave my hands. Electricity conducting, super speed, super strength. An ability I call blast that is just me throwing balls of the energy with varying effects, and my favorite part is I can get wings. Wings? The vine girl had too much interest at that point. Forgive me for not first introducing myself. I am Ibara Shiozaki. Yeah, Midori has wings, and they are so pretty. Toru chirped. Are you all going to call me Midori now? Izuku asked the pink and invisible girl. Not Yamamo. She already has Izuku. Mina said, trying to give Setsuna a hint to back off of a couple she was trying to make. Can I see the wings? Ibara asked. As much as I love showing off my prized wings, they are a bit big, and I don't want to have to make people here move. After classes, all of you guys from 1B can come over to our dorms so we can all properly meet, and I can do it then. Izuku offered. Itsuka nodded. That actually answers what I came here for. I wanted to set a time for all of both of our classes to meet. Well, you guys have the foundational hero studies today, right? Izuku asked. Yeah, we do. Setsuna grinned. Have fun with that, and anyone who wants to meet 1A can come on over to our dorms. Izuku said. Itsuka nodded. It's a plan. And a date. Setsuna winked at Izuku as the 4-1B students left. I'll fight her, Yamamo. Mina whispered to Momo. Don't worry, you definitely have a better body than her. Toru added. Oh God. Momo groaned as she put her head against the table. They seemed nice. Izuku turned back around in his seat. Yeah, Tetsu looks like a chill guy. Ijiro grinned. Kyoka gave him a look. You think that because you both could pass as brothers? That guy is cool. Tetsu said as they sat down at one of the 1B tables. Your brother or hot stuff? Setsuna grinned. Well, both really. When I first saw the guy wearing sunglasses and a gold chain necklace, I figured he might be a douche. From my angle, I could see his eyes. Setsuna said. He has actual electricity in his eyes going all over the place. I think even Shiozaki thinks he is hot. The vine-haired girl looked at Setsuna. I was merely interested in the holy naming of his quirk and abilities. The fact that your face was red when he looked at you? Setsuna raised her eyebrow. Means nothing. I'm pretty sure some of the girls in 1A are already after him Tokeage, so you might want to back off. Itsuka said. Itsuka noticed the way the pink girl and Momo were acting. I don't want there to be fighting between the classes. I'm also sure Midoriya wouldn't either. Do you mean that Yairo's a girl? Setsuna asked. She also saw one of the looks the black-haired girl give Izuku. Doesn't matter. We shouldn't be causing drama or anything of the sort. Tetsu said. Please don't instigate anything at all at their dorms later. Itsuka asked her. I swear I won't cause any trouble. Setsuna said. I was only saying how hot he is. Glowstick, if you were the one who invited them here, shouldn't you be awake? Katsuki threw a couch pillow at the sleeping Izuku, who had just returned from afternoon training, and immediately crashed on a couch in the commons. Let me just rest for a second, damn. Izuku yawned as he used the couch pillow that was just thrown at him to cover his face. Midoriya, it will be a bad first impression if the class rep is sleeping when 1B arrives. Tenya said. Some of them have already met me. Izuku mumbled from under the pillow. I will try to be presentable when they get here. Momo sat down on the empty part of the couch by Izuku's covered head. Izuku, I believe we have some matters to discuss. Izuku lowered the pillow on his face so he could look up at Momo. We can do that now. I think it would be best to be said in private. Momo whispered. Thankfully, no one else was paying them attention at that moment. Sure. Let's go outside to the courtyard later then. Izuku mumbled back, holding in a yawn. That's fine. Momo nodded. Izuku dozed back off while Momo pulled out one of her encyclopedias. The class of 1A soon fell into one of their regular afternoon routines. Katsuki, Denki, Hanta, and Minoru all playing on Katsuki's system. Yui, Fumikage, and Momo all silently reading their own books. Mina, Achiko, Toru, and Tsu all chatting at one end of a table. Nito and Kyoko playing a board game. Mezu could be seen meditating in the courtyard through the windows. Mashireo was also out there going through his forms and showing them to Ijiro. Tenya was watching the news on his phone. Aoyama was watching himself in a mirror. Shoto was surprisingly downstairs, but sitting there silently near where Momo was reading while Izuku slept. This was what Class 1B saw as they got entry into the commons. Hello. Itsuka grinned and waved. A collective wave of greetings went back and forth between the two classes.
Iimpun.
A girl that had hooves and horns and the biggest blue eyes any of them had seen yelled very happily. What's going on? Izuku yawned as he took the pillow off of his face and sat up. He saw the people he guessed to be 1B standing in the middle of the commons. Oh yeah, hello. Izuku fell back down. Midoriya, you said you would be presentable when they got here. Tenya said. I am presentable right now. Izuku's muffled voice was heard. I am presenting how I am when I am tired from 2 different training sessions in one day. I already like him. A brown-haired boy said. Name is Koziite Tsuburaba. Izuku Midoriya. A muffled response was heard. Wait, you're the guy who blew up a 0-pointer with 1 punch and some lightning. Koziite exclaimed. I was actually at your test site. A thumbs up was seen over the side of the couch from Izuku. Sorry, he is close to passing out at this point. He overdoes his training. Momo said. You should know. He had to carry you here after you did 1 session with him. Mina said. So wait, we won't see his wings tonight then? Setsuna asked. Glowstick dow them the damn wings so they won't whine about it. Katsuki said without looking away from his game. So vulgar. Ibara remarked. I like his attitude. Setsuna grinned. Izuku gave no response except a light snore. Momo lightly shook his shoulder. Izuku, can you stay awake long enough to do what you said you would? Momo asked him in a quiet tone. Izuku yawned. I guess. Izuku sat back up slowly and turned on his halo veins, the energy giving him a big boost to stay awake. But I'm falling asleep after, and no one can stop me. Izuku stood up and walked to an aware that had no one, and then summoned his wings, flapping them very slowly. Wow, those are pretty. The girl named Pony said as she tried to touch one of his wings. Wait, they are on fire. Izuku waved his arm. That's fine. They are always like that. You can touch the flames. Izuku plucked a feather, and handed it to Pony. See? Completely harmless, just a source of warmth and light. That's awesome, Cozy Eye said as he poked a feather. Is it bad for you to pluck feathers like that, though? Not really. Like an hour after a feather is plucked, it turns to ashes, and another one is back in its place on the wings. Ibra was mesmerized by the image of Izuku with his wings. The wings that she felt fit an angel along with the name of his quirk, and parts of it having a religious meaning made her feel like he was a religious person like her. I'm not the only one with. Izuku cut himself off with a yawn. One with an interesting power in 1A though. Hell, I think Momo's quirk is the best quirk here. Technically her quirk was the strongest there that she was born with. Nito had one for all passed on to him, and Izuku's powers aren't a quirk, just demonic powers by origin. Momo blushed at what Izuku said. My quirk allows me to create an object as long as I know its molecular layout. That's awesome, a black-haired guy with a headband said. My quirk lets me fuse two objects together at the atomic level, names Yosetsu Aways. Momo Yayorozu. Momo said to let everyone in 1B know her name. Wait, hold up. Katsuki shouted. How is her quirk more powerful than mine? I can create explosions. Can't you make a nuke if you learned its molecular makeup? Izuku asked Momo, who wasn't used to the attention of nearly 40 people. I think so. Izuku pointed a hand at her and looked at Katsuki. Bigger explosions. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. I can still kick your ass, glow stick. Maybe while I am tired like now. Izuku yawned again. Do you feel this? Pony started to poke his wing. Yeah, like 5 seconds after they are out they start feeling like an actual limb I have always had. Izuku said. Honestly, my favorite part of my powers. They'd be mine too. Cozy Eye grinned. Bet flying feels amazing. Actually, yes. Best feeling. Gives you a rush like a roller coaster, but like times 10, and it's always happening. Izuku grinned. He then got rid of his wings, the wings disappearing as if the flames actually engulfed them. Not sorry, but I am tired and I want to pass out. Izuku went back to the couch and fell onto it, his head landing in Momo's lap and instantly snoring. Mina looked at the red-faced Momo with a smirk. I guess you guys can stay for a bit. Momo took control since Izuku was out. Neat. Cozy Eye plopped down next to they 4 boys playing games on the big TV. Can I get next? Minoru handed him his remote. I'm getting my ass beat anyways. That's because you suck, Katsuki said. I'll avenge you, Cozy Eye said dramatically. 2 hours later at Tsuka, the last of 1B along with Tetsu began to leave waved. It's been fun, Itsuka said. We should do this again. Tetsu grinned to Ijiro, who he had gotten along with amazingly. Maybe next time it won't be a standstill. Ijiro smiled, referring to their long arm wrestling match that didn't decide a winner. Ijiro and Tinya, the two to say the final goodbyes to the students of 1B, returned to the commons to see the last few students of 1A that hadn't turned to their rooms. Can't believe that weird fucker beat me, Katsuki said. His name is Korwaro, Denki said. I'm calling him negative, man, Katsuki said. You can't call anyone by their real name that much, can you? Hanta asked. I call people by their real name when they get the respect deserving of it. So you respect Midoriya? I heard you call him by his real name the most out of all of us. Minoru gestured to the still sleeping Izuku, who no longer had his head on Momo's lap, who was reading and unconsciously running a hand through Izuku's hair. With what I know, he deserves some respect. Katsuki muttered. Does it have to do with dash? Don't finish the sentence, Katsuki said without stopping wrapping up his remotes. I am dead serious about that threat. Do you think he would tell us? Denki asked. I'm pretty sure that is something shoved down, so no, and don't ask him, Katsuki said. Just let him sleep by his girlfriend and mind your own business. I'm not his dash, Momo tried to argue. You both have this weird sexual tension, and we can all see the looks you give each other. It is all but official at this point, Katsuki said.
Mina nodded.
Even the angry guy can see it. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. I am not the angry guy. You do curse a lot, Achiko said quietly. It looks like you just need a date. Mina then got an idea. Tell you what, I am getting you a date with Tokage. The fuck you are. Katsuki argued. I don't need help getting dates. So you do want a date with her?
Mina smirked.
I don't want any dates. Katsuki threw a paper ball at her. Mind your own business. Love is my business. Mina retorted as she threw the paper back. Well, bother someone else's love. Katsuki threw the paper back.
Fine.
You better be glad I have 2 cases before I am free. 2? Denki asked as he spun around. I thought you were just bothering Izuku and Yamamo. They are case number 1. I still have a second case here, but they are both too shy to say anything to each other.
Mina explained.
Who is it? Denki looked around the several people still in the comments. Is it Kodai and Todoroki? Both people looked up from their books on separate sides of the room in confusion.
No.
They both said in unison. Rats, I was wrong. Denki snapped his fingers. It's not them, but now I am intrigued. Mina pondered the 2, not sure because she didn't have much to go on for the 2 quiet kids, one of which seemingly just opening up that day very slowly to the class. I won't even reveal them anyways. Privacy is key sometimes. How come you haven't been private about bothering those 2? Hanta gestured to the sleeping Izuku and embarrassed Momo. Well, because they can't hide it at all at this point. Yesterday when they flirted while fighting made it obvious. That wasn't dash. Momo tried to argue again, but again got cut off. Yes, it was. Both Katsuki and Mina said. If you didn't like him, you probably wouldn't be running your hand through his hair. Mina pointed to the hand Momo instantly pulled away from Izuku. That's fuck. Momo didn't have an excuse. Is it soft?
Mina grinned.
Please be quiet. Momo begged. That means it is.
Mina grinned.
You have to tell all of us when you guys finally get together. What makes you so sure we will get together? Momo asked. Mina responded by just looking at Momo. Just tell us. At this point we deserve to know. Wouldn't that be corruption in our leadership if they were boning each other? Denki asked. Momo covered her face with her hands at the thought of what was just said. There better not be boning of any kind here. Tenya warned. We are high schoolers training to be heroes. They aren't even dating, let alone boning yet. Ijiro pointed out. So they are fine right now? Oh God. Momo begged. Hey, that's what she might say. Minoru joked. Please stop. Momo felt like she was about to die of embarrassment. I doubt that would be said. Hanta added. Momo shot up and quickly left the comments. Izuku, who had woke up on the loudness of the conversation, looked down in confusion. What just happened? Don't worry about it, Mina said, giving everyone else looks to tell them to shut up. Okay. Izuku was still confused. Hey Izuku, what do you remember about sleeping? Denki asked, seeing if Izuku was aware that earlier he had his head in Momo's lap. Odd question. I did the thing with my wings and went to the couch to crash. That's it. Izuku answered. I woke up because it was loud. Oh. Denki gave Mina a look. Nothing else? No, stop being weird. Izuku stood up. I'm going to my room to get away from you weirdos. No offense to the not weird ones. Izuku left the comments. You all gotta stop, Katsuki said. Let them do their own thing without getting involved. But you were just Mina got cut off by Katsuki. I was just making her not be in denial. Let them sort out their own damn feelings. That's contradicting yourself, Katsuki. Hanta pointed out. Fuck off elbows. The next morning it was surprisingly not Katsuki in the kitchen, but Yui and Achiko, who offered to try to make a good breakfast. Izuku came in through the front door breathing heavy and sweating through his training clothes. That was good. Izuku turned around to look at Tenya. Good jogging, partner. Tenya let out a breath. Don't know if we can call that a jog when you had us run full force several times. Sorry, I felt like I was going too slow. Izuku shrugged. Midoriya, you were a blur for half of it. Tenya stated. Still too slow. Izuku replied as he went to the stairs. I'll be back in a minute. Tenya sat at the table. I don't think he understands the meaning of the words light jog. Halfway up the stairs, Izuku accidentally bumped into someone and caused them both to fall over. I really need to watch where I am going, Izuku said to himself. That might work. He heard the voice of Momo say to him. He turned and saw the person he knocked into was Momo. Oh, sorry, Momo. Izuku pulled her up. It's fine, but you should take your own advice. She avoided eye contact. You okay? Izuku asked. She looked like something was bothering her. It's nothing. It was something, but she was not going to tell Izuku what the others said last night, made her picture him naked, and the thought wouldn't leave her head when she saw him. That was too much. Okay. Izuku didn't believe her. You wanted to talk to me yesterday? Momo remembered the odd look he gave her when she mentioned the syndicate. Oh yeah, I just had a question, but I would like to get out of these first. Izuku poked his sweaty tank top. I can get you before class, right? Momo nodded. That's fine. Momo was wondering what his exact question was. Getting to the bottom of the stairs, Izuku saw Katsuki wide-eyed in front of a plate with a pair of chopsticks in hand. What's with the boomer? Izuku asked. It's... Katsuki mumbled. Did someone break him? Izuku was confused. He wanted to see how badly I was going to screw up the breakfast. Yui explained. He took one bite of the omelet and did this. So either it's good or really bad, Denki said. Katsuki whipped to point a finger at Denki. Don't you dare assume this magnificent food can be bad. So it's good? Yui asked. Katsuki looked at her in amazement. I am but a novice compared to your skill. Teach me. Yui felt a tint of blush from the overdramatic praise. I gotta have some if it's this good. Izuku tried to grab one from near Katsuki, who instantly smacked Izuku's hand as hard as a brick with his chopsticks. Back off, bitch. Katsuki growled as he pulled the 3 closest plates to himself while glaring daggers at everyone close to him. Izuku rubbed his hand. That was rude. He looked to Yui. You made more, right? Yui nodded and pointed to the kitchen. I didn't bring out all the plates before Bakugo stopped me to test them. I'll help you bring them out. Izuku offered. Someone needs to keep Boomer back. Everyone else showed signs of loving Yui's cooking, just not as extremely as Katsuki. Izuku sat on the bench outside of the dorms, waiting for Momo so they could talk before class. Most everyone had already went towards the classroom. Momo exited the dorms and saw Izuku. Hi Izuku, what did you want to ask me? Izuku waited till she got closer so he could speak quieter. Do you know if your family still runs the syndicate the way Philip did? Momo shook her head. They don't. I actually did some digging the other day when you told me about Philip. When Quirks first showed up, the syndicate barely stayed afloat and ditched all of the unsavory ongoings to not get in trouble. They are completely good at this point, even if the beginning was a bad start. That's good. It kinda would be weird to try to be a good doer while knowing what the syndicate did in the original timeline. Izuku felt at ease on the topic. So do you think we are going to do anything interesting today? We have heroics today, so probably. Momo answered. I guarantee we will be first picks. Izuku grinned. I'll be first, and you will probably be 7th. Momo joked. Izuku acted like he was offended dramatically. 7th? I am at least 4th. Momo gave a small laugh that made Izuku smile. So anyone want to place bets in what our class is going to be doing today? Izuku asked as he sat at the lunch table alongside Momo, Fumikage, Kyoka, Nito, Mina, Toru, and Ijiro.
No gambling.
Momo flicked his arm again. I think it might be another team versus team type deal. Ijiro said. With 5 people picking, I think that means teams of 4. It could be like an escalation of the first battle trials. Nito said. Think about it. Sometimes situations that we are used to can get even more intense, and more people seems more intense. That makes sense, but there would be 5 teams then. So that means one team would go twice. Momo shook her head. Perhaps when he makes the matches the odd one out, we'll have to do something else. Izuku shrugged. Or he says that some heroes work overtime and make another team go against them. I would hate to be on that team. Toru said. Izuku started to clean his sunglasses. Well, we should know when we return to Dash. A sharp ringing noise of an alarm cut off all conversations in the cafeteria. What's that? Mina asked, sounding worried as multiple students started to run to the exit. That's the alarm for an intruder. A upperclassman panicked. The school is being attacked. Another student shouted. A majority of the students were rushing to the exit, pushing each other out of the way, the exit becoming a battle to get through. Momo and the others got up to get to the exit, but Momo noticed Izuku was still sitting down, and drinking his cola calmly. Izuku, did you not hear what they said? Momo asked him, causing multiple students to stop and look at Izuku also, all of them wondering why the first year was really calm. Izuku held up a finger as he drank his cola, putting down the can. He spoke. Yeah, I heard them. I'm just not worried. Midori, we are under attack. Mina was starting to think he might be brave or stupid. No, we're not. Even if we were the entire staff as pro-heroes and we all are training to be heroes, we can defend ourselves. Izuku took a bite of his burger. Okay, now Mina knew he was stupid. Not under attack? Do you hear the alarm? I hear it, but look. Izuku pointed at the wall across from him, a wall of windows that faced the front of the school grounds, where they could see a bunch of news reporter at the open front gate being shooed off of the property. It's just the media being annoying. We should get everyone to calm down then. Ijiro grunted when someone elbowed him to get past. Izuku stood up and stretched his arms behind his back. On it, his halo veins shot to life and his wings popped out, smacking one kid in the face. My bad, Izuku said as he started to fly above everyone's heads to get above the exit. Izuku noticed no one was looking at him, so he decided to get their attention. Charging up two small green blasts in his hands, he clapped them together to make a booming sound that made everyone look at him in the air. The fuck are you all doing? Izuku yelled. It's just the media. Regardless, you all are training to be heroes, and if you are going to panic at the first sign of trouble, you should just drop out and save everyone the trouble. Everyone turned to see it was the media and calmed down. Get to your classrooms or something, but stop acting like a bunch of bitches. With that, Izuku put his wings away and dropped to the ground. Not even missing a beat, he walked back to his table. Everyone watched as he sat back down and went back to eating, as if he didn't care about the situation that just happened at all. Did you have to call everyone bitches? Mina asked. Call it like I see it. Izuku replied as he sipped his cola. This couldn't have just been the media. Nizu looked at the remains of the gate to UA, which looked as if it had been rusted away for many years, even though it had been cleaned the other day. It is odd. Aizawa looked at the gate. He had just finished getting rid of the media. The media being here must have been a cover. Yes. Nothing has been reported as stolen so far, and no one has actually been seen inside of the buildings. Nizu squinted his eyes as he looked at the main building. What would a person gain from doing this exactly? Soon 1A was back in their classroom. Aizawa called the class's attention. I know you are all excited to go jump around, but I am sorry to announce that your heroics class is canceled today. What? Izuku actually stood up. Why? He was seriously about to question the staff here if they cancel classes because of the media being annoying. Sit down, Midoriya. Aizawa said. All Might had an unexpected delay and isn't available for the next few hours. Whack. Izuku grumbled from his seat as he sat back down. Why doesn't another teacher cover it? Tenya asked. The only teacher available to cover it is me. Aizawa yawned. And I have to go over papers for tomorrow's trip? What trip? Minoru asked. That's for tomorrow. Aizawa stated. Just use tonight to study and don't overdo any outside training. Half of the class looked at Izuku, including Aizawa. She's just trying to look good. Izuku faked embarrassment. That's going to take a while. Katsuki smirked. I am offended. Izuku looked at Katsuki. I expect you to apologize. When you actually look good, sure. Oh Lord, he wants me to look good for him. Izuku announced to the class. Shut up. Katsuki spun in his seat and yelled at Izuku. Rude. Fuck off. Both of you be quiet. Aizawa groaned. Why did he have to get the two annoying kids? Today just relax and prepare for tomorrow. So what do we do today? Denki asked the other kids as they returned to the commons. Relax like Aizawa-sensei said. Tenya replied. Do just play games with Katsuki or something. Izuku said. Okay, them with someone else. Katsuki said from his path to the stairs. I'm going to my room. Why don't we have a party or something? Mina asked. We can get pizzas and invite 1B. That's up to the class president to decide. Tenya said. Everyone looked at Izuku. Oh, I'm sure. Izuku wasn't against it, but he was going to work on his skills lightly. I'm giving it my okay, but I am going to be in the courtyard, so Momo is in charge while I'm out there. It's fine with me also. Momo nodded. I can call Itsuka to ask them about it. Yay. Both Mina and Toru cheered at the approval of the party. Before Izuku walked out into the courtyard, he was stopped by Shoto. Hey Todoroki. Izuku said to the normal cold, quirk, and attitude, teen. Can we talk Midoriya? Shoto said quietly. Sure my guy. Izuku nodded, wanting to know what the guy who did his best to avoid everyone wanted to speak to him about. What's up? I'd like this to be private, please. Can we go to my room, or yours? Shoto asked. Yeah, let's go. Izuku led the way to his room. So what did you want, Todoroki? Izuku asked as he closed his door, seeing Shoto look at the open journal of sketches Izuku made with his Mima.
I'm conflicted.
Shoto said as he looked at Izuku. I think you are the only one here close enough to help me understand this and solve it. Huh. Izuku was getting more confused. How come I am the only one? Because I have been holding back my quirk. How much ice do you have? Izuku was wondering how much this guy was holding back if his ice was already strong as hell. It's not ice. It's fire. Shoto actually out a flame over his left hand. Whoa. Izuku looked at the flame, feeling its intensity from where he stood. Why haven't you used this before? It is from my father. Shoto extinguished the flame. I am correct in assuming you know my father is the pro-hero endeavor? I figured. Izuku nodded. Wait, why does that have anything to do with me? Because we both have bad pasts because of our fathers. Shoto was worried as he saw a pained expression flash across Izuku's face. Maybe Katsuki was right to not bring it up. As soon as the expression was there, Izuku quickly got rid of it. What makes you think that? Izuku tried to lie. Bakugo warned us not to mention it around you with a threat. Shoto said. It made me think that you could be someone I could get help from after I lost yesterday and question my skill. Izuku pushed the memory back down and nodded. How can I help? Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Shoto almost flinched when he saw the pain return to Izuku's face. Yeah, I know what they are. I take it your father had made one to get your mother's quirk? Izuku asked, not liking how the conversation was making him remember what he kept trying to forget. Which is the ice? Shoto nodded, feeling horrible for how Izuku kept looking. We can drop this if it is too much. Izuku shook his head hard. No, I am here to help. Shoto nodded. Yes, about the ice. My father wanted to surpass All Might for so long, but decided to make a kid and have them surpass him. He was horrible and I was the fourth and final kid he had, the perfect balance of ice and fire. I never saw my siblings except through windows while he pushed me to train and be his tool to make his legacy better than All Might. Shoto himself paused. He pushed my mother to insanity and she scarred me when she snapped, seeing my father in my left side. Izuku looked at the burn over Shoto's left eye. He sounds like a dick. Shoto smiled. He is. He put my mother in a mental hospital and I swore off using my fireside to spite him. I thought I could surpass just him with my ice and shove it to him by being the best without his power, and I lost to someone I would regard as the weakest 5 of the class. Mineta would be offended. Izuku let out a laugh. Honestly, it's not his fire. It's yours. Shoto smiled at the thought. Is that how you treat the powers you got from your father? Shoto regrets saying that because it looked like Izuku just got stabbed in the heart. I didn't get my powers from him. Izuku stabled his breath. I got them from my grandfather. Shoto nodded. Is that why you love your grandpa so much? I heard about how much you idolize him. He was great, and one of my main goals is to be as best as I can be just because he gave me the chance to try. He taught me most of what I know. Izuku felt better as the memories of his time with Johnny replaced everything in his mind. That's why you flipped the other morning? Shoto asked. Yeah, I kind of feel dumb about that now. Izuku said sheepishly. It's understandable. Back to your problem? Izuku asked to bring the conversation back. Yes, I feel conflicted on whether I should use the fire. As you just said, it is my fire, but what if it reminds everyone of his fire? What if even as I do my best to make sure I am not him, I end up becoming him? Shoto asked. To be fair, I think you won't end up like him. He is kinda destructive when he fights and sets fires to shit. You could learn to control the fire in a different way. I could even help you with that, Izuku offered. And your fire can't be compared to his if you have ice as well. I mean, when I saw that flame a minute ago, I didn't picture Endeavor at all. I only saw you and your flames. Shoto smiled. What Izuku said helping him immensely. Thanks. Maybe we should practice together. Izuku grinned. It can help my fire as well. I was wondering about if I could use my purple blast as a stream or something and this could help. Thanks, Midoriya. Nah man, at this point, just call me Izuku. Then I am Shoto. Izuku held out his hand jokingly and Shoto shook it. An idea popped into Izuku's head. Shoto, remember how I mentioned being a saint before? Izuku began. What about it? Shoto was wondering where he was going. I have a story to tell you, and an interesting offer. This will definitely set you apart from your father. Shoto's eyebrow raised. Go on. Better sit down. This can take a minute. Izuku sat at his desk as Shoto sat on the edge of Izuku's bed. That is very interesting, Shoto said as Izuku finished. Yeah, it's something. Izuku had told him all about the saints and the halo, and his grandfather's wish for Izuku to rebuild the saints. Izuku hadn't mentioned Nito's, Momo's, or Fumicade's involvement yet, saving that for after Shoto accepted. So what do you think? Shot didn't even hesitate to answer. Yes, I'm in. You said that you will have the saints understand loyalty and how the old crew acted like a family. I would enjoy that. Izuku shook Shoto's hand. Welcome to the crew. Want to meet the others? Others? Shoto asked. Yeah, kinda building my bases currently. We can meet them downstairs in the courtyard. I can text them to meet us there. Izuku pulled out his phone. Shoto nodded. Hey Izuku. Izuku looked up from getting the group to meet. I'm sorry about making you remember, Jash. Izuku cut him off. It's fine. Just unexpected. You don't have to tell me if it's too painful. Shoto really didn't like how pained Izuku would look when it was brought up. Whatever happened had to be worse than what Endeavor did to him. Hey, it's fine. Just please, I don't think I am ready to deal with it yet, so keep it on the low. Izuku didn't know if he would ever be ready to deal with it. I swear. Just let me know if you are, Shoto said as they left Izuku's room. Izuku and Shoto walked downstairs to see the party that Izuku forgot he gave the okay for.
Midoriya.
Pony shot in front of him. Hi, other guy. She waved to Izuku and Shoto.
Ipun.
Wow, you're really energetic, Izuku remarked. She's the bubbly one in our class. Itsuka said from a table that held her, Tetsu, Mina, Ijiro, Setsuna, and Cozy Eye. For us it's Ishido. Izuku gestured to the pink girl, who smiled widely. I'm also the love expert of our class, Mina stated. I can do the same for your class also. Itsuka smiled and waved her off. We already have Pony for that. Thankfully she is busy with herself. Mina raised an eyebrow. Oh, who is she interested in? Itsuka gestured towards where Pony went, talking to a large guy who looked insanely shy and his head looked like a rock. She has a huge crush on Koda. She wants him to make the first move, but he is really shy. He is also a big sweetheart. Mina squealed and smiled. They are adorable. I have to help them. Both Izuku and Ijiro immediately went to keep her in her seat.
Mina no.
They both said the same time. But Dash, just let people do their own thing, girl. Or stay in our class with that, Izuku said.
Mina pouted.
I'm going full effort on you then. She stared at Izuku. Come again? Izuku blinked. You heard me, Midori, Mina said flatly. You just wait till I see Yamamo. Izuku then remembered that he had asked Momo and the other Saints recruits to be in the courtyard. Oh shit, I gotta go, thanks for reminding me. Izuku quickly went to the courtyard with Shoto following him. So he and his VP like each other? Setsuna raised an eyebrow. How bad? Ijiro tried to say something, but Mina spoke first. Sexual tension like you wouldn't believe? Setsuna nodded. Hey Pinky, do you think you can do that love expert stuff for me? The grin that came on Mina's face almost broke her head in half. I would love to. In the courtyard, thankfully, it was just Izuku and his 4 Saints so far. Hey guys, I'm so quick story, you are the first of the Saints. Izuku said as they sat at a round table, illuminated in the night sky by one of the 3 lamps in the courtyard. Nito was annoyed on the inside that he was just now learning that Fumikage and Shoto were part of the Saints. When did Todoroki join us? Momo asked. Like 10 minutes ago barely. Izuku said. We were talking and I thought he would fit here nicely. Shoto nodded. I'm glad to be a saint. Oh yes, speaking of which, when this ball really does get rolling, I want every member to have the logo somewhere on them, like a badge, or even like my necklace, in the color purple. I can change my cloak to a dark purple. Fumikage said. Hell, that works. At least twice a week we should all train together so we can make sure the Saints are strong as hell. If you see anyone you think would be a candidate for the Saints, let me know, and I will check them out. Once the group gets big enough, if it does, I will train someone to be like an admissions office of the Saints, show them what I want to be in a saint. Loyalty to the crew is a top priority. Willingness to push themselves and a good heart also help. Izuku listed off. Do you have others in mind? Shoto asked. Some gut feelings, but I won't check them completely until later on. Just remember, you aren't trying to become heroes anymore. You're becoming saints first and heroes second. I believe saints are of a higher caliber, so I expect to see that higher caliber. You have my pledge to get to that caliber. Fumikage nodded. As do you have mine. Shoto agreed. This definitely would set him apart from his father, but he felt that need to be different starting to not matter, as he knew this was already setting him on a different path. You have my vow as well. Momo said. You've had mine for years at this point. Nito said. Excellent. Izuku grinned. Let's join the party now. I'll make a group chat for us later to keep you guys posted. They all went into the party. Shoto actually being part of the conversation sometimes, only with the other saints, but it was a good start for him. Soon the party was coming to a close as curfew drew closer. Class 1B left, but not before they helped clean up some of the mess. Now it was just Izuku and Momo in the courtyard, having both finished cleaning up cups from the courtyard tables. Hell of a good first 2 days as president, I must say. Izuku sat at a table and sipped on some water. It has been nice. Momo sat at the table also. So how do you think tomorrow will go? Smoothly as this party, hopefully. Izuku said as he looked at Momo, noticing how the red circles in her irises from her powers glowed in the dark and have her eyes an even more enchanting look than before. Where do you think Aizawa-sensei is going to take us? Momo asked. Probably somewhere off campus or on the edge of campus. We might actually go work with a hero agency for the day, see what it is like. Izuku took off his sunglasses and hooked them to his shirt. That would be interesting. Momo said. Gazing into his eyes. It would benefit us. Hopefully we don't work near MT Lady or Mineta will make everything weird. Izuku joked. If he does, I am certain one of the girls in our class won't mind smacking him over the head. I will look the other way while it happens. Izuku grinned. I will also. Momo smiled. God, Izuku loved that smile. We should probably head off to bed now. Izuku wanted to fight himself for not saying anything about his feelings right there. Head off to bed? Since when does he act responsible? He has been planning this ever since he started sneezing mushrooms the hour before, and she laughed in his opinion like an angel. Momo nodded. It is late. It is late? Is that all she was really going to say to him? Momo wanted to tell him for the past hour of the party how she liked him. Ever since he got mushrooms pouring out of his nose by Komori of 1B as a date, and she thought his reaction was adorable. See you, Momo. Izuku said at the stairs as they parted ways, taking a good look into her eyes before he left. Good night, Izuku. Momo said, hoping that tomorrow she could tell him how she felt. However, no one was prepared for the horror they all would face tomorrow. Chapter 10 USJ Arc Part 1. /N. I can proudly say that I own a copy of every Saints Row game on my Xbox and Switch, but I don't own either of these franchises. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities, Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off all the way, the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power, but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 kilometers per hour, 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged green blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Supreme green blast. Izuku uses different flowing strands of green energy that he shoots out simultaneously that create a green blast that has the power of 40 green blasts combined. Extremely dangerous to use as even the slightest bit of a misstep could result in the energy releasing early in Izuku's arm and injuring it gravely. Purple blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly, but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged purple blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Try to throw a stream of the stuff. Izuku huffed from the ground. Izuku, Momo, and Shoto were all in Gym Gamma before school to help Shoto catch up on his fire. But only through your middle finger, Momo added. Shoto nodded and tried to flow the fire from his middle finger in a small jet. He had it down decently for a second before the flames sputtered out of existence. Damn it. Shot cursed. Hey dude, it's cool. You haven't used them as much, and you just gotta figure out how to tune it. Izuku said. When I first got the halo and tried to do a blast, I accidentally shot energy through my leg and launched myself a couple 30 meters. Momo snorted, picturing that. Don't laugh. Izuku looked at her. That's not even the funniest one. Humor me. Momo grinned. All right, during my first actual training with my wings, I crashed and went 3 meters down in the sand. Momo full out laughed. I felt like an ostrich. Izuku grinned. He turned back to Shoto. Keep trying to time it until you can find the smoothest way to move the fire. When I picture it like I am guiding water actually. Water? Shoto raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Back when. Izuku paused and took a breath. Things were different. I was told how you aren't controlling the fire. You are guiding it because you and the fire are allies, not master and servant. Try to guide it, but don't force it. Shoto tonight about it for a second and nodded. He went to move the fire through his hands and his middle finger, without being forceful like before. The fire streamed out in a stream and stayed like that. It worked. Shoto smiled. Izuku grinned. Now if only I could use my fire that well. Haven't you had it for a while? Shoto knew Izuku meant his purple blast and how it had flames. I think I just have a problem with it. Izuku said. I'm fine for now, but I will solve it eventually. Izuku knew full well what the problem was. It was similar to Shoto's own problem from the previous night, and Izuku felt hypocritical about how he couldn't solve his issues with his past but helped Shoto. "We will be here for advice," Momo said. "Okay, great. I actually do need advice." Izuku grinned. "What is it?" Momo looked at him, noticing his grin, and knew he was about to say something stupid. "Do you think I could pull off your boots?" Momo knew it. "Sorry, I don't think you have the legs for it." "Damn." Izuku snapped his finger. As they returned to the dorms, they saw the curious side of Yui and Katsuki both handing out plates. "Wait, Katsuki worked with someone?" Izuku asked as he sat down. "He is actually calm in the kitchen," Yui said. "I have to be calm while learning from a better cook." "You're still on that?" Denki asked. "It was great, but I feel like you might be overdoing it." Katsuki pulled the plate in front of Denki away from him. "None for you then." As soon as Katsuki took that plate, Yui placed another in front of Denki. "Everyone gets a plate, Katsuki."
Fine Yui.
Katsuki want to get more plates. Izuku actually did a double take. Did Katsuki just call someone here by their name? Did Yui just call Katsuki by his first name? What the hell did he miss while training that morning? Before he could say something on what he felt was a world-shaking event, Mina spoke. "Guys, where do you think our trip is today? Should we really build up suspense on it like that?" Mashireo asked. "It sounds like it might be something we start doing early on today, so we might do it before first period even." "An all-day class?" Izuku pondered. "Sounds great. It'll probably be after lunch." Ijiro said. "I doubt they would make us skip our core classes." "Yeah, dude, I bet it is some awesome hero training," Denki said. "Something a step up to help us understand our files as heroes even more." Hanta agreed. "Let's see when we get to class." Izuku said. "Imma bug the hell out of Aizawa-sensei to find out. Midoriya, please go to your seat before you aren't allowed to join us." Aizawa groaned. He really respected the kid for his effect on the others, but damn, the kid can be annoying. Izuku narrowed his eyes. "All right, I guess, but this isn't over." Izuku walked back, pointing his fingers from his covered eyes to Aizawa's tired ones. "Yes, it is," Aizawa said. "The trip isn't till after lunch, so ignore it for now, and carry on with your classes." "I was right." Ijiro pumped his fist. "One of these days, you gotta let me start gambling." Izuku said to Momo. "You are the class rep, set an example." Momo looked at him. "I would be setting an example of how to place good bets," Izuku said. "Or be an idiot." Momo smiled. "I outsmarted you the other day." Izuku grinned. "That was a fluke." Maybe we should try to test that theory of yours," Izuku said. "See who really is the one on top." Momo's mind took that statement the wrong way, and it showed on her face. She quickly got rid of the blush. Challenge accepted. It was lunch, and the table today consisted of Izuku, Momo, Kyoka, Nito, Fumikage, Shoto, Ijiro, and Achiko. "So anyone want to place last-minute bets on where we are going?" Izuku asked and got flicked by Momo. "Every time?" Izuku looked at her. "Until you stop trying to gamble." Momo nodded. "I'm going to be flicked until I die." Izuku groaned. "If that's what it takes." Momo replied. "Hey guys, what if it is that one building?" Ijiro said. "The one that is on the edge of campus." "Ah yes, the building on the edge of campus, which resides farther away from the other buildings." Izuku nodded. "Of course I know what building is referred to." Ijiro chuckled and tossed a baller-up wrapper at Izuku. "Okay, I mean the one that is the part of campus to the west. You know, that big area used by some pro heroes for practice sometimes?" "Do you mean the unforeseen simulation joint?" Shoto asked. "It's in that area." Ijiro snapped his fingers. "Yes, that one." "What's that building used for?" Achiko asked. "I think it is run by number 13 and dash." "Number 13. Achiko said excitedly. "She is my idol as a hero." "Then if this is true, you will be having a blast today," Kyoka said. "Isn't she a rescue hero?" Achiko nodded vigorously. "She is one of the best rescue heroes. If we are going to her building, then we will be learning rescue training." Achiko squealed in excitement. "All right, let's place bets on it," Izuku said as he got flicked twice by Momo. "Hey, that was twice. You did it right after I warned you." Momo explained. Fine, I guess we will probably go to that place. Izuku really wanted to bet, but he also wanted the cute girl to stop flicking him with her super strength activated. That's better. Momo smiled. Ijiro decided to change the subject off of everyone watching the two flirt. So do you guys think they will let us take our hero suits? Probably. Nito said. That way we can practice with all of our tools. This should be a fun day then. Izuku said, not knowing how wrong he was. The whole class was standing outside of the school now, waiting for a bus in all of their hero suits. Looks like we get all of our stuff. Ijiro grinned as he adjusted his headgear. Man, I am pumped to do stuff. Katsuki let a small explosion pop in his hand. You can say that again. I am ready to go off. Izuku was currently messing around in the side of his pistol, using his mold to move some small wires and parts into place. Hey Midori, where did you get that, by the way? Mina asked as she looked over his shoulder at the pistol. I built it with my Meemaw, Izuku said as he closed the panel on the pistol. Your Meemaw? Mina wondered whose grandma would spend time building a gun with them while they were a child. Yeah, she was a tech nut, and we spent a lot of time looking at schematics of tech to help me make a hero suit that utilizes my powers and make my pistol. Izuku explained. She was insane. Katsuki shuddered. Are you afraid of his grandma? Ijiro asked with a grin. She could scare a demon. Katsuki said. Or All Might. Izuku said jokingly, despite him actually knowing that All Might was a bit worried and watched his step around her before she left. Denki and Hanta laughed. Dude, your family sounds kick-ass sometimes. They could also kick ass. Izuku smiled. The bus arrived with Aizawa driving it. They all boarded to see it was a bus with inward-facing seats. All right, everybody take a seat, and we shall tell campfire stories about Katsuki's onesies from his infancy. I will blow your glasses off. Katsuki said. Okay, sounds like a fair trade. Izuku didn't say anything, however. So what do you guys want to talk about on the way? Denki whispered to Hanta. I bet I can get Katsuki to scream. That's not hard, but go on. Hanta grinned. Yeah, but with one sentence, and it won't even be geared at him. Denki said. Hanta thought about it. Intriguing, do it. What to have a nice discussion on who has the best quirk? Denki asked everyone. It's me, obviously. Katsuki yelled. Both Denki and Hanta smirked at each other. Nah, I think it has to be Midoriya. Ijiro said. Dude has a whole arsenal of abilities. And it does twinkle quite well. Aoyama nodded. No, Aoyama, yours is the best at that. I can't even compete. Izuku grinned. But overall, I think it is Momo. Of course he picks the girl he likes. Toru muttered to Mina. She can create a nuke. Boom, we are toast. Izuku clapped as he said boom. Izuku didn't want his powers to win a discussion of best quirk because it wasn't a quirk, but he couldn't just tell them that without raising so many questions. That's only if she knows how to and has enough of those fat cells, or whatever. Katsuki said. Why don't we talk about which one is good no matter the situation, whether you are weak at that point or an idiot or not? Nito's then. Izuku said. He can touch someone and have their quirk and all instinctual knowledge of how to use it, except if they have a mutant quirk. I can't use a quirk that requires a physical mutation. Nito said. How about Tokoyami? He has a shadow with a mind of its own. Two minds are better than one. Tokoyami shook his head. Me and Dark Shadow can lose control and enter a state of rage and destruction if it is too dark, or we are pushed too hard. We are also weaker in the light. How about Tsu? Achiko said. She has the abilities of a frog and is very flexible in most areas. If I am in the cold for too long, I enter a state of hibernation. I can't do winter work well. Tsu argued. Why not you, Midoriya? We haven't seen any limit on you except what your body can handle. I mean, I guess. I haven't actually had a moment where I had pushed my powers to the max of what I can do. The Supreme Green Blast was an accident. Izuku said. Have you gotten close to that? Toru asked. Sometimes my energy feels drained, but I always get more after a minute. Izuku did like how the halo could give him infinite energy to use, and the only limit really was him and what he could handle, which thanks to the halo and his training always kept a steady pace of improvement. So it's you? Ijiro asked. How about Katsuki? Denki asked. His explosions actually get stronger as he fights. That's because of my sweat building up. After a while, my explosions can actually become too much and my arms would stop being able to take it, Katsuki said. How about Hagakure? Tinya said. Her quirk is complete invisibility, so her stealth is only limited by her. Yeah, but if I get hurt it is hard to diagnose me, or see how bad it is without a thermal sight quirk or something similar. Toru said. How about you and your engine calves? Tinya shook his head. As much I would enjoy that title, my speed can actually give me tunnel vision and it's hard to turn if I am too fast. How about Ashido? Mashireo said. Her acid so far hasn't shown a limit either, and she can change how dangerous it is. Don't forget I also have the power of being a love expert.
Mina grinned.
Yes, she also has that. Mashireo deadpanned. Or Kirby. Katsuki said. She can send people straight to space by touching them. I actually have to get close, and I have a limit to how much I can donate a time. Achiko waved off the idea. So, Mina? Toru asked everyone. Or Yaoyorozu? Denki shrugged. How about Todoroki's ice? Kyoka said. That stuff is dangerous. I actually can freeze to death if I use too much ice. Shot answered. However, my flames can keep me warm. Flames? Half of the class exclaimed, just now learning he had fire as well as ice. Yes, the right side of my body can generate ice while the left side can generate fire. Shoto explained. Why didn't you use that in our battle trial? Minoru was thinking about how lucky his win really was. I wasn't ready to accept it yet. Shoto gave Izuku a look. Izuku smiled, glad to help someone accept theirself. Aizawa grinned from the driver's seat. He had a file on all of his students and was aware of how bad it was between Shoto and his father about the fire. He was glad someone, he figured to be Izuku, helped him. Now the only thing he needs to figure out is the blacked out part of Izuku's history when he was 4 and 5. He saw that afterwards Izuku had gained signs of depression and self-hate, but even Nizu couldn't gain access to that data. Whatever it was Aizawa knew it was the cause of the look in Izuku's eyes back at the quirk apprehension test, as if he needed to desperately prove something. Here we are, kids, Aizawa said as they stopped in front of a large domed building. USJ? Universal Studios Japan? Denki asked in excitement before Kyoka whacked him over the head. The unforeseen simulation joint? Achiko gasped. Yep. Aizawa almost jumped at how excited the girl became. Now let's go inside and not waste time out here. They entered the massive building to see multiple smaller, but still huge areas. Izuku could see what was easily a medium-sized lake with a decently sized ship on it. What appeared to be a small city area in a dorm that was dumping a storm inside of it. There was a second city area in a dome that was red this time, so Izuku assumed there was fires inside instead of a storm. There was also an area that was a giant mountain. Another area was also mountainous somewhat, although not as much, and looked like a landslide hit it. The final area looked like a city area that was in ruins. In the center of all of the areas was a park-like area with a fountain in the middle of it. Dude, this place is nice. Denki whistled as he looked around. Thank you. A voice got everyone's attention. Everyone looked to see the pro hero number 13, in her signature astronaut-looking suit. Number 13. Achiko said excitedly. You're the greatest rescue hero. No one could see number 13's face, but the laugh that came out showed she was happy to see Achiko's enthusiasm. Why, thank you. I want to actually be a rescue hero also. Achiko said. Can't wait to work with you then. Number 13 replied, causing Achiko to almost faint at the idea of working with her idol. Anyways, Aizawa wanted to bring the class back to focus. He looked around. Where is All Might? Number 13 held up 3 fingers, which went over the heads of most of the class save for Izuku and especially Nito. He has to deal with some problems from yesterday. He overdid things. Number 13 said to Aizawa quietly. Aizawa sighed. That man is the height of irrationality sometimes. Number 13 turned to the class. Hello, students. She waved and Achiko waved back. Today you will be doing practice rescue operations and simulated disasters here at the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. I built this place myself after many rescue operations to help train younger heroes and heroes in training to be prepared in every sort of disasters. Why is that city on fire? Nito pointed to the red-domed section. That is the conflagration zone. During a large-scale villain attack, most heroes will have to spend their time evacuating civilians while others subdue the villains, or a large-scale fire like the ones that can happen in dry areas. Number 13 explained, clearly proud of her work. So the blue one is for hurricanes or villains that have water quirks? Momo asked. That is the downpour zone, and yes. Number 13 nodded. Can anyone tell me what is expected of you all today? Sue raised her hand. To see how to use our quirks during rescue operations, because not all quirk uses are always straightforward.
Mina nodded.
Like how my quirk is acid. I would have to be precise in rescuing people trapped just out of normal reach. So we should learn how to implement our powers as controlled as possible, that way we don't hurt people, because our powers can help people, but if we lose control we could very well just make the situation worse. Izuku added. Number 13 liked this class. They were doing the lecture for her. She turned to Aizawa while the class talked. They are a bright bunch. Aizawa actually smiled lightly. They think well, even the ones that you wouldn't think would. Number 13 called everyone's attention to her. You all actually went over most of what I wanted to say. Especially quirk control. Some quirks can be extremely dangerous if control is lost. For example, my quirk black hole. It allows me to replicate a black hole suction effect from my fingertips. The suction is very powerful and not even light can escape it. Anything sucked into the black hole is disintegrated into dust. If I lose control, I could very well accidentally pull and disintegrate civilians. Like how Uraraka could send someone into space if she doesn't stop her quirk, Fumikage said. Or Dark Shadow could be sent into a rage that I couldn't control. Number 13 liked how they didn't need her to guide them all the way through her lessons. They would be great to teach. Exactly. Always know your limits and the risks of too much. It could cause harm to you and to others. So we should never go past that limit? Then what's the point of the saying plus ultra? Kyoka asked. There are times when limits should be crossed, as long as it is in the name of good and you can handle the risks. Number 13 felt like asking Aizawa if she could teach the class from time to time. She was liking how they try to think everything over. Before we begin the exercise today, I should only have a few more things to say. Before number 13 could finish, everyone saw a swirl of black, must appear below the stairs at the central fountain. It looked solid in an area like a portal almost. What's that? Ijiro asked as everyone saw a hand appear in the mist, and soon a body followed it out. A man with place skin and cyan-colored hair stood there, covered in severed hands, the most noticeable being the one covering his face. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the person. Who were they? More people came out of the mist, the most imposing being a large being with a physique that matches All Might's. The being had black skin, a beak-like mouth that was twisted into a grotesque expression, and its literal brain was exposed to the air around it. It stood almost like a statue next to the man with the severed hands all over him. Seeing the being made something about Izuku's powers boil, and he couldn't tell what it was. Wondering why the halo made his nerves go on edge, seeing this thing that could be described as a monstrosity. I see two teachers, but no All Might. The man with the severed hands said as he scratched his neck. The schedule we stole said he would be here. I guess we can want a time killing this class until he gets here. Aizawa grit his teeth hearing that comment. These were the people responsible for the break-in yesterday. Aizawa would be damned if he would allow harm to come to his students. 13 Protect the kids. Aizawa rushed down the stairs. What's going on? Hanta was confused. Those are villains. Momo said shocked. We actually are under attack this time. Izuku turned on his halo veins. He tried to make his way down to join Aizawa. Number 13 put her arm in front of Izuku. I'm taking you all out of here. But Sensei is Dash. He can handle himself. Number 13 said. She smacked the headset she had. Damn, my signal is out. They must be jamming us. I have nothing either. Denki said as he tried to find a signal. I will evacuate you kids and get help for your sensei. He is buying you time. Number 13 tried to lead them to the exit. It didn't sit well for Izuku to leave their sensei behind. He had to fight his own instincts to actually follow number 13. Before they could leave through the door, more black must appeared and blocked the way. What looked like a person made out of the mist with yellow eyes and a piece of metal below the eyes resembling a collar or brace spoke. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. I do apologize for the intrusion, but we took it upon ourselves to enter UA and engage All Might. We have come here today so that the symbol of peace may draw his last breath. The person spoke. He turned his head to scan the people in front of him. Where is All Might? Not here, so get lost, Izuku said. He tried scanning the guy to look for any obvious weakness. The only weakened he could think of were aim for the big yellow eyes or the metal collar thing. Please don't be so rude. We are just here for All Might. The mist guy narrowed his eyes at Izuku. Izuku had his left hand behind his back. Flowing his green energy into his hand, he steadied his legs slowly, waiting for a chance. If you all can just tell us where All Might is, we can let this matter resolve peacefully for you. I seriously doubt that. Izuku saw small movements from Katsuki and Ijiro, both of whom were leaning slightly forward. Don't do anything rash, number 13 said. In vain, as Izuku, Katsuki, and Ijiro all three shot forward and attacked the mist man. Katsuki, having gone for the eyes, had two explosions burst in the glowing yellow, to a minimal effect. Ijiro tried to swing through what would be the mist man's midsection. Instead, Ijiro's attack went through him like he had no real body. Izuku threw a punch at the metal collar and released the green energy in his hand upon impact. The person flew back from Izuku's hit, signifying that the collar was the best place to hit. Aim for that metal thing, Izuku said as he prepared more green energy in his hand. The mist person fixed himself. Quite an excellent golden egg. Shame that I have no choice out to take you all to your graves. As he said that, a large amount of the black must swirled around the students. Watch out, Izuku said as he pushed Tinya away from the mist. The mist became multiple portals, and soon a majority of the students vanished. What did you do? Number 13 was worried about the students' safety. All she had left in front of her were Minoru, Tinya, Mezu, and Hanta. My orders were to separate the students and let the new recruits have their fun until All Might showed up, the mist man replied. Don't worry, you will see them again soon when we are finished. Whether that is in good health or not is up to them. Landslide zone. Shoto steadied his breath as the must dropped him high off of the ground above the landslide zone. He made ice appear below his legs and used it to slide his way to the ground. Todoroki, help. Shoto turned and Mashireo falling to the ground close by. Shot quickly used his ice to slide Mashireo down safely as well. Thanks, man. Shoto looked around. Is anyone else here with us? Mashireo shook his head. I think we were the only two to drop here. Besides that, you have us. A voice called their attention, and Shoto and Mashireo saw a group of the villains standing there, with evil grins on their faces. And we won't be nice. Shoto gave him a dirty look. Neither will I. Mashireo got in a stance to fight, but Shoto held out his arm in front of Mashireo. At this level, I can barely control the direction, so stay behind me, Shoto said as he slammed his right foot into the ground and ice erupted forward at the villains, covering them up to their necks in ice too thick for them to break out of. What the hell? A villain exclaimed. Tell me everything about your plan here, Shoto ordered. That ice will soon give you frostbite, and I won't think twice about making it worse if you don't tell us immediately. Mashireo blinked, not expecting Shoto to stop them that quick and be so cold. Pun not intended, about his approach with the villains. You're bluffing. The first villain spat. Tell him nothing. Shoto narrowed his eyes. I can make the ice so cold that its contents will also behave so much like ice that a hit to it will shatter it, and its contents into a million pieces. My classmate here has a strong tail, one that could deliver such a hit. Mashireo didn't know if Shoto was being serious or bluffing because his delivery was perfect. Mashireo won't actually help order these people for information, but he kept silent, so he wouldn't ruin Shoto's plan. That, or I could start my fire and go the other direction of getting information. Shoto let his left hand go ablaze to make his point. He wouldn't actually ruin his chances of being a hero, but they didn't know that. The villains all looked at Shoto, either in doubt of his will to go through with it or worried he actually might. I don't have all day, and neither do you, so make your decision. A minute later, the leader spoke. Fuck you. Shoto groaned mentally. Apparently, he would have to show he meant business. That's not the correct thing to say. Shoto began to increase the ice on just the lead villain, making it denser and dropping the temperature dramatically. The villain felt his limbs go numb quicker.
Fine fuck.
Shoto stopped his ice. Good. Now start talking. Flood zone. Nito really wished he had wings like Izuku, because he did not want to drop from such a height onto a lake, because he knew he would definitely hit it like it was made of concrete. Nito was aware that he could use one for all to make a punch to disrupt the surface of the water, and started charging up his punch. Nito. Nito heard the voice of Kyoka call out. Nito turned to see her also falling into the water. Kyoka. Nito shouted back. Don't worry, I got you. Kyoka focused and used her quirk to use a sound wave to soften the water below her and Nito. Nito fell into the water and shot up as quick as he can to catch his breath. Kyoka. Nito called out to her to try and get her. Monoma, watch out. Sue came out of nowhere and used her tongue to throw Nito away from his spot in the water. Not even a second later, a villain resembling a shark thought the water where he just was. Nito landed on the ship that was on the lake. Ah! Kyoka yelped as she landed on the deck a second later, followed by Tsu landing next to her. What just happened? Nito asked. That villain at the entrance must have separated all of us by throwing us into the disaster zones. Tsu looked over her shoulder at the side of the deck, keeping watch in case any villains showed up. We're in trouble then. Nito cursed their luck. Wait, why are you here then? Huh. Tsu turned to Nito. Think about it. Your quirk is pert here in the flood zone. If that guy wanted to screw you over, you would be at the conflagration zone right now. Kyoka shook her head, dizzy from earlier. They must not know our quirks then. Are you okay, Jiro? I didn't know you could use your sound waves without your speakers or a surface. Tsu asked. I can. It just hurts and makes me dizzy. Kyoka grabbed Nito's shoulder to make the boat stop spinning around her. Will you be fine? Nito asked. Yeah, I think. I just need a second. Kyoka replied. I don't think we will have a second. Nito said. Wait, why aren't the villains attacking us here? Shouldn't they know by now we are on the boat? Tsu put her finger to her mouth and thought. They must have quirks suited to each zone they are in. Maybe they are waiting in the water for us to try to escape, which we need to do. Nito gripped his hand. We have to try and help everyone else as soon as possible. He is right. Kyoka said. I can use the boat as a filter and use my heartbeat to get rid of the people in the lake. Can you even do a blast that big? Nito didn't want her to hurt herself. I can try. I just need something to get my heart going a bit more than usual. How can we do that? Tsu asked. I have an idea. Kyoka slipped her earphone jacks into the deck of the boat. Tsu, you're the best here with water, and I will probably not be able to see clearly enough after this, so can you make sure I get to shore safely? Ribbit. Of course. Tsu nodded. Nito? Kyoka said. What can I do? Nito asked. Please don't freeze up after and get to shore. Kyoka turned red. Huh? Nito asked as Kyoka suddenly kissed him and the boat started vibrating from her heartbeat. The lake soon joined the boat, and after that all of the villains that were in the lake floated up, mostly unconscious. That gets the heart going, I guess. Tsu said as she grabbed the dizzy Kyoka. Monoma, come on. Nito didn't move for a second, shocked at Kyoka's methods and realized his lips now tasted like grapes. Monoma. Tsu whacked him over the head. Come on. Nito snapped out of it and ran after Tsu, jumping over the side of the deck and swimming after her. Halfway to shore, suddenly Nito felt something latch onto his leg and pull him under the water. Nito opened his eyes underwater to see that it was the shark villain from before. Where do you think you're going? The shark villain said. Nito didn't know how this guy was speaking clearly underwater, or even how Nito could hear and understand him. Nito struggled as the villain pulled him lower and lower into the water, light disappearing almost as Nito was running out of oxygen. Quit struggling, brat. Just drown and get it over with, the villain said. Nito kicked the shark man's face, which helped Nito slip out of his grasp. Nito quickly started to swim up, not getting away that easy. The shark man snarled as he swam forward. The shark man snapped his jaw down on Nito's midsection. Whatever little oxygen Nito had left had escaped his mouth as he cried out on pain as his side was ripped open from the bite. Nito was starting to fade out and decided not try one final attempt with One for All. Channeling the quirk without bracing his arm, he turned and threw the punch in the shark villain's direction, landing a hit between his eyes. The water exploded as the power of his punch got released. The shark villain got launched away from Nito as he shot upwards through the water. Nito was close to blacking out from lack of oxygen, and his now broken right arm wasn't helping anything. Nito's vision was blurry, and his side started to feel cold as it poured out his blood. Nito felt something wrap around his chest before everything went to black. Downpour zone. Fumikage crashed into the roof of a building. Ugh. Fumikage groaned as stood up, covering his eyes to prevent the artificial rain from getting in them. Where am I? Dark shadow popped out. That Water City Zone place. It's kinda dark here. Fumikage noticed how the place wasn't bright. He would have to use more effort to make sure Dark Shadow didn't lose control. How well can you handle yourself, Dark Shadow? Dark Shadow thought about it. I should be decent as long as we don't have too much stress. Fumikage nodded. He would have to watch out then. Did you see anyone else drop here perchance? Yeah, that loud blonde one. Kaminari. We must find him. Dark Shadow pointed down to the street. He fell that way. We should tread carefully because more of those thugs might be here. Indeed. Lead the way. Fumikage followed Dark Shadow through the storming city. Ruins zone. Falling through the air was something Katsuki was not worried about. He could very easily use his explosions to guide himself around in the air. However, catching Yui and safely getting to the ground with one arm holding her did make things a tad more difficult. Regardless, he did it. Where are we? Yui said as they set foot on the ground. Looks like that shithole zone, Katsuki said as he looked around the area. They were on the roof of a building that had collapsed in on itself. Feet hitting the ground behind them made both Katsuki and Yui prepare to fight as they turned to the person. Guys, it's me, Achiko said so they wouldn't attack her. Hey, Kirby. Katsuki lowered his guard somewhat. Did you see anyone else falling with us? Yeah, I saw Midoriya, Achiko said as she pointed towards the area behind her as she stepped closer to them. He must have crashed down over there. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. Achiko always called Glowstick by his first name. And Glowstick can summon his wings. No way in hell Glowstick would let himself smack into the ground. Katsuki flew forward, rocking an explosion in Achiko's face and grabbing her by the neck tightly. Katsuki, what are you doing? Yui exclaimed. Katsuki ignored her. All right, who the fuck are you? Achiko narrowed her eyes. What tipped you off? Kirby calls Izuku by his first name. She would have made sure he was all right if he crashed, and Izuku wouldn't have fucking crashed. Katsuki said. Where the fuck is the real Kirby? Fake Achiko suddenly got surrounded by smoke. The smoke cleared out, revealing a guy with white hair and skin that was almost glass-like. Shame my plan didn't work. Oh well, I guess we can still kill you, just not as easy. Katsuki smashed a punch into the guy's nose. I said, where the fuck is Kirby? The guy smirked even though his nose was busted. A clear liquid pouring out that must have been his blood. Oh, there's like 20 of us. Trust me, I am not worried that badly about you breaking my nose. Yui stepped forward. Katsuki, make him eat this. She handed Katsuki a marble. The fuck you think you kids are going to do with a marble? The guy asked as Katsuki grinned and shoved the marble into the guy's mouth. If you thought Midoriya would have crashed, that means you don't know our quirks. Yui said. So let me explain mine. Anything I touch that is non-organic, I can change the size of. As long as I have touched it within the last 5 minutes, I still have control on its size. I just handed him that marble he made you swallow. Do you see where I am going with this? Yui paused. Katsuki looked back at her surprised, not expecting the quiet girl to be so terrifying. Katsuki was also trying to ignore how he found her scary side hot as hell. The guy stared at the girl. You don't have the balls to do it. Almost immediately he looked like he was in pain. I don't have the ball right now. You do. I can stop if you tell us where our friend is, and you won't suffer immense pain. Yui didn't even blink or anything. The guy gulped. not liking the coldness that came from this unsuspecting girl. Fuck, make it stop. Where is she? Yui asked. The guy weakly moved his hand and pointed to a building near where they was trying to trick them before. That building. Yui stopped, increasing the size of the marble, shrinking it a little. Okay, let's go, Katsuki. Katsuki didn't question her. He punched the guy hard in the face and knocked him out before he caught up to Yui. Geez, girl, how can you be so cold like that? That was something else. I do not like it when my friends are in danger, Yui said. I didn't plan on mortally wounding him. I could have if he didn't tell us, but luckily he did. That was badass though, Katsuki said as they neared the building quietly, hearing sounds of a scuffle inside. Let's save Kirby. Entrance. Number 13 prepared her quirk, not wasting any time to get the man who just teleported 16 of the kids under her care into danger. I am going to give you kids an opening. Someone needs to get outside and go for help. Number 13 said. We can get you out, Ida. You are the fastest, Hanta said. Tenya didn't like the idea of leaving his friends and classmates behind to go get help, but of the 4 students left, he was the fastest with his quirk. You shouldn't say your plan right in front of your enemy. Gives them the chance to fight it. The man of mist said. You won't get the chance. Number 13 activated her quirk, pointing her index finger with the black hole at the mist, sucking it in. Ah yes, your black hole quirk, the man said. You are quite the famous rescue hero. However, a portal opened in front of the man and another right behind number 13. You have no combat experience. Number 13's quirk went into the portal, and she ended up ripping the back of her suit up and destroying her own back. Which means you didn't see the gaping hole in the logic of using your quirk against me. Number 13 collapsed forward onto the ground. The 4 boys were in shock at how quickly and effectively this villain just incapacitated their teacher. Now let's hope you 4 provide a bit more challenge. The man faced the students. Conflagration zone. Ijiro used his harden to smack into the ground, feeling no impact. Don't ever do that again. Toru groaned from his back, having grabbed him before they got teleported here. Is anyone else here? Ijiro asked. What's up, guys? Mina slid towards them on her acid. Is it us 3 here? Looks like it. No, you have us, a villain announced as he threw a large fireball at the 3. Ijiro pulled Toru out of the way, and Mina jumped to the other side. Rats, I missed. I won't. Ijiro dove forward and swept the man's leg, knocking him over as Ijiro punched his face into the ground to knock the man out. That was nice, kid, but there are more of us. A voice made Ijiro see the 5 other villains. As Ijiro tried to stand back up, one of them grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off of the ground. Don't move, little girls, or I will snap his neck like a twig, the man said. Mina and Toru froze, not wanting to see anything bad happen to Ijiro. Ijiro realized this man has no idea what his quirk was. He could literally harden himself past the point of this man's strength. Ijiro smirked. What's funny, brat? The man asked. You have no idea what we are capable of, Ijiro said, hoping the girls realized what he meant. Ijiro started to harden. What? The man asked as he saw Ijiro's skin change. Ijiro swung a kick at the man's side that released him and rolled on the ground away from him. Jumping up to his feet, Ijiro blocked a punch from the man, revealing that his quirk extends his hands outwards. Mina sprayed acid on the man's arms as they retracted, his arms becoming useless to fight with. She didn't burn them off, just made him not a feeling for an hour. Nice one, Mina. Ijiro clapped as he swung and whacked the man over the head, knocking him out. Toru snuck up in another villain that wasn't aware of her presence. She chopped at his neck hard enough to stun him, and Ijiro followed it up with an elbow to the gut. The man went down. How can you guys get beaten so easily by kids? Mina almost laughed at how effectively they were taking them down. Don't get cocky, Mina. Ijiro lectured as he slammed a right hook into another person's jaw, cracking it because of his quirk. Your friend has a point. The fire villain that first attacked them drove a fist into Mina's stomach and then kicked her away. Oh, you're not still down, Ijiro said. He got in between Mina and the villain. Not going down to some brats. The man glared at Ijiro before he threw 3 fireballs and ran at Ijiro from his right. Ijiro dodged the fireballs but didn't have time to brace himself before the man had an ally use his quirk, which seemed to shake the ground and knock Ijiro off balance. As Ijiro tried to get up, the fireball villain smashed his fist into Ijiro's face, straining his quirk. Before Ijiro could react, the man pressed down hard with an open palm on the left side of his face. "Don't struggle, and we won't have to find out if my heat can burn past your quirk," the man said. Ijiro still attempted to struggle, but stopped when he heard Mina cry out in pain. He saw out of the side of his eye that she was being held by her neck into the ground and blood was dripping out of her hair. "I said don't struggle, brat," the villain warned Ijiro. Ijiro didn't care. He would risk the burn if it meant to help Mina in that moment. "HH!" Ijiro screamed as he forced his quirk to go farther and pushed against the man, who reacted by releasing a large stream of fire into Ijiro. Ijiro ignored the pain and kept increasing how hard he was, focusing on that to ignore the fire. Ijiro swung his arm, Ansel smacked the hand, burning his face away, and went up to headbutt the villain, knocking him away as Ijiro shot up. Ijiro kept his current state of hardening and launched himself at the villain holding Mina. Swinging so hard, he heard the villain's bones crack when hit his chest. Ijiro didn't stop with the one punch, knocking the man over and throwing 3 more at his jaw until the man went unconscious. Mina was shocked as she watched with blurred vision as Ijiro took flames to his face and kept going. Mina didn't know if Ijiro was aware of his status as he defended her. "You little fuck," the fire villain growled as he wiped the blood from his destroyed nose. "I'm going to turn you to ashes." Ijiro tanned back at the fire villain as he launched fireballs at Ijiro. Ignoring trying to dodge them at this point, Ijiro jumped through them and slammed a fist down on the villain's head, knocking him out for good this time. Ijiro breathed heavily as he made sure the girls were fine, seeing no other villains in sight. "Are we safe?" Toru asked as she helped Mina up. "We're good now."
Mina hoped.
They both turned as they heard something hit the ground. "Kirishima," Toru said as they ran to the collapsed boy. "Ijiro?" Mina tried rolling him into his back, doing her best to avoid his burnt left side and arm. Ijiro's quirk's effect on his body disappeared. Downpour zone. Fumikage jumped back away from the villain, who stopped him in the street. "Where do you think you are going, brat?" the villain asked as he brandished a katana. "Not to his grave like you if you try anything." Dark Shadow growled. "Are you going to let your shadow do the talking?" Another villain dropped on top of a car next to Fumikage, holding another katana. Fumikage guessed that either they were partners, both happened to like swords, or both had quirks to do with the blades. "He speaks for himself," Fumikage said as he prepared to fight. "Tokoyami, move!" Denki screamed from behind him. Fumikage got pulled to the side by Dark Shadow as Denki, driving a semi, crashed into the car that the villain was standing on. The villain got launched into a wall, knocked out, while the first villain used the chance to rush up on Fumikage, actually flashing towards him as if teleporting. Fumikage ducked underneath the sword and kicked the villain away, jumping back to gain distance. "Doesn't matter where you go, brat." The villain blinked closer to Fumikage, Dark Shadow blocking a swing from the sword. "I can swap my position with any object, including rain." The rain seemed to drop harder with that sentence. He could go all the way around Fumikage in flashes then, making this fight that much harder. Fumikage's instincts told him to move to his right, and as he did, the man flashed forward and stabbed the air where Fumikage just was, flashing away as Dark Shadow attempted to attack. "I can get him." Denki prepared a shock. Fumikage moved away to avoid being hit as Denki shot the electricity at the villain. The villain flashed away, being on top of the semi Denki arrived in now. "You can't hit me that easily." "Good thing I didn't think it would be easy then." Denki released another burst at the semi, shocking the entire thing, including Fumikage, who was next to it accidentally. "Tokoyami," Denki said. Fumikage attempted to gain back his composure, not quickly enough, however, as the villain used the opportunity to flash around his guard and swipe his sword at Fumikage, cutting right through Fumicage's right eye. "Ah!" Fumikage grunted. As he tried to step away, covering his bleeding eye, he felt the blade enter his stomach. "Careful how you use your quirk, or someone might get hurt," the villain mocked. Fumikage froze mentally and lost control of Dark Shadow's rage. Dark Shadow felt all sense of reasoning leave as he felt his bloodlust reach a new peak, all aimed at the villain who hurt his host. Growing to twice his size, keeping fumigage inside of him, he attacked with rage at the villain, his shadow claws ripping the man apart. "What are you?" The man screamed as he met his demise. Denki was fully aware of Fumigage's quirk and how Dark Shadow has a state of rage, but seeing the creature lose control because of him and rip a man apart made Denki afraid, especially when the shadow looked at him with the eyes of hatred. Acting fast, he charged electricity at it, the flashes from the lightning pushing Dark Shadow away as it tried to attack him.
"Tokoyami-man."
Denki yelled, "Get control." It was in vain because Fumigage was slipping into unconsciousness from blood loss. Damn it, why did I have to use so much shock? Dark Shadow tried to jump at Denki again, but Denki charged up close enough to his biggest voltage that he wouldn't become an idiot and released it all at Dark Shadow, who screeched in pain before disappearing back into Fumigage. Denki ran up to Fumigage's prone form and picked him up, draping one arm over his own shoulders. "Come on, man, stay with it. Don't die because of my dumb ass." Denki began to carry him towards what he hoped was the direction of an exit. Entrance. Minoru was shaking. How were they expected to take down this villain and go get help if he just took out a pro hero with one move? "Oh, you bet we are enough of a challenge," Hanta said as he shot tape out of his elbows at the mist. "That won't work on me," the mist man said as he opened a portal in front of and behind himself to have the tape go past him. "Good thing I wasn't planning on the first one working," Hanta said as he cut off the tape. Hanta's whole plan was really to spur the others into action. Mezu created more arms as he went around one side of the mist man. "Ida, once you see a chance you must take it." Tenya nodded as he ran around the other side of the mist man, jumping up to kick the collar. Minoru stopped freaking out. If he could somehow win against Todoroki, arguably one of the top 5 strongest in the class, then he can be a help here. Minoru plucked 2 of his balls off of his head, forming a plan. If the collar was the weak spots on this guy, then even if he didn't have a body to hit, he was still tied to the thing. So Minoru could just stick him to a wall or the ground with his balls. "Zero." Minoru ran to the tape hero in training. "Throw me." Minoru jumped and Hanta grinned as he used his tape as a rope to swing Minoru in a circle and threw him and the villain, who was preoccupied with Mezu and Ida. Minoru managed to smack a ball right onto the side of the collar and thanked the heavens that he did. Mezu saw the ball and grinned under his mask. "Ida, get ready." Mezu used a duplicate arm he had been sneaking under the guard of the mist man to quickly garb the man by the collar and shove him to the ground, connecting the ball with it. Ida saw this and started to the door. Pushing it open, he pushed his engines to their top gear and floored it back to the main building, hoping to find help on the way. "Well, this just decreased our time limit." The mist man cursed as he uses a portal to cut the ball in half. He couldn't just go after that boy now. These 3 could leave in random directions and lead him on a wild goose chase. He had better go back to his leader and report the situation. "That was interesting to say the least," he said to the 3 as he disappeared with a strand of tape Hanta tried to use to pull him back. "Crap, man, he got away," Hanta said. "We should go after him." He figured he went down to the central fountain and the plaza. "We should stay here in case the others try to regroup here," Meza said. "Once help arrives, we can go after them." Ruins zone. Katsuki blew up the wall to the building, marking his entrance as he flew into the room, quickly taking down the 2 closest people to him. Scanning the room, he saw Achiko holding a defensive stance against a lizard-looking person while another person was stuck to the ceiling under the effects of her zero gravity. "Kirby." "Katsuki," Achiko said, relieved at the sight of help. "Achiko." Yui jumped through a window next to the only other person in the room, swinging an enlarged nail at their head. "Well, this just got unpleasant," the lizard replied as he saw that he was the only villain left standing in the room. "For you, maybe," Katsuki grinned. "However, this was fun to beat up some weakling thugs." "Who are you calling weak?" the lizard growled at Katsuki. "The dumb fucking gecko that just turned away from a threat." Katsuki grinned as Achiko punched the lizard man and then sent him to the ceiling with her quirk. "Nice, Kirby." Achiko smiled. "Thanks." She looked at the 2 of the people on the ceiling. "I can't hold them there forever." Katsuki stepped to them. Drop them and let me beat the shit out of them. Let us leave you to it, Yui said as she watched Katsuki pulverize the last two before they hit the ground. We should try to help the others. We might not be the only ones in this area. Achiko shook her head. We are the only three here. We should try to get to the plaza. Everyone might have to go through there to get to the entrance. Isn't that where most of the villains are, though? Yui asked. So it will be funner. Katsuki cracked his knuckles. Let's go. As they reached the creek of a hill to see the plaza, a huge wave of purple energy flashed all throughout USJ. What was that? Achiko said, noticing how it resembled Izuku's purple energy. Once they reached the top, they could see the plaza. Oh God. Yui put her hand over her mouth in shock. Katsuki couldn't believe what he was seeing. We have to help. Achiko ran down the hill to the plaza. Minutes earlier. Mountain Zone. Izuku rolled his eyes as he fell through the portal. Oh no, I am falling. Izuku said dramatically to himself. However, will I save myself? Izuku summoned his wings and looked around. Seeing Aoyama and Momo also falling, while Momo gliding as she just created a hang glider to land safely. Izuku flew over to Aoyama and caught him. Sup, my twinkling buddy? Izuku said as he flew down to where Momo was landing. Oh, it is quite my luck to drop near you. Aoyama was grateful that Izuku had caught him. Izuku, Momo said as they landed. Izuku smiled at her. Damn, this is the group to be in. That guy must have dropped us all over USJ. Momo pondered. Yeah, they wouldn't want us to be outside and get help. They probably separated us to take us out. And if he dropped us like that, they probably guessed none of us have quirks to help with the landing. Izuku added. So they are in for a surprise with some of us. I think you kids are the ones in for a surprise. A villain with a gun said as he pointed it at Izuku. Is your quirk holding a gun, or do you just need one? Izuku asked. Or are you a gun collector like me? The villain looked at the kid who seemed to not be taking him as serious as he should. You realize I have a gun pointed at you, right? Izuku pointed at Momo. You realize she has a gun pointing at you? The villain looked at Momo, only to be shot in the side by Izuku. Dude, why would you actually take me serious? Izuku said as the guy held his side. You could see the gun that was in my holster. What the hell type of gun is that? The villain groaned. It didn't feel like a normal bullet, and it was a purple beam also. I made this. It's like a taser or a laser gun. It won't kill you unless I turn it to kill mode. Izuku aimed behind him. Don't try sneaking up on me, you creep. The villain sneaking up on Izuku froze. How did you know? He was wondering what this kid's quirk was to locate him. Your friend I just shot looked at you. Izuku said.
Bang!
Izuku shit the guy in his knee as he said bang.
Bang!
Really? Momo asked him. Yeah, now that I think about it, I have a laser gun. Izuku aimed at another villain. There were like 10 of them at this point. How about pew? Izuku shot another villain in the knee as he said pew. That makes more sense. Momo nodded. Why aren't you taking this serious? The first villain aimed his gun at Izuku again as he stood back up. Well, you guys aren't doing this at your best, so why should I? You clearly could have jumped us as we landed, or even shot me out of the air. Izuku shit the gun in the man's hand. We should hurry up, thought, and help the others. Momo said. She was enjoying seeing Izuku mess with the villains, but their friends were in trouble. You're right. Izuku nodded. Most knockouts wins? Wins what? Momo asked with a raised eyebrow. Izuku shrugged. Winner's choice.
Okowo.
Momo agreed. Can I get in on this? Aoyama thought about how he could make Izuku wear a matching outfit with him that said, Twinkling Buddies. Sure. Izuku nodded. Hey! A villain snapped at the teens. We are here to kill you, so act afraid. Izuku looked at that villain, quickly noticing the gadget on him that must be jamming the sensors and security of the building. Oh, we're supposed to be afraid? Izuku asked. He then dramatically acted being afraid. Oh, whatever will I do about the villains who have yet to attack me after I shot a couple of them? Izuku double-tapped shots at the villain, one in the jammer and the other in his chest. Fuck off, bitch boy. Momo flicked Izuku in the ear. Language. Japanese. Izuku responded. Better get some knockouts before I win. Like you would win. Momo laughed as she created a staff and knocked a villain on the head. Please, I am better than you. Izuku jumped at a villain and punched him in the temple and knocked him out. I'm better physically. Momo replied as she knocked out another villain. How? Izuku looked at her confused as he swung a villain by the ankle at another's stomach. For one, I am taller. Momo said as she moved away from a villain to let Aoyama hit him with a laser shot. Izuku looked at her annoyed. Why, you have like what? 1 centimeter on me? Makes me the one on top. Momo replied. Who says that makes you the one on top? Izuku threw a green blast behind Momo at a villain, it impacting the villain's face and sending him to the ground. Can you two flirt later? Aoyama said as he dodged a dense ball of water shot at him. We're not flirting. They both blushed madly as they yelled at Aoyama. They both used their blast/beam on the villain attacking Aoyama. Aoyama looked at the both like they just told him a dumbass lie, which they did. Whatever. Just do it after we take out the villains. Izuku ran at the final villain, punching his gut and twisting his arm behind his back. All right, Bucko, explain how you guys think you're going to kill All Might? The villain didn't even struggle, seeing no point as this kids took them all out while chatting. It's that monster thing. Shigaraki said how it was made to counter All Might's strength. Counter his strength? Izuku mumbled. That's strong as shit. What do you mean by it was made? Momo asked. All I know is something about it having more than one quirk. The villain didn't care if he said too much. He already knew that at this point he was going to jail. Might as well comply and get a shorter sentence maybe. How is that possible? Aoyama asked. Izuku thought about it. It makes sense, I guess. Did you see that thing? It wasn't normal. Hell, its brain is like twice the size it should be, and its brain is exposed. We have to try to stop it, Momo said, or help subdue it in any way possible. Izuku nodded. Hell yeah. With your quirk and my awesomeness, we should be able to take it on. Shouldn't we try to help the others first? Aoyama didn't feel like fighting a monster made to kill All Might. Thing is the biggest threat here. Might as well take it out before this Shigaraki guy sends it after us all. Izuku said. Momo, can you create a marker? Momo made a black marker. Why? Izuku chopped the villain's neck, knocking him out. Gotta mark this guy, so they know he was the one to give us information when he gets arrested. Izuku used the marker to write the word helpful on the villain's head. Maybe they can get more from him later. That's a good idea, Momo said. Well, let's get out of here. Right. Let's go fight a monster. Izuku holstered his gun. I'm following your lead, Aoyama said uneasily. Izuku lightly punched Aoyama's shoulder. Hey, don't worry, man. We might not have to fight it. Aizawa-sensei is strong as shit, no doubt, and I'm guessing his quirk might help him deal with the villains. We actually might end up playing support. Izuku resummoned his wings. All right, everyone, hop on. Aoyama got on Izuku's back while Momo looked at him. Do you really plan on flying in there? Yeah. What else would I do? Izuku asked. Momo rolled her eyes. You could wait for a good surprise attack. They wouldn't expect us to fight them down there, so anything is a surprise attack, Izuku said. But just charging in isn't the best strategy, Momo argued. It's the go-to method of any good saint, Izuku said. I know, I told you about the countless times they have done that, Momo groaned. How about you go in first, guns blazing like you want, and we will join you after we see a golden chance to? That works. Izuku looked up at Aoyama. With me or her on this man? Aoyama didn't hesitate to jump off of his back. Can't play support if I get dragged to the middle, can I? All right. Once you guys see your chance, take it. Izuku flew up. See you in a minute. You can still fly us closer, Momo added. We are a bit away from the plaza. Izuku flew back down to them. All right, hop back on. Aoyama got on his back and Momo joined him. Without a word, Izuku flew up and got close enough to the fountain area that they could see that Aizawa was surrounded by villains, which would seem bad, but he was using his scarf as a weapon and incapacitating anyone who got close. All right, I'm going to drop you guys here. Izuku landed at the edge of the mountain zone being cover. You guys do your thing, I will help take down some villains. Good luck, Momo said. Shine brightly, Aoyama added. Izuku grinned as he flew up to a good height, planning on dripping in. Charging up his green blast in both hands, he prepared a supercharged blast as he nosedived fists first into the ground in a group of the villains. The blasts exploded with force as he hit the ground, launching anything within 5 meters of Izuku away from him. "Oh? What's this?" The handman, now known as Shigaraki, asked, not expecting help this early. "What's up, fuckers?" Izuku said as he stood up. "Midoriya, what are you doing here? Number 13 was supposed to leave with you kids." Aizawa did not want to babysit Izuku during this. "The weird cloud thing guy separated us throughout the area. I interrogated one of these dudes and found out that this fuck," Izuku pointed at the monstrous being next to Shigaraki, "was made somehow to fight All Might and kill him. Thing somehow has multiple quirks too." Aizawa looked at the being. "Multiple quirks? Well, there goes the big twist reveal. Hate it when a random grunt spoils in-game secrets." Shigaraki scratched his neck. "Who are you calling a grunt?" Izuku snapped at Shigaraki. "I make that badass entrance and get labeled a grunt?" Shigaraki scratched his neck again, really finding this kid loud and annoying. "Someone shut him up." "No problem. I'll crush him easily." A random villain grinned as he tried to jump at Izuku. "Why announce that you are coming at me first?" Izuku dodged him and swung his arm at the villains, bending the elbow the wrong direction and breaking it. "I mean, I would, but why wait to actually attack till after you finished speaking?" Izuku punched the villain's jaw with an uppercut. "It just gives me time to react more. At least attack while speaking." The villain collapsed. Aizawa was impressed at how quickly Izuku took out the villain, although it should be expected with the kid's super strength. Shigaraki glared at the brat in front of him. This was turning into a slightly annoying quest. There was supposed to be 2 mini-bosses in the 2 teachers before he would fight and crush the main boss that is All Might. The students should be one-hit kill grunts that were just fodder to pace the level, not getting in the way. "Nomu," Shigaraki said to the monster next to him. "Get rid of Eraserhead and then that brat." "Eraserhead?" Izuku got confused. He turned to see the monster. He now guessed its name was Nomu. Moved so fast he was a blur towards Aizawa. Aizawa barely had time to react and dodge before the Nomu smashed the ground where he just stood. Aizawa widened his eyes slightly. He was erasing whatever all quirks this thing had as it hit the ground. So that strength it just used was its regular strength. He should do his best to avoid getting hit by it. "Oh shit, that is some strength," Izuku remarked as he knocked 2 villains' heads together, taking out the last of the regular thugs in the area. "Guy should lay off of the masturbation for a minute." Aizawa's eye twitched as he heard what his student just said. Shigaraki glared at the kid. "Little kids like you always make jokes, not understanding the situation they are in and how under-leveled they are." Izuku channeled green blasts to his hands. "I understand he is made to kill All Might, so that's pretty high up there." Izuku ran at Shigaraki, throwing multiple blasts at him. Shigaraki, with much more speed than Izuku figured in Handsy Man would have, dodged all of his blasts and grabbed Izuku's arm. What the fuck?" Izuku punched Shigaraki away with his other arm. Getting distance, he saw his arm looking like the skin was cracking and falling off at a high speed where Shigaraki grabbed him. "What is this? A death touch quirk? Close. My quirk makes anything I touch with all 5 fingers decay." Shigaraki went forward at Izuku again. "Masturbation must suck then." Izuku jumped into the air and flew out of Shigaraki's reach. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed at the boy. He turned to see Nomu trying to still get a hold on Aizawa, who was only dodging at this point as he wasn't able to get a chance to do anything else. "Nomu, get this brat down to the ground so I can hurt him myself." Izuku chuckled. "How is he going to get me up here?" Almost as shown as Izuku finished that, the Noma jumped, cracking the ground as he did, and soared through the air at Izuku, grabbing him by the neck, slammed him into the ground. Izuku luckily didn't break anything because of his super strength. "Midoriya." Aizawa rushed to help his somehow mostly unharmed student. "Thank you, Nomu." Shigaraki went to grab Izuku. "You see, Nomu follows my order to the letter. I wanted you down here unharmed, so I can do it myself, and he delivers." Shigaraki tried to grab Izuku's annoying face, but when he did, nothing happened. He turned to see Aizawa's hair floating above his head, which he figured to be the tell of him using his quirk to erase another person's quirk. Izuku bit Shigaraki's finger. "Get your musty-ass hands off of me." Before Shigaraki could do anything, a beam of light burned his shoulder. Crying out in shock, he turned to see two more students, a girl that barely had a hero suit and a blonde with knight's armor and a weird belt. "Get away from him," Momo said as she prepared her own beam to follow up Aoyama's. "More brats turning up?" Shigaraki scratched his neck fiercely. "Nomu, get rid of that teacher quickly than these brats." The Nomu didn't hesitate to release Izuku and go after Aizawa with even more ferocity than before. Izuku kicked Shigaraki away and got back into the air. Should have been smart and got rid of the most mobile person. Izuku tossed two more green blasts at Shigaraki. Shigaraki dodged away from Izuku. He was really disliking this brat. Once Nomu got rid of the teacher, it would be way easier to deal with these brats. Izuku heard a crack. Turning to the sound, he saw Nomu holding his teacher by the arm, which was bent at a really bad angle. "Aizawa-sensei." Izuku flew over as fast as he could. Before he got there, Nomu swung Aizawa by his arm into the ground and stomped on his chest. Hearing the sounds of bones cracking made Izuku speed up. Izuku collided with the Nomu, releasing green blasts onto his shoulders. The Nomu swatted Izuku away. Feeling a throbbing in his arm where he got hit, he threw more blasts to prevent the Nomu from attacking Aizawa anymore. "Nomu, forget the teacher. Get that brat out of the air permanently," Shigaraki commanded. The Nomu snapped his face to Izuku, jumping at Izuku, who barely dodged him. Switching to purple blasts, he flew higher and started throwing blast after blast at the Nomu, who took every blast that hit him without reaction, all of the burnt and destroyed flesh healing almost instantly. Shigaraki glared at the boy, who managed to keep slipping away from Nomu. He needs to distract the boy somehow. He turned to the two other kids, deciding to wipe them out before they got any good ideas. Charging the blonde, he stepped out of the way of a beam directed at him by the girl, who he felt to be a bigger threat, but the blonde clearly would be easy to take out. He stunned the blonde with a sucker punch and gripped his arm with both hands and twisted him to use as a shield. "Ah!" Aoyama screamed in pain, and Izuku saw that. Without thinking, he flew down and attacked Shigaraki from his side, separating him from Aoyama and causing a cut to appear on his shoulder. Shigaraki grinned, because that was just the opportunity for Nomu to get Izuku. The next sound would haunt Aoyama and Momo for a long time. The Nomu gripped Izuku by his side and ripped his left wing straight out of his back, and Izuku released a bone-chilling scream.